what? We are live and back. Good morning. Happy
everybody.
Sunday.
Good morning.
Happy Monday. Happy midnight, wherever you are in the world.
Yay.
Us three, we're in 3 different time zones as well. So, it's
There's a lot
all
of
good.
people that were in lots of different time zones yesterday. It was just beautiful and wonderful. And I'm glad that you stayed up all night or got up early or stayed up late. It was awesome.
It was
We have
amazing.
people from different countries. I saw messages from Kenya, Africa, from Australia. We have people from Europe, London, Colombia, South America, Central America. It was very, very, very nice. So I appreciate
cool.
everybody that is supporting us.
Very cool.
Absolutely. It's so refreshing to see that in this virtual world that we're living in right now, it doesn't really matter where we are, because all we can do, we can just connect like this.
Yeah.
And this is what this is all about, right? We don't care where you are, where you're from, what you're doing. We're here to present to you something that might just impact you positively, that you might just be able to take away, notes, water. Remember I said that yesterday, have everything ready because you never know what you're going to miss.
Mhm.
And, today we're going to have, again, so many amazing experts. And if you noticed yesterday, or if you scroll through what happened yesterday, because it's still on the Facebook page and on the YouTube page for a little bit, you also saw that the experts are supporting each other.
Mhm.
So it's not, it's all one group. And that makes it so beautiful. And you heard them referring to each other as well as to you. And remember, post your comments. Good morning, Shatlene. Good morning, Benjamin. Bring your comments in, because you've noticed we asked them. If we see them, we ask them of the experts. Okay. Now, I do want to jump in real quick, just with a couple of things for today. Of course, the lineup. I'm just feeling blessed. But we've got Marie Diamond. We've got Patty Farmer. We have Nadine Joy. We also have the lady who was mentioned over and over again yesterday, named Doria. Okay. And she's going to bring the heat. I'm just saying. And then we also have Justine, the queen from Australia. So we have a huge range again today for you. All right. I would like to start out with something else, if I may, ladies, because, there are some things that I can just do whenever I want to. So I want to play something. You ready? I want to set the tone for
Yes,
today.
I can't wait.
Ready? Okay.
Pareciera que nada, ay, ay, un vacío, un vidrio roto por todos lados. Cuando piensas que todo pasó, un par de huellas en la arena, porque yo te cargaba. Cuando sientes que todo es oscuro, todo
And here we are. That, of course, was the Goldilocks band. And we had to
Oh,
start off like this
it was nice.
because
Thanks, man.
we are blessed to be here. And we're so blessed to hear that voice. Sorry, can't help myself. Today,
Thank you.
we are ready. And I am so grateful. Did you see all the comments already?
I
So
know.
cool. Nice
Amazing.
to see.
Absolutely. I want to thank my two co-hosts because yesterday was amazing, and I know today will be just as amazing. You know that Goldilocks, you just heard her sing a little bit. You know she does a lot of other things too, and we'll talk about some of what Goldilocks and the Goldilocks band are up to today as well,
Thank
because
you.
I want you to get to know her, and of course the wonderful
Yeah.
Lena Noland, because you heard. Unless you missed it, then rewind. But you heard yesterday some of the things that Lena is involved in as well, whether it's the back to back for women, which is, of course, one of the organizations that we recommend you take a good look at for this event. You know, this is a free event, but as we've talked yesterday all day, we're all about giving back as well. And then, of course, there's back to back for kids. And I loved yesterday when Forbes Riley started us off, and then later Dr. Liddy was also talking about Costa Rica. So it's all coming together. What are the most important takeaways that you ladies had from yesterday?
Go
Lena,
ahead,
go
Doria.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I think first, thank you to you two. This is amazing for me, and have the honor and pleasure to be with you guys, and have all this is just like put together. It's a mastermind. Like you see all the legends that was here and all their stories, and I love when people tell their stories because that's a better way to learn from people. Like it's different when people say you cannot do this or do this and then giving you like instructions, and then somebody comes and tell you a story and you learn from that. So I love that. I learned so much yesterday. And talking about Dr. Liddy, I was actually about to text her today because I would love all anything that comes to that page for the women's event, being that she have a girls shelter down there. We make her shelter part of the shelters that we are helping. So um, any donations that come from this weekend, we will split it in four. We already have three shelters helping, so we will add this shelter because I think it's very important that we start with younger generations. And guys, make sure, ladies, we got the men and everybody here helping us and supporting us. So everybody, just make sure you hit that share button if you are on YouTube or if you are on Facebook, and post it in your social media. Share it with those that you love, because what you're gonna hear today is fire. Is it don't have value. It's so it's so much, and it's free. You know how much it will cost you to have Forrest Riley, Cher Lecter, all the amazing. Today we have Mary Diamonds, we have Doria Cordova, so many powerhouse ladies that it will. I don't think it have ever been a place where they are all together. So this is the place where they are. So take advantage of that.
It was great. Good comments. I really enjoyed yesterday just the rawness and the realness and transparency that everybody had, and willingness to answer questions so honestly, and they didn't know what we were going to ask, and I don't think I knew what I was going to ask. What's new? The thing I did, I got something from every single expert and every single speaker. I did like some of the things that Sharon Lecter had to say, showing some of her vulnerability and talking about the loss of her son, and I connected with that. And I took home appreciation from her. And there's some things that, maybe we can't. I think one of our messages was cutting out some things to make time for others. Well, unfortunately, I can't cut anything out in my life of juggling, but I can appreciate when I'm juggling more, and just have a newfound gratitude for some of the things where maybe in the past I was like, oh, I got to do that again. Or it's like, see it in a new light. And the number one thing that I loved about yesterday was that I could call after, thank you for your call and somebody else in the back room, that I could call all of my bros afterwards and have them have watched this and know that none of the ladies, not that I expected them to, but every woman had something positive to say about men, even if somehow they were wronged by them or something happened. There was something positive to say. Even Lena, with your story of sexual abuse, you still have something good that came out of it. And I didn't get male bashing yesterday. And sometimes in the past, when I've been with some women's organizations or forums, it was like I was almost embarrassed to have my male friends, supporters, patrons, and audience watching. And yesterday, I was so proud of how everyone had a great message, including the guys, including the men. And I was even more stoked to see so many dudes showing up and commenting. Just like today, we had that cool guy from the Philippines. Thank you for being a part of this, and thank you for letting us include you, and thank you to the women for just keeping things positive. I really personally appreciated that.
Could not agree more. And I just want to remind everybody really quickly. So this was a very quick wrap up, right? As I mentioned before, it will be for a little while longer on Facebook to review yesterday and today. And as I mentioned this morning in my short little video, I also want to mention it again right now. You can still register for this event. What that means is that if you register, it's still free. Don't worry, it's free. It's a community service by the Los Angeles Tribune. But if you register, you are able, after the event, to get a lot of free gifts from all the people that Goldie, Lena, and I just mentioned, and from all the amazing experts today. So it's latleap.com. It's really easy to register. We're not asking a lot of questions. And that is if you'd like to get some free gifts afterwards. Just saying. Lena mentioned Mastermind, Also, I do want to quickly just remind everybody of one thing that the wonderful Sharon Lecter said yesterday. She did mention a couple of times yesterday that if you purchase her book, Exit Rich, that you can buy the one book for you. But what did she say? If you buy more than one?
10 books. If you buy 10 books, you get registration, some sort of registration to her ranch. And I looked that up. It was at Cherry Creek Ranch. I looked it up, and does that not look like the place to be? And then I'm hearing all of these speakers saying, I was at Sharon. I'm like, I want to go. 10 books. Come on. 10 people in your organization or leadership that
Yes.
you guys, anything that people are talking about, let me say it because I'm the big mouth. People are donating their time. Okay. So we've got amazing people. Our first guest is somebody that changed my life years ago, and I won't, mark out too much on her, but she's an amazing human being. If she's got something that she is promoting or even not promoting, thank you. What's it to you to support every single, I'm just saying, support every single guest. We all need food for our minds and our soul. Most of these guests have books. Go get one. Just get it. Mo Rock's got a new book coming out. Natalie has books in the background. Instead of dinking around online, support these people, these beautiful human beings. And how fast can you read a book and how much can you take in? That's what you should be doing. Like, get offline a little bit and do the old fashioned thing. Back in the day when we used to actually read and we were all intelligent, please go back to that. Buy some books, order. I can't say reading is such, even if it's a chapter every night before you go to sleep, that your subconscious mind marinates on whatever you last did. So get off the Instagram reels of people falling off of buildings and read some books that are going to change your life. I'm done. 10 books, Sharon Lecter. It's a great thing.
And let's just not go with 10 books, Sharon Lecter, and all the other amazing people that you just mentioned who have books. Let's also point out a book that is called How Thoughts Become Things, The Gratitude Experiment, Beyond the Secret, The Awakening 2020. And why am I mentioning all of these? I am mentioning all of these because of our next most amazing guest.
She's awesome.
If you are not aware of who this lady is, where have you been?
Yeah, under a rock.
I want to point out that she right now is joining us, I believe, from Europe. from France. There is Dame Marie Diamond.
Très
Good
bien,
morning,
très bien.
good afternoon.
Yes, good morning. It's good afternoon. I'm in the south of France, the French Riviera. So lovely to see you, and I've been following you and see the wonderful energy that is here right now in Los Angeles Tribune.
Oh, thank you so much. Where in France are you? You said in the Riviera?
Yes, I'm between Nice and Monaco. So beautiful area of the world.
Yes, yes.
Right.
I'm asking because my brother lives in Spain and I'm from Hamburg, so I have sort of a geographical idea of where you're at.
Yeah, I understand.
Absolutely. Dame Marie. Can I say just Dame Marie? Is that okay?
Yes, you can just say Marie, right?
Marie, okay, all right. We do have your bio, and I would just like to point out two things that speak to me so much. You have done so many things, but what really speaks to me is your understanding and your insight of the energy that is connected not just with the law of attraction, but with the Feng Shui, with the dowsing, all of that. And the energy, of course, you just mentioned it, is what we're trying to hold here and what we're trying to help other people understand. Can you talk a little bit about your insights into the energy and how it all connects?
Yeah, some people will call it consciousness or they will call it light. But, ultimately, it's really the strongest part to explain it is energy. We all know what energy is. We feel great in the morning. Hey, we have a lot of good energy. Or we come in the room and we feel like, oh, strange energy. People are not talking to each other. Or you come in a space where you feel like, hey, it's just so loving and so warm and so respectful. And so everything we do, everything we are, everything we think and feel, but everything that's around us is all energy. And so that is exactly what we need to pay attention to. And like I said, some people call it consciousness, but ultimately it's energy that we are all created from. And the great thing is we can create energy in our lives, in our world. And I want you to just pay attention to that, and that is something that from a very early age on, I was able to tap into as I could see the energy. I was a very clairvoyant child and I could see people's chakras and auras. And I could see the frequencies of a room, a space, and I could see how people would change energetically just by meeting each other. And so now, of course, quantum physics and other neurological science has started understanding that we are so energetically connected. We have a constantly energy communication with each other, right? And if people call it body language or energy language, we can really tap into that. So that is why it's so important in the morning to take some time to energize yourself. And it can be through some yoga or meditation or walking in nature or just taking a few deep breaths every morning consciously, and to look at yourself in the mirror and not instead of saying negative things or thinking negative things, saying you're such a wonderful being, you're such an amazing woman, but also to look at others. When you wake up next to your partner, you look at your children, think about the way you're thinking about them, the way you're feeling about them is not just energizing yourself, you're also in the quantum physics field energizing them, because we don't always understand that whatever we think, whatever we feel and say, that it's all relating with them and there is connection happening and we don't see it, right? But let's say like movies like the Avatar, right, are talking about how there is an interconnection between humans and plants. But if we could really see that, how we affecting people just by the thoughts and feelings and the conversations we have, that would be such an amazing, I would say, upgrade of ourselves. And just also understand that during the day, not just in the morning, but during the day, to really connect in with that field and to stay positive. And I know it's very hard sometimes, things happen in life, but even what happens in life is energy. Energy is not always loving. It's not always positive. It's sometimes the opposite. But the whole point is when there's negative energy happening to you, when there somebody says something negative or feels something negative towards you, is that instead of going with that energy into that downward spiral, into the rabbit hole of negativity, is that you try to stay neutral. Yeah. And to stay kind of back to like, okay, I'm not going to perhaps change that right away, that negativity, but I'm not going to add to it. And that's why, so many people have a hard time watching television, right? Watching what is going on in the news, and they're kind of getting away from it. And I've seen many people, have a negative reaction to that. And I always look at it from a very neutral perspective. I'm thinking, well, these are all the things we still need to make positive. And so I can look at it from a place of love and hope. But if you can't, just then don't add to it, at least. Yeah. When you see something negative happening, don't start having a negative conversation about that person, about that situation, about everything that is there. Because if you add to it, then more of that will actually happen. And that's actually what we talk about in The Secret, where I'm one of the features, master teachers, that came out in 2006. And that has, I would say, changed the world and opened up to I would say, billions of people making more conscious choices about who they are, what they want in life, what they desire, and how to approach it. So I'm super happy that I also can be here with you to help you changing a little bit of the energy.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the insights that you just shared. And very often I think one of the problems or the challenges that we run into is the fact that there are news, right? That on the one hand, we do want to stay informed of what is going on. And on the other hand, when we turn on the news, it's like, oh my gosh, it's a barrage of negativity. So how do we stay, in your opinion, how do we stay informed without getting overwhelmed by negativity?
Well, depends a little bit on how you are communicating. Some people are very auditive, right? And some people are very visible. And others are very kinesthetic. So I would say if you have a hard time seeing negative news, like by watching the TV, then don't look at the news by watching the TV. Listen to it, because your brain will not capture so much the negative energy of it. Mm-hmm. If you're somebody who's very auditive and you kind of just want to see what's going on, then look up an online newspaper, right? So that you can just see the headlines, but you don't hear it. And then you won't be affected so much by it. If you're very kinesthetic, don't repeat the negative energy that you've been seeing or hearing by expressing it and telling somebody else. Yeah. So you need to know what your strong points are, and everybody kind of know, hey, I love more visual, others more auditive. Don't go there, because it will not make it so easy for you to go into that negative spin.
Great advice.
Yeah.
Can I ask don't watch TV, or I don't watch TV. I don't listen at it. I do what you said. I read it because it's easier for me to take all that. Yes. Because you see so many things that are bad, and I was like, I prefer to focus on that positive. And part of that is what you teach in The Secret. You pretty much, like, even if you have to put yourself on the side and reject all the negativity. So
yeah, and another good point that you can do when you really want to get to know what the news is, just right away take some time to close your eyes, to breathe, to meditate, or to do a little prayer to what is going on. Because the moment you go in meditation or a prayer or in breathing, you're actually taking more a distance from what you just have seen.
And I like to chime in there, because one of my big things is always, I try to teach my daughter not to watch TV or read a book while eating. And she's not allowed to do that. But I have learned that, when we consume, because a lot of people watch the news over dinner, right? And I'm like, oh my gosh, you see all of those horrible images, or you listen to all of those horrible images, and you eat at the same time. What does that do to your body? And I was wondering, Dame Marie, if you have any thoughts on that one.
Well, think about when you're eating, you're nurturing yourself, right? So you're consuming energy from the food. So whatever you are watching at that moment, it's not just television, but sometimes you're watching other programs that are not always so positive either. And so when you're doing it at the same time, you're eating your food and you're eating that energy. So you're actually giving the opposite message of what actually food should be towards you. So eat and be merry with your family, sit together, have a conversation, share what's going on in your life right now, give each other some positive feedback. But even in conversations around the table, try to stay positive when you're eating.
It's
Yes.
wonderful. I have something. I have a compliment and then a question, if that's okay. So you are different than everybody was wonderful in The Secret, in the movie, in the book. Everybody fantastic, but I resonated with you because you were just perfect. And I'll tell you, with your humor, like the actor that they had portraying the Feng Shui and the painting, and he was like, "What are you talking about? I painted it," and you're like, "Oh, it's even worse." It was so good. I just popped so hard, and I think of that all the time. Oh, you are so dramatic. It's even worse. And then I thought, I literally looked around my house and I'm like, you know what? You need to ditch that, and you need to ditch that, because it's just, you don't need it. It's not negative, it's not positive, but it's not great, and you should inundate yourself with
Correct.
greatness. And when you were talking about, if you hear the negativity, don't add to it. So I don't know anything when it comes to this. So help me do a better job at explaining what I'm trying to say. And that is, with the audience that I have, I always try to tell them, if you need to vent, pick one person, tell it once, and then you're done. And don't call up Mary, Bill, and Wayne and everybody and keep telling them this. Just pick one person so you can get it off your chest. Is that even healthy? How can I make that better? What's the difference between venting and then carrying on the negativity? That's what I need your help with, please.
Well, it's a very good point that you make, because they have seen that most people, when they have a negative event or situations, that they tell to at least 11 people.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine that? That's the
No.
average, right? And that only they tell to about 3 people when it's positive. So can you just see if we would switch that, right?
Really?
No, really, this is what they have found by checking this out.
Right.
And so I was like, well, if you just would check this out and say, I have something so positive today, right? Let me share this with as much people as possible, right? And that's what I love about social media, what it can actually mean if you would definitely share something positive. But right now they're kind of using instead of the 311, they're taking all the negative energy, and then people are sharing negative, and they're liking it and sharing it again, and so you continue. Right?
I didn't
So
know
that's
that.
actually
Brilliant.
what it does. But yeah, I think what you were sharing about The Secret is that this is just me. This is my style. So my
Great.
students know that I sometimes call myself an enlightened stand-up comedian. I mean, that's kind of who I am.
That scene in the movie just resonated with me, and the way that they did, where you could have you and you were speaking, and then the person and the actor in the background, the scenario playing out. It was groundbreaking, and I was going through a horrible time. I was on a hit television show, hit record label, publishing everything, and you know what? Wrestling show, and in 1 week it all went from making a $500,000 to zero. And I was cleaning homes to be under the radar because the IRS was after me, and this crazy man said, "Oh, honey, you need to watch this." And of course it was like a bootleg, burned underground CD, and I watched it, and it literally changed my life, and I didn't know what I was doing, but you resonated with me and so many people that I know with your stand-up comedian vibe. And it really was a different pocket of advice about the physical things that surround you. And that's why I'm just so excited. Natalie, thank you for mentioning books, just to find out more about what Marie is doing and how we can learn more from her. Absolutely brilliant. And thank you for taking your time to be on this forum today, from all of us.
Thank you, Coley. I'm so happy that you shared that story. It really makes my day.
And some of the books, of course, are Transform Your Life. And then the other book, of course, is, and I'm just mentioning a couple, right? transformation lessons. I believe that most of these are translated into numerous languages. So, to our virtual audience, it's not just in English, it's in a number of languages. Okay? Dave Marie, I have another question. You know, being from Germany and so forth, I've seen different approaches. And anybody who travels, Lena has traveled extensively as well. We see different cultures and different approaches. With you living in France, and you've traveled to the Czech Republic, you speak and train, and I mean all over the world. Have you noticed that there are different attitudes or understandings of how energy, the law of attraction, transformation works in different places?
Well, you know, I have spoken in 4 continents. I mean, for hundreds of thousands of people. And, you know, the one thing that I always see is that people are looking for something positive. They are looking for hope. And so when I speak for American audience or worldwide online or Asian or African or East European or European, it doesn't really matter because we're all, you know, looking for something positive we can change, something practical. And sometimes some cultures will be a little bit more mental, right, in their approach, and others a little bit more emotional. But they all want some very, very practical tips. And that's always what I try to bring because, you know, we can really talk about the law of attraction and we can feel what we need to do. But we also need to, like, what is one thing I can do today, right? And so that's kind of that approach I brought to the law of attraction by bringing in Feng Shui, because, you know, over the last 30 years, I studied Feng Shui and became a Feng Shui master. I know something to just change around you can really affect how you think, how you feel, what you do. And there's something very practical, like what, you know, Goldie was sharing about looking at her environment. That's what I shared in The Secret. And so many people told me, like, you know, The Secret came in my life, and that was the one thing that I felt, hey, I can do something practical. I can take some images away. I can look at what I have. Is that really representing who I am and what I do? And so if it's not, take it away. You know, don't keep hanging on to things that are just not representing who you are. So wake up in the morning and look around, and what is there? Is it, you know, all clutter? Is it the wrong image? You're single and you have all images of single people around you, or you come inside of your front door and there's like shoes on the ground, coats hanging up, Amazon boxes on the ground. You know, clear that up. Make sure there's a welcoming feeling to where you are, to where you live. And it's not just about always having the discipline to be positive, but also create a positive atmosphere around you. And the first place to look at is your home, is where you live, where you sleep, where you work. All that will just give you a little extra support to who you are. And just one major tip I really want to give you. And that's a tip that, you know, the producer of The Secret, the publisher from The Secret, 50% of the people of The Secret that were my clients, by the way, I had to immediately change for them. And that is what we call the power position. So whenever you sit in your office, whenever you're working, whenever you're meeting people for business, or, you know, you want to create abundance, always make sure you sit in such a position, for example, behind your desk, that you see the door. Like I'm sitting here and you can say, well, there's nobody here in this room. No, all of you are here, right? But you're just opposite of me because you're there, sitting there, right there, you're there, right? So I see the door. When you see the door, your brain changes from beta to alpha. And when we go into alpha, we look for solutions. We are creative. If you're with the back to the door, you actually go into beta. And in beta, it means that you are always going for fear. You always see the problems. So always turn yourself around by seeing the door in every meeting you have, even if it's an online meeting, because it's like people are coming in, that money is coming in, opportunities are coming in, happiness is coming in, romance is coming in. So you want all that for you. So this is a one tip I would like you to immediately address in your life.
That's amazing.
That is awesome.
I would have never thought that. I would have thought it was the opposite.
No, just think about you're the queen, right? So you're the queen of your life. So sit as a queen. Sit in a beautiful chair, right? Seeing the door. Queens never sit with their back to the door because, hey, they could get killed.
Oh yeah, well I knew that, but Natalie was talking the other day on a video about just even in her space about having the flowers and about having things that smell good and the music. It's like, again, you have to understand what an impact you've made on the world, Marie, with just everything that you taught us. Like a lot that was mainstream, and a lot of people living under a rock wouldn't have known about that, and everybody knows your work, and just thank you.
Yeah.
You're so welcome.
Yeah. And I have one question about that, and then we have a question from the audience. So you mentioned the door. I usually focus on a window. I usually sit in front of a window, which is not per se a door, but if I need to, I can, and I have usually the window open, right? So right now I did a video this morning and I showed people right there are two windows, and yeah, I don't have them open right now, but does it make a difference whether it's a door or a window?
Yes, it is. I always say money doesn't come through windows. It only comes through doors. Because the people that use the windows literally take your money. So now I can see the window too. So if you want to see the window, great, right? So I have an amazing view on the sea here, right? But I always focus first on the door, because that is where people walk in. That's where people with ideas come to you, with abundance, with checks even come to you, right? So, but they don't use the window. So if you would put your position in such a way that you would face the window, I'm sure that's great. Like if you're sitting in the living room, I would focus on that. If you're waking up in the morning, you want to see, what the outside is, but not in business.
Awesome.
Lena, ask your question. Lena, remember your question about how she got into the movie?
Yes. So you told us at the clubhouse room about how you got to be called to be in the movie, and you told us it was a very experience. You was not even thinking about it. So please tell all the audience, because I love that story. You told you tell it to us, but I want everybody to hear that. I love it. So I would love to hear from you again the story, how Miss Dame Mary got into the movie.
Oh, yeah, that's a great story. Well, I made a vision board, by the way. So I moved to America, and so I was just not known at all in America. And I made a vision board, and I put it in my success direction. That is really personal for everyone. And I put on my vision board a little yellow Post-it note, like something like this, right? And I put on it, I'm going to be in a movie seen by millions of people that will transform the world. I put it on there, and I bought myself a fake Oscar statue, because I thought, like, hey, movies, what's the best symbol for it? An Oscar. So I hanged it out, and every day I would go to my vision board and read it. And I was reading it and having it in my mindset, like, I'm going to be in a movie. Hey, I was living in San Francisco. That is quite close to LA if you come from Belgium, by the way, right? So I was like, hey, I'm going to make that. And every day I would look at my fake Oscar statue and I'm like, hey, Oscar, how are you, right? And so within a month, I actually attracted my first Oscar-winning client. I have more than 20 now. And the second thing that happened is that I started connecting with amazing speakers that later on ended up in The Secret, and they asked me to mentor them and to look at their energy and their feng shui. And so these were people like Marcy Shimoff and John Gray and Bob Proctor and Jack Canfield. And that is when Jack Canfield asked me to be part of a transformation leadership council. It's like a mastermind group. And I remember telling to Jack, but Jack, I'm not known here. I mean, these are all like people that have made millions of dollars on transformation. I just started. Thank God I didn't tell him how much just was on my account at that moment. So, but I put that out there, and I said yes when he asked me. And that is when the third time we came together, we were in the beautiful space in Colorado, Aspen, where Rhonda Byrne showed up asking everyone to be in this movie. And when she asked me, I said, yes, of course. Hey, it was on my vision board. And 6 months later, when the movie was filmed and shown to us in the mastermind room, we were the first to see it. Several of the major speakers that had been interviewed by her but did not make it to the cut asked me quite a little bit upset sometimes, saying, but how, Marie, why are you in this movie? You haven't sold millions of dollars of books. And I said, well, it was on my vision board. Was it on yours? So that's how I got in the movie.
I love it. I love it. And I love vision boards. And I think that, when we're talking about telling a story, everybody, take those there's advices in there, there's tips that you can take from every story from people. I love vision boards. I have my vision board. Actually, my son have a vision board and he get all these roller coasters and different things. He got I think he got a Ferrari on it, and
no limits.
Yeah, no limits. So everybody just make sure you get a vision board, because she's proving that it works.
Fairy tales
it got me in the secret, so it did work.
Yeah. Now, Marie, there is a question in the audience focused on the Feng Shui, and the question is, how can I bring a happy relationship among father and mother using diamond Feng Shui? So that's a pretty deep question.
It is. So my school is called Diamond Feng Shui. And so, especially when father and mother are not, always in harmony with each other, you need to focus on the center of the house. So make sure that in the center stands for harmony for everyone that lives in the house. So make sure there's no clutter there. That there's always light in the center, because the more light there is, like a beautiful lamp or a beautiful candle you can burn there when you are there in the house. You can also put a family picture, a picture of the parents together in the center. That is actually always going to support the whole family, and definitely the parents together.
Great.
Wow. Yeah. Now, a follow-up question on that. How do you find the center of your house? And what I mean by that, I'm looking around the houses in this area or the apartments. They're not always, definitely not round, and they're not necessarily, square. You have ranchers, you have rectangle. I mean, you have all sorts of houses. How do you identify the center?
Well, you kind of create, first of all, your floor plan. You kind of draw it out, right? And then sometimes it's an L or a U shape. Then you kind of make it complete, like you kind of imaginary, make it complete to a square or rectangular. And then you connect the four corners on your paper. And then you see where the corners, where the lines are crossing. That's your center.
Interesting. Yeah. So I got to make a plan of my house. Okay, I will do that. and Diana Lannertz from Germany is saying, I'm turning my chair right now. So you're already making an impact. This is so amazing. Tell us a little bit more about what you're doing right now, because I know you're doing a lot of training, you're doing a lot of seminars. Is the Feng Shui right now your focus, or are there other things that you're currently involved in so that we can support you?
Thank you. So yeah, I would say over the years, people have really understood that there was this 1/3 of the law of attraction that they were missing out on. And that is actually your environment. Because when you focus on your mind and your behavior, that is a 1/3 only for the results. It's possible you're focusing on prayer, on meditation. That is also considered 1/3. So the last part of the holistic aspect of the law of attraction is actually Feng Shui, and specifically the Feng Shui that I'm using, because this is a traditional Feng Shui, but I made it so easy to understand, because when you know your energy number, and you actually can go to my website and you can click on get your free energy report, and as you are clicking on it, you will be asked your birthday and your birth gender. And as you're putting that in, there will be a calculation. And that calculation will give you your energy number. And there are 9 numbers in Feng Shui. And it will also, what is more important, give you your success direction. And so one of the things that a lot of people are missing out on is knowing how to start programming literally their environment. And that's why I'm focusing on right now the most, because so many people have been talking about their the law of attraction, but they don't have the results that they need. They're kind of hitting literally the ceiling. And that's what Rhonda Byrne from The Secret was telling me, and Jack Canfield and Bob Proctor and John Gray and all these amazing people that are in The Secret and beyond, is that they're hitting really a ceiling with just using the mind, because it's possible that your environment, who is like a three-dimensional vision board, is telling the opposite. So get your energy number by clicking on that link that just was given to you. You will be able to find your success direction. And then in your home, you need to activate your success direction. When I told you about my vision board was in the Southwest, because for me, that is my best direction. Now, for you, it could be the north, the east, the south. I don't know. That's what you need to figure out. And you need to declutter your success direction and activate it with things you really want, but also sitting a certain position, not just seeing the door, but facing a certain direction will actually activate your success. But also you want to look at your romance direction. You want to look at your health direction, at your motivational and wisdom direction. So this is all a very long report that can give you some really great tips. And remember, this is what the top people in The Secret use. That's why some people call me the secret behind the secret, because 50% or more of the people in The Secret used this small information. It's not small, it's life-changing, to really become a successful movie. And so have done all the other movies that we worked with. And so this is like the major thing I'm sharing right now. And so when you go to getting your report, you will be updated on other things that we are sharing.
Wow, that is amazing. And that is such a beautiful free offer for everybody, because like you said, it might seem small, and it's very different from numerology, because once you have that report, you activate it, you align your house with it. And that's how it relates to the Feng Shui. You want to set everything up, right?
Correct. And this is forever. I mean, it's not like your number is changing over the time. This is your number, right? And whatever home you're going into, you can use that report to start feng shuiing your space and adding 33.3% of results of your law of attraction that most people are missing out on.
How did you come up with that? Sorry, Doctor.
Right, because there's three aspects to it. So it's the spiritual part of the law of attraction. Then it's the human part. So you're thinking, you're feeling, what you do. And there's the environment. And this is actually what my Feng Shui grandmaster showed me. And I was like, oh my God, that makes total sense. And I know by you practicing this, I became, from a Belgian international lawyer, I became a global transformational teacher. And if I would not have changed my environment, I'm telling you, I would not be here right now.
Wow, thank you.
And that is so true. Anyhow, right? We talk about that a lot. You've taken it to the other level by bringing in the energy. But how often do we say, don't hang around people that drag you down. Don't go into a neighborhood that drags you down. Open up the windows to let the light in. So what you're talking about is the higher, the more profound application of daily activities.
Correct. And so you have to know the Chinese, for 4,000 years, they have practiced this information. And then in the 1600s, that information was shared actually by the European kings, by the Russian Tsar. And then it kind of went away again. It's only since the 1980s, actually, that information came out. And once I learned that in the early 90s, I was like, my God, everybody needs to know this information. And so that's why I started bringing that together with my meditation techniques that I was sharing with the world, because I do believe that everybody has a right to be a king or a queen in their own life, but then they have to create an environment that tells the universe, hey, I'm ready for abundance. I'm ready for romance. I'm open for health. So if we know that this is 33.3% of our results, I mean, simple things can totally shift your energy. And as somebody was sharing, I just changed my desk and my chair, just that lonely small thing. I've seen major transformation, people making promotions, people getting new jobs offered just by this small little thing. So it is just that all the rest you have been practicing. You've been meditating, you have been practicing the secret, visualizing, doing so much things, but it could not ground itself. It could not manifest because your environment was telling a different story than what was in your mind.
Amazing.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. I was going to ask you to give us some final words, but I don't even know whether I want to stop you. It's like I want to ask more questions, but Marie, I would love for you. I want to give you the stage just for a couple more minutes. You've poured so much into us already, and what I love about it, it's real. We can use it right now. It's not something that we have to plan for and we have to get more training for. You're making this available to us right now. So I want to give you the stage so that you, whatever else is on your mind to share, final words for the audience who clearly are inspired and making life-changing decisions right now. Please just share whatever's in your heart.
Of course. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here, first of all. And, we all speak in Law of Attraction about gratitude, right? To be grateful for who we are, for who we are with. But I also want you to be grateful for where you are. Yeah. There's so many people, especially also in Los Angeles right now, that do not have that roof above their head, and people that have been suffering financially, and they don't have a safe and wonderful environment. So be grateful for where you are right now. And so how can you do that is by making sure that everything that's around you is cleaned, but everything that is around you is decluttered. Get your cabinets open, your drawers open, and just start taking away what you do not longer need anymore and donate it to Goodwill. There's so many charities right now that could be of support, could be supported by the gifts that you're giving. It's possible you can sell it on eBay or on thrift stores or, vintage apps, whatever they are, and use that money of the things you do not have that you don't need anymore because you don't have to have them anymore because you don't use them anymore, and let that go and donate that money towards beautiful charities that are around you in your neighborhood or to your church, so that you definitely can share of the greatness that you have and abundance that you already have, because we all have abundance, even if we're thinking, well, I don't have that abundance in my account, but perhaps you have clothes that are ready to be given. Perhaps you don't even want to sell them, but you just want to give them to somebody that needs that. So declutter, create some more space. And I'm telling you, by doing this and doing good with it, so much good will come back to you, right? This is how we can contribute to society. And it's not always with, by donating money, but by donating what you have that you don't need anymore. And the big bonus of it is you're creating extra space. And when you create the consciousness of space, the universe is telling, oh, there's space again in the environment. There's space always in the heart when you do that. When you let go of things, you let go at the same time of things that you're holding onto, physically, emotionally, mentally, and even spiritually. And so by creating space, you are able to give so much wonderful receiving energy from the universe and from people around you. Just take that little time this week to clear out one cabinet or your office and let go of things you do not longer need anymore and contribute back to humanity.
Wow. That is, it is always, I always come back saying, it's so amazing how the universe guides us. Some of what you said, Lisa May was talking yesterday also about a clean space. And we've been talking yesterday about, we all have something, even if we just volunteer. And you just put that so nicely all in one beautiful package. Clean out your house and don't just throw it out, but give it to somebody else who doesn't have it. And that's already in. And I love how you said, you all have greatness already. That is so important. Thank you so much, Dame Marie. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here. I do want to point out that the energy numbers, we had put it up, it's in the comments. And if you want more information, of course, there is the Transform Your Life in multiple languages, and also the transformation lessons. Okay, that's a little more precise. Dame Marie Diamond, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, and good luck with
Thank
all the things that
you.
you do today. Love you. Bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye. Ooh,
Wow.
talk about little changes. I'm looking around my room right now. I mean, I've got the candle, I've got the incense, and I'm like, okay, I need to see the door a little bit more.
She's
It's
cool.
amazing. It
You
is
know
so.
how it is with kids, so I'm thinking back in how the house is looking. So I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I know. But I'm clean. It's actually funny because I'm cleaning house right now anyhow. So it's like, I'm packing all sorts of stuff up. The On the other hand, I'm wondering, and I should have probably asked her that. My desk to other people would probably look messy, but I always go with Albert Einstein, who said, a messy desk is a sign of a genius. Because I know where everything is. Nobody else is, but I do. I do want to briefly, I know our next guest is already waiting, and it's going to be an amazing insight into being an entrepreneur in different ways. But I do want to mention that, of course, if you are liking what you're seeing right now, we do have ongoing shows here with the Los Angeles Tribune and on our Roku channel. We have All Things Rex, and Rex is in the building right now because he's been commenting. So every Thursday, we also have on Mondays, since we are going to switch a little bit energies up, we do have the Better Your Business show every Monday. Sharon Lecter was one of the first guests there. We do have Can't Help Myself, Golden Rules. This is such an amazing show, and I'm saying that because Goldilocks put so much work into making it entertaining while providing such important impact. I know I keep pointing out the one show about the foot, but I actually sent that to my mother. So just saying, okay. Then we have the Storytelling Alchemist, and yes, I'm going to have a show as well starting in July. We're also planning on a different kind of show that has to do with kids. So just saying. And Michelle Quevedo is in the audience. She will also, of course, sooner or later have a show with us. In addition to that, I want to point out that the Los Angeles Tribune is very, very excited to also be supporting a retreat, a heart alchemy retreat in Belize at the end of this year. Our own Jeremy McDonald is one of the organizers of that event, and Donna Campbell, who some of you may have seen at our last event in February. They're hosting this event, and it has to do with alchemy, with heart-centered living, and with energy, which is partially what we talked about just now with Marie Diamond. But without any further ado, I do want to have us go. Do you ladies have any other comments about Marie Diamond? Because I'm just talking off here.
No,
I said my piece.
no,
Awesome.
I think you're awesome, Natalie.
All right. Well, then, Lena, I'm going to give to you the introduction for our next amazing.
Well, just like you said, Dr. Natalie, we are switching a little bit here topics. If you are in business, small, big, no matter what type of business you have, but you want to take it to the next level, this lady is going to talk about that. She is Patty Farmer, and she knows about business. She will take that business, no matter where it's at, to the next level, and that's what she's been doing for many, many, many years. But her story is amazing. She's a cancer survivor. She's domestic violence survivor. She has been surviving to life, and you want to hear from her. So welcome, Patty, to our stage today. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. It's so funny that I'm coming right after Dame Marie, because as you can see in the back, today is the final day that I just moved into a new house. I've been moving all week, and I was so glad to hear her and to know that I put my desk in the right place. So
that's amazing. That's amazing. And now we want to hear from you. how can we help all these ladies out there with business, what you do? And I have a question. I've been reading about your bio, and there's a story I want to hear too later on once you tell everybody how you help businesses and your experience. But I know you made $10,000 from a restroom. So I want to hear that story in one day. So I
Okay.
would love to hear from you how you feel about this event, and how can you help ladies right now and everybody that is in businesses that are watching and will watch this event.
Well, thank you. I love this event. So thank you so much. And thank you to Mo and to Natalie for providing this amazing platform for women and literally for anybody in business. So I just want to start with that. So to start it off, I'm just going to tell you that I believe that relationships are the currency in today's business environment. And so I just want to ask a couple questions. So the first question I want to ask is, if relationships are the currency in today's business environment, how fat is your wallet? Is your wallet full of $100 bills, not just because of the currency, but because of the depth of the relationships that you have built? Have you put the time in? Have you built the relationships that are actually helping you to ramp your business and also to help others too? Because we're not in this alone, right? If it takes a village to raise a child, it certainly takes a tribe to build a business, and now more than ever. So one of the things I want to think about is, how fat is your wallet? Are you so caught up in your business and what you're doing that you're forgetting about the people that you serve? Because I believe also that it's like an ATM, right? Business is like an ATM. And when you're building those relationships with people, you want to ask yourself, am I making more deposits than withdrawals? Think about it. Are you making more deposits than withdrawals? So it's really important, right? So think about that when you're out there building your relationship. So that's the question. How fat is your wallet? And are you making more deposits than withdrawals? And let's go with this. If you're out there building your business, how many of us, as an example, have ever gone and met somebody for coffee, right? As women, we always hear all the time that the way to build your business is to meet everybody for coffee, whether it's virtually or in person. But how many of you have ever gone and had coffee with someone, like I said, in person or virtually, and walked out of there thinking, wow, there's 90 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back? I'm sure all of you have, right? I'm sure you're chuckling and you're thinking to yourself, wow, that's happened to me a few times. But the reason it happens is because you didn't do your due diligence first. I love coffee. I'm actually going to be opening up a coffee company next year. But the reality really is that you need to do your due diligence first. So that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about better questions that'll get you better results, how to get a better ROI on your relationships, how to have better follow-up, and how the revenue is definitely in the relationship. So I'm just going to dive right in. So first of all, what I want to really say is, what are the questions that you're asking when you're talking to someone? So whether you're at an event that's live or virtual, at a networking group meeting, whatever the case may be, I'm going to challenge you first to stop asking the question, what do you do? I mean, everybody wants to ask that question. And the thing is, when you ask someone what they do, they'll tell you and tell you and tell you. And when they run out of things to say, they almost always go into sales mode, right? And we want to know that the reality is that the only difference between pitching and selling is your intention. That's the only difference, is what is your intention? So asking better questions sets a better intention. So I'm going to give you a few questions. So I want, like I said, I want to challenge you to stop asking the question, what do you do? And instead replace it with this question: who do you serve? Because now it's not about them at all. Now it's really about the people that they serve. And what you need to be doing is you need to be listening to them, thinking about who is it that they're telling you, because maybe you serve them too. And if you don't, maybe somebody in your network does, and you can serve somebody in your network by doing an introduction or maybe even a referral. So that tells you a lot, just asking the question, who do you serve, instead of what do you do? The second question that I like to ask people is, I know a lot of people, and if I was going to tell them about you, what would you want me to tell them? And here's why I love this question, because now we're not going to get any fluff. Now what they're going to share with me is what is the value that they bring to the marketplace. So think about it. The first question, who do you serve? You now know who they serve. And now if they tell you what is the value that they bring to the marketplace, you have a lot stronger basis to move forward by having that information. Who do you serve? And what would you want me to tell people about you? The third question is, what is your phrase that pays? And what that really means is, what differentiates you from everybody else in your industry, right? I always like to say, you're not trying to reinvent ice cream. You just have your own flavor, right? So think about that. What differentiates you from everybody else in your industry? And to give you a quick example, everybody knows a realtor or 10. So one time I was talking to a realtor and she said, Hattie, everybody knows at least 10 realtors. What makes me different? What would my differentiator be? And I said, well, let's talk about it. And in a conversation with her, what I realized is that before she became a realtor, she worked for a builder. And when she worked for that builder, she worked in the negotiation department. And she knew every single thing a realtor could know about what you could negotiate on when you were buying a house. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was buying a house from a builder, I would definitely want a realtor who could tell me what we could negotiate on and what we couldn't. That was her differentiator. So the question here is, what's yours? What little secret sauce, what unique little thing do you do that increases the transformation for them and for their clients as well? How do you move from transaction to transformation? How can you be intentional in the questions that you ask that can help move people forward, get them closer to their goals? So think about how if you were going to go have coffee with someone, if you knew who they served, you knew the value they brought to the marketplace, and you knew what made them different than everybody else that did what they do, that would change the conversation a lot, right? So those are three very, very important questions that I like to ask. Another question that I like to ask, and this is usually how I'll wrap it up, because I have to tell you, I can ask these questions and get really good answers in less than 5 minutes. So in less than 5 minutes, I know what I need to do next. And how nice is that, right? So here's what I'm going to say. At that point, I always like to ask the question and say, so what social media platform are you the most active on? Because the reality is, if I had $1 for every time somebody said to me, so Patty, what social media platform where should I spend my time? The reality is, where you should spend your time is where your ideal clients are. That's the short answer. So here's how I tie that into those questions. So hopefully you can see, but here's my business card. And here's how this works. On my business card, every corner of my business card stands for a social media platform. Yours may be different than mine, but here's an example. My top right corner is LinkedIn. The bottom right corner is Twitter. The bottom left corner is Instagram. And the top left corner is Facebook. Yours could be different. All you need to know is, what are yours? When I ask them, what is the social media platform that they're the most active on? And we get to the point in the conversation where we exchange business cards, or not, because I don't exchange business cards with everybody. I'd like to treat my business card like it's a $100 bill. But once they tell you, when you are wrapping up that conversation, I just bend the corner of their business card according to my legend. So if they told me, oh, I spend all my time on LinkedIn, I bend that corner. So now think about it. If you were at an event and you met a multitude of people, how many times have you gone home with a stack of business cards and you thought to yourself, or you looked at them on your desk and you're like, wow, what do I do now? What's my follow-up? Here's the easiest follow-up. All you have to do is look at the corner of that card and know that what you need to do is you just need to be able to connect with them on that social media environment, because you don't need to be everywhere. So now you have the question, who do you serve? You have the question, what value do you bring to the marketplace? What makes you different, right? You want to know what's their differentiator. So now you know those three things and you know where they hang out. You pretty much know a whole lot more now that's going to help you move forward and how you are going to follow up with them, how you're going to stand out from the crowd, because certainly nobody else is asking them those type of questions, and you've done your due diligence. So this is going to help move you a lot faster into building that relationship and to know what it is that you should do. So I'm really a component, really an advocate for making sure that you leverage your time, your money, your energy by knowing the right questions to ask to get the right answers, and how do you take those answers and apply it to your time and energy and money to know what it is that you need to do to move forward. So it's very, very important that you're able to do those things, because here's what I also like to believe. Two things. One, lead with contribution. Compensation will follow. It's always about being of service first. But then you also need to know that the only difference between a contact, somebody you meet, and a contract is that R. Contact, contract. The only difference is the R, and that R stands for relationships. So it's very, very important to really focus, like I said in the beginning, relationships are the currency in today's business environment. So you need to remember, make more deposits than you do withdrawals. Make sure your wallet is nice and fat with the richness of the relationships that you're building, because you're serving, not selling. You're coming from service first, always contribution. And when you do that, you will have a strong, thriving business that you will love. It will bring you joy. It will increase your revenue. It'll get results, and you'll have lots of relationships. And this way, you will really be able to choose from those relationships on who should be your promotional partners, who should be your strategic partners, your referral partners, how to be intentional in the introductions that you do. All of these things start with just asking better questions to get better results. So remember, the relationships, that's how you're going to get revenue. Converting those relationships to revenue, and always starting it by serving.
Always, always serving, and not forgetting to turn your mic back on. Patty, thank you so much for being here. I'm so happy that the move is just about done.
Yes, it is just about done. It really, really is. And I came with a gift too, if I'm allowed to give one, because always starting out relationship is giving gifts, right?
Of course, of course. Give a gift.
Give a gift. I actually have two. So the first gift is based on all these things I asked. I want everybody to really think about, where is that with what they do. So I have a little assessment called the Marketing, Media, and Money Assessment. And in 3 minutes or less, it will tell you exactly where you're excelling. What are you doing right? Where you might be able to make a few changes, and what kind of massive steps you need to make for business growth. And they can get that by going to M3, stands for Marketing, Media, Money, M3bizquiz.com. M3bizquiz.com. And like I said, 3 minutes, it'll take you everything you need. And the other one is, as you know, that I publish a magazine, Marketing, Media, Money, of which Natalie was on the cover. She's currently on our cover right now. And so that magazine, I would love for everybody to have a lifetime subscription to that, so that they can tap into all those resources from me and my network as well. Make sure you read Natalie's interview. It is phenomenal. And they can just grab that free subscription by going to marketingmediamoney.com. No, and marketingmediamoney.com.
Awesome, awesome. And I want to ask you a question before. I know Alina has a question too. I want to ask you a question, because you're talking, of course, about the relationships, right? Now, some of the people in the audience are startups. They're starting their businesses, so they might not have an elaborate network. They might not know exactly where to network, where to go. And you made some hints about that. Can you dig a little deeper into, if you're new in business, how do you start building those relationships that will elevate you?
Perfect. And actually, I'm excited for them if they are, because I'm going to tell you, one of the things you should know, it is so much better to have 4 quarters than 100 pennies, right? So just start asking these questions from the beginning. You're going to stand out right from the beginning, because everybody else is so used to just saying, oh, what do you do? And the same old thing. So right now you are automatically going to set yourself apart. So that is good. But to answer your question, the very first thing that I would do is to think about what your business is, and then ask yourself this one question: who are the people that serve my people first? So for example, I'm in marketing, so maybe people would go to a branding person first. Who are the people that they would need after me? Right. And maybe that is that somebody hires me for marketing media, and now they need a new website. I don't do websites. So those two people are my people. So building relationships with them first makes a lot of sense, because we serve the same market. Because I'm going to tell you, if there's anything that I want somebody to get of everything I said, is it isn't about finding your target market. That's step one. It's about finding your target buyers. And the difference is your target market is somebody who has a problem and you have a solution. However, your target buyer is somebody who has a problem, you have a solution, but they're actively looking for the solution. And that changes the game, right? That's the game changer. So think about it. We live in a world of technology now where we can gather so much data. So don't just look at psychographics and demographics that everybody talks about. I'm going to tell you, I've been doing this for a long time. Look at people's behavior and the data that we can get, because that is what is going to tell you who your market is. And lastly, I would say the most important thing is to know that when you are posting anything, whether it is a blog, a podcast, social media, make sure you're talking to one person and that you're following the 5 stages of the customer journey. So whether they're just in awareness mode, interest mode, evaluation mode, whatever it is, don't confuse them. Make sure you're talking to one person, know who your person is, and have a personal relationship with them.
Absolutely. And it is all about personal relationships, really.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, you and I met, and then we created a personal relationship. Lena
Absolutely.
and I met, we created a personal relationship. And that's why I love what you said about the contact and contract. And we've got a couple of comments on here. Tom Chesser especially, he's like, oh, this is good. Jasmine is saying, oh, yeah, just add the R. So that is really, really cool. Lena, I think you had a question for Patty as well.
Well, first, thank you, Patty, for being here and, share your amazing experience and wisdom. And, there are little tips that always, when somebody's trying to start up, or somebody probably stuck on something that is probably simple, and just being able to hear, from an expert like you is really good. But I love always stories, and I'm passionate about learning from stories. And I read in your bio about this $10,000 you make in a restroom. So please tell us that story, because I'm very curious about it.
She still wants that story. She's not going to let go, Patty. She wants that.
Okay,
story.
No problem.
Go ahead.
I was actually at an NSA event in Colorado with a friend. So I was actually at this party they had, and they were doing it, and everybody was talking about they could do this and that, and they were speaking. And I wasn't speaking because I was just there because I happened to be in town. So I was listening to what everybody was saying, and I was in the restroom. So I'm in the restroom, and I can hear these 2 girls talking outside the stall, right, washing their hands, and they were chatting. You know how us when we love to chat. A lot of things happen in a restroom, right, and stuff. So we're just sitting there chatting, and when I came out, I could hear them like, man, if I could just take care of this one thing, I absolutely know it would be a game changer in my business. And I'm washing my hands, and I just turned around nicely and I said, I could help you with that. And she said, what? And I said, well, you may not know me. I'm a friend of, and I told her the name of my friend that I was there. And I said, this is my specialty. I could help you with that. And she said, really? She asked me a few questions, and I said, yes. She said, what would it take? I said, I don't live here. She's like, oh no, like I really want to hire you. And I said, okay. She said, how much would it be? I started out with just this package. She wanted one-on-one. I obviously didn't go for $10,000 in the bathroom, but that's what she said she wanted. She whipped out her credit card right there in the bathroom, and we closed that deal.
That's amazing. And that's the power of Speak Up. A lot of times the opportunities are right there. And, you know, that afraid of they don't know me, or you know what they're gonna think I'm listening to their conversation. Well, that's your opportunity. That's the when that door crack, you have to step in. And that's what we want to inspire all these ladies and everybody in general, that take the opportunities when they show up.
And not only that, but I also believe, because of the power of relationships, I believe if somebody's talking and they're asking a question and they're looking for something, and you are an authority on that, you can provide that, to not invite them into something that will help them, then they just told you that you're doing them a disservice. They could say no. I'm not saying be pushy sales, but all I said was, I can help you with that. That's it. That's all I said. That's like a line that has, I can't even tell you how much business I've got at events, sitting next to somebody when they're saying, oh, yada, 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 and they're talking about, I'm like, I can help you with that. That one sentence I've gotten a lot of clients out of that one sentence.
And it comes also from caring. You know, when you care about people, you're paying attention when you're listening, and is that sense of service that we all, if we want to be in business, or even if it's not in business, just in personal life, we just have to care and service others. So I think that's amazing. I love that party. And I know Goldie, she is the best one making questions, so I can wait.
It's not a great question. It's expanding. Thank you, Lena. On Patty, what you were saying, it just resonated with me about I treat my business card like a $100 bill. And in wrestling, a lot of people take Polaroids, right? You have to pay for the Polaroid. And in music, people have promo cards and they just give them out like candy. And I always say, like, you should add value to that promo card and make them pay something for something at the merch table, unless you've got some other 8x10s that you're signing or whatever, then you can give that as like a bonus. But the whole $100 bill business card, can you just expand on that more, like, and teach us where that comes from and why we should value our business cards like that?
Oh, sure. That's a great question. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we all have had people come up and, shove business cards at us. I mean, we've all had it. It's not a good experience, right? Mm-hmm. Like, why should we have your card? I really feel like, for me, not only do I treat it like a $100 bill, I almost make people ask me for it, right? Like, I'm not going to ask them. Like, they have to ask me for my business card, right? Really. And stuff. And the bottom line is, I don't want my card to just be one of many. I want to have that conversation they have with me, that I've added enough value that they want to keep my card. Like, they want to keep it and take action. So the most important thing about your business card too is to make sure you have a call to action on your business card. Mm-hmm. So for example, I see this all the time. Somebody will be a speaker and they're like, oh, I'm a speaker. And my question to them is, does it say so on your business card? Right? It says, I'm a this, I'm a this, I'm a this. But if you're a speaker, does it say so on your business card? Okay. Right? So for me, like, on the back of my business card, I have those gifts that I said, some of one and some of other. I have more than one business card. So when I have a conversation, I know which one to give. So always have a call to action on them, but treat it like a $100 bill. Have a conversation and be interesting, not just interested, right? So that people want to. I'm going to tell you right now, though, if you ask those questions instead of what do you do, people are going to want your business card, because you've just, made yourself so different from everybody else that they will want to. Not that this may kind of come across wrong, but it's the truth. So I guess it can't be wrong, right? Is I have a 100% success rate on people showing up when they make an appointment with me. 100%, because I have a follow-up strategy that I use that works so well with this business card that I have never had anybody not show up, not ever, because of this one strategy.
Awesome. And she's not going to tell her. Don't even ask.
No, I'm going to tell you. I'm waiting for you to ask. No, like, I will tell you, but I want to honor Natalie with time too. Do I have time to share it?
Yeah, briefly. Yes, absolutely.
I'll make it quick. So here's the strategy. So say we decided we're going to have coffee, Goldie, on Friday. I would send you an email and it would say, Goldie, I'm really excited to, have our conversation on Friday. When you email me back to confirm, could you do me a favor and tell me who is the most ideal, perfect introduction I can make for you? Who's your most ideal client? And here's the wrap up. And then I say, here's the reason I'm asking. So before we meet on Friday, I have a chance to go through my database. And if I have any of them, I'll bring them with me when I come. who doesn't want to show up for that, right?
What if you don't though? What if you don't? I mean, do you, or is that a tactic, or?
I do. It's a strategy where I say I can go through my database and I'll bring them with me, not the person with me, but the introduction to the database with me. So I have a chance. How many times have you ever gone and met somebody? And then when you meet them, they'll tell you, they'll do an introduction or a referral, and 2 weeks go by and they haven't done it. And you got this icky feeling and you're like, is it okay for me to contact them? This takes that all away. They're excited to show up because they know that I could have that with me when I come.
Thank you.
Providing that value.
What were the 2 links one more time? Did Natalie show them on the?
No, I didn't want to misspell them, so I have to go to the email.
M3, that stands for Marketing Meaning Money, M3bizquiz.com and marketingmediamoney.com.
Thank you so much for those 2 nuggets. That's just awesome. And for your time today. We so appreciate you being here, Patty. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Patty. Good luck with the new place, and remember everything in my reset too. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Patty.
That was great at the end. Wow. Thank you for that.
And I suppose, if you don't find somebody in your database, and that's what you're going to say, I didn't find somebody this time that fits your desire, but I'm going to be on the lookout for you, right?
And I do health and wellness, and I try to, similar to a database, like I try to listen to what they need ahead of time and make sure that I bring not only a sample of something, but listen to what they're saying. And I try to find, I was just telling one of my partners last night, I try to find an article that doesn't cost anything.
Right.
And I, at the meeting, I'll just say, I have your email. By the way, I'm going to be sending you this article on green tea or on Feng Shui or on, so that it's not even about you or what you have or whatever, but it's about them and something that can add value to them based on you're listening to them and you're showing them, I'm listening to you.
Absolutely. The listening is so crucial, and it keeps coming back up too, right?
Yeah.
All day, yesterday and today.
Natalie, one more thing.
Go back to the care. No, it's okay. We're going back to the care and the service.
Yeah, absolutely. Lena, Goldie, you were going to add something?
Real quick, I was going to say, when she's bending the corners, I've got a Sharpie. And the reason I have a small, thin, fine point Sharpie at whatever meetings or conventions, symposiums, a small, fine pointed Sharpie, because it writes on any type of business card or whatever, shiny or matte or whatever. Pens don't always. But the minute I am done with a transaction, business card or not, or hey, can I have your phone? I'm going to put my number, whatever. I sometimes double up on that. I always turn around and write guy with a big nose and receding hairline and has a kid who's 5 years old, and I slap it on the back as quickly as I can and put it in order in my bag of how I've met these people. But I can't tell you how many times that I've been on the plane home and I'm like, who is oh, thank God I wrote it down. Like, you think you can remember everything, but you can't. So fine point Sharpie, that's another trick, and I'm done.
Yes. Now I have like 2 ways in which I put them. The ones that I think I want to follow up with, so is on one side of the back, and the other ones are on the other side. I'm like, I don't think they're ever going to contact me. It's okay.
I never thought of that. I just have nice people and creeps.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much the idea. All right. I'm going to now get us started on the next interesting, fascinating, insightful conversation, because you know that we said what we are going to deliver to you with you this weekend is real information, real insights. And when we're talking real, we're of course talking about women having real conversations. One of the conversations that we have, but not necessarily out in the open, is one about confidence. Everybody who's been on this event thus far, they probably appeared very, very confident to you. But how confident are they in the back when the door is closed, when you don't see them? Like, how confident was I this morning when I shot my little Facebook video re-inviting everybody? Do I think I look perfect? What is really our confidence level? And are there differences when you're being a female professional, a female entrepreneur? How does the confidence apply in everyday life. And I'm hoping that we're going to get a lot of comments also, of course, from the audience here. When it comes to confidence, that is definitely also going to be one of the topics in the Global Thought Leaders book. And because of this event, just letting you know, Mo Rock and I decided we're going to also have a special edition for women leadership, because that is crucial after what we have heard these 1.5 days already. So be on the lookout for that. It is now my pleasure to bring in a lady who's joining us from the UK, and I'm going to mispronounce her name, I'm pretty sure, because my brain is already going back into, do I say Andre or Andre? Do I say funnel or funnel? Andre Funnell from the UK. She is a confidence coach. And if I'm not mistaken, she has a book out that is called Behind the Mask. And I'm sure she's going to tell us a lot more about that. Thank you so much, Andre, for being here. I'm going to bring in the next person, which is Anisha Sawyer, who is currently still on mute, but it's Anisha, and she is a professional in so many ways, not just in her own right. She also happens to work with us on the Los Angeles Tribune. And then the last and definitely not least panelist for this one is, yay, our own Goldilocks. All right, ladies, please take a moment to introduce yourselves, what you do, and then we'll dive into the understanding of confidence as a female in the world today. Anisha, could you start by introducing yourself a little bit to us?
Yes, I can. Well, first, I feel like the better question to ask is, what do I not do? Because I find myself doing a little bit of everything. But my primary job is just working alongside you, Natalie, and Mo Rock, and being with the LA Tribune team, and just seeing what I can create with you all. That's primarily what I do.
You are so humble. I'm going to have to pinpoint you down on other things as well. All right. Going to. You do a lot more. But anyhow, Andre, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do and a little bit about your journey, because I know it's been interesting.
Okay, yeah, it has been really interesting. So I started my career as an HR and training manager. And then in 2002, I set up my own business, which was basically leadership and management training. Got into behavioural change, transformational change, got really interested in mindset, confidence, authenticity. And the book that you kindly showed a moment ago, I wrote 2 years ago, and Behind the Mask is all about understanding your true authentic self, knowing the true you, your values, your limiting beliefs, the self-sabotaging behaviours that you may have that stop you moving forward. And so I'm now known as the confidence coach, and I work with professional career ladies who are either wanting more confidence moving forward in promotional aspects, new career, maybe start their own business like I did 19 years ago. And imposter syndrome is one of the key things that stops people. You talked about confidence earlier on when you introduced the session, and we all are imposters in our own skin, and the Behind the Mask talks predominantly about being authentic and stop being an imposter in your own skin, because we put on a front, and like you said, some of the speakers, they appear really confident, but what are they like behind the scenes? So I love working with people, professional career women, looking at what makes them tick, what's going on behind that mask, and really getting to know the individual and getting them to understand what they are, what they can offer, what they're truly about. So that's me.
That is you, and I love it because, our audience ranges. So there are women and men in our audience who have a profession and who just might be stuck. So I can't wait. And Dame Doria just said she can't wait to hear from you either. Now I want to bring in our own Goldilocks just for a moment. I know we have, of course, met her before, but Goldie, we don't really know all that you do. So take a moment to share everything that you do, please, so that our audience gets to get the 360-degree picture.
Oh yeah, take me out. I wasn't expecting this, so I don't really even know how to answer all of that. And Anicia was so humble. She's mini Beyonce. She knows that I call her that. I think she's like so incredibly beautiful, however she shows up. And speaking of confidence, I think that when you can just show yourself, makeup or not or whatever, I think it's cool these days how a lot of women will just show what they look like on a random post or whatnot. And they don't have to be picture perfect. I try to, just because of the haters and things like that, and because I'm a public face and whatnot. I try to look decent, but there's days when I just come out and I'm myself. So who am I? I'm a clown, honestly. I think that's the best way, Natalie, Dr. Forrest, to sum up who I am. And I think about the mask and the book that she was talking about, and are people really themselves? And you know what? I proudly say, for the most part, once in a while I get a little down, a little manic at the end of the day if things are bad news. But for the most part, I'm just like a happy clown, and I always have been. I'm an introvert, which people would never assume that I've kind of trained myself to be the way that I am and appear the way that I am. So not a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. I just grew up with a terminally ill mom who, she didn't mask her pain and her illness. She just always found like what was funny. Everything was hilarious to my mom, to the point where it disgusted a lot of people because she was always making jokes. And I will tell you one story before I briefly give you what I do. And that is starting out in pageants, 5, 6, 7 years old. I remember a pageant in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where it was, you know how pageant girls are. I don't fit in with pageant girls at all. And that's okay. Maybe it's different now, but back in the day, it was pretty hoity-toity. And I just remember, I think a girl tripped me. I'm pretty sure I didn't just voluntarily fall, but it was in our, nice outfits to go give a speech. And I got tripped in the mud, in the rain. And I was covered in mud. And that was a real aha moment in my life where I was like, all right, screw it. I'm covered in mud and I'm going to go just give my best speech and make people laugh and say funny things. And you know what? I won. And once you figure out, like, it really isn't about what you look like, your confidence level, like, it's really about your inside. And I think that the good value of your inside radiates outside to make you appear looking better and better, younger and younger. But I'm a clown and I love to laugh, and that transcends into pro wrestling, into I front a band of 2 amazing men that are awesome. I do things in the health and wellness field space. I am a podcaster, again, with wrestling space. I contribute to the Los Angeles Tribune, this amazing platform that's allowing all of this today with Mo Rock and Dr. Natalie Forrest. Got a little show on the Roku TV, Amazon Fire, with Dr. Bill Janchak. And I just am an overall content creator, do photography, everything. It sounds like it's a little crazy, but it's not. I like to choose to do things in my life that all complement each other in harmony, and they all wad together in just a really great, happy brand of laughter. So once again, I end with, I'm a clown. Thank you, Dr. Forrest.
And I love that you say that. And Rex, of course, loved that too. Now, when you were just talking, Golden, you were saying, and I'm paraphrasing very, very badly here, but you said something about, whatever you feel inside after you told the story with tripping, what you feel inside resonates out. And that's really the confidence. I saw Andre in the back nodding. She went like, yes, that's it. That's it. So can we dig a little deeper into that? Where does the confidence come from? Andre, take it.
Okay. The confidence, as Goldie's just said, is the confidence has to come within. So one of the things that I find with a lot of women and men, to be honest, when working with clients, is that they you have to love yourself first before you can build relationships and love other people. You have to understand yourself deeply, know the true you, in order to start understanding other people as well. And I think so many of my clients really don't know who they are, truly who they are. So as I said earlier, they put on this exterior, this facade, because I know I did it in corporate world. I was an HR manager, I was senior manager, and for years I thought I had to be something I wasn't, to live up to other people's ideals, rules, bureaucracy, expectations. And I was absolutely miserable because my creative, like Goldie, I love fun and freedom are my values. And I just felt I was being crushed. That's it. I described it as being battered and bruised, and I needed to just escape. But I have a high cognitive understanding of myself and what I am about, and recognizing that and thinking this isn't serving me well, but it's a risk. I mean, I walked away with nothing. I didn't know what I was going to do. And I've had my business 19 years and I've never looked back. So I think confidence is about coming from within, really knowing yourself. And a lot of people do not. They're so busy, they don't take the time out of their busy lives at 100 miles an hour to really sit and reflect and know who they are and what they're about. And that's the issue.
Question?
You don't have to. You're a panelist right now, Goldie.
I
want to ask the questions.
I do that so I don't step on somebody else, because I know Anicia is going to step in and say something. And would you please pronounce your full name so that I get it right? Is it Andre? Say it.
It's Andre.
Andre.
And I say funnel. My husband says funnel.
And
yeah, Andre.
Perfect segue to exactly what I was going to say and want and hope, not hope, I expect for people. And I'd love you to comment on this as an authority. And this is, it took me a long time in my life to find dating somebody that understands me. And the best thing that I've ever heard someone say is, I just love you for your quirks and who you are and your personality, where I want people to find partners that get them, where they don't have to feel like they have to put on airs, like you said, battered and bruised. And, how can we attract a partner like that? Like, what are we doing wrong that we attract the wrong people that and we all know, I mean, there has been guys that I have dated where I felt like if I didn't have on the night before, sweating in bed with spray tan and marinating. Anicia, you don't worry about that, girl. Sweating away, trying to look like Anicia, like the Band of Soleil tan girl, and waxing things that I don't need. It just, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you go through all this like pain and suffering to maybe see this guy, and it's not that I don't want to look great for the partner that I'm with or my current whomever. It's just, we all know when we have bent over backwards for somebody, when maybe 50% would have been okay and then some sleep or something else. How do we attract somebody? We all know everybody that's listening knows what I'm talking about. And the nails and all that. Just give me a break. Can't even do anything with these things. How do we attract somebody that's going to really get us and like us and love us for our quirks? And how do we stop attracting the wrong people? That's for you, Andre. Yeah, that's a big one.
So I think for me, so I can remember saying this to a friend of mine years ago. Beautiful blonde, she looked like you, Goldie. She still does. She's stunning. And I can remember we used to go out, socially and drinking when in my younger days. And it was always me that attracted people to me to talk to me. She said to me, how on earth are you doing what, all these people were talking to you and you feel so relaxed and it doesn't seem to phase you out. Why is it that I'm not being spoken to? And I said, honestly, because you have what do they call it? Basically, she had this aura about her, like standoffish. She was stunning. But I said to her, what you're not understanding is they come over to me and say, who's your mate? I'd like to talk to her. But the answer to your question is, you have to be comfortable with yourself. I don't have my nails done. I've never had, spray tan. I just don't do it, because what you see is what you get. My husband of 36 years loves me for who I am. Yeah. And you know, I've always said this is who I am, and to me, sometimes, you know, people do, and I know my daughter, as she's grown up, I said, you've got to love yourself. This isn't about you getting your lips done and your spray tan. It's about you being authentic and being comfortable with yourself. And in terms of, and I had another friend, lovely, she's a fantastic friend, blonde, really bubbly, really vivacious. And she always attracted the wrong men. Yeah. And she said, why is it? And she's had one relationship after another and disastrous, you know, all sorts of bad relationships. Why am I attracting the wrong men? I said, because you're putting out, for me, she was putting out the wrong signals. So, yeah. And I think that, you know, people that she was attracting were either controlling or, you know, they just weren't the right type. And she's the most lovely, she's an empath. She's just got a heart of gold, but she always attracts the wrong type of people. And I said, because it's the signals you're putting out. So like I said, I think if you're happy in your own skin with who you are, and dressing. So the other thing was, my friend used to say to me, you know, I always ask my husband before I go out, you know, if I'm okay in what I'm wearing. And so she said, if he says no, I go and change. And I said, why? I said, I dress to make me feel good, not anybody else. Why are you doing that? You should be happy. It's about you, not what somebody else thinks. It's about you feeling comfortable. And if you want to wear that dress, then wear it. So I don't know if that's answered your question there, Goldie.
Baby Beyonce, what you got, Anicia? I just love her. Look how cute she is. She's beautiful.
Baby Beyonce, I love that nickname. Thank you, Goldie. You know, you're the only person to call me that, so I feel special.
Well, you know, she's the queen.
I got to pick that up then.
Yes, and now everyone in Los Angeles should be on. My new name is now Baby Beyonce, not Anicia. Thank you.
Said with love.
Thank you. My question for you, Andre, would be, okay, so I'm fully aware that I'm a weirdo. So Goldie uses the term clown, but I like weirdo, you know? But one of the
But she claims it. Did you hear that? She claimed it. I'm a weirdo.
Yes,
I'm a weirdo, yeah.
And I can say that confidently. And I'm okay with that. Like, I think that's what makes me kind of cool. The fact that I'm a weirdo, you know? But one of the many things that makes me so weird is I don't believe in traveling. I only move. Anywhere that I've ever wanted to go, I just move there. And I move every year. I just stopped this like 3 years ago. I know it's weird. But what that forced me to do is every place I've ever been, I've always had to talk to new people. I've always had to force myself into a new area. I've had to get more comfortable with things that are a little more unfamiliar for me. But I feel like that was something that was kind of learned, and it wasn't something that was taught. It wasn't something that someone taught me like, oh, go learn how to talk to people. Go learn how to confidently walk into a room or be in a completely new area that you know nothing about. It was something that I just had to learn, and experience. But do you feel like that is truly something that's accurate? Like you have to learn it rather than be taught it? Or is it truly like within you? Like, do you think that's just something that's within me that I just, it's just something that's within me that I'm wanting? Or is it something that I taught myself?
I think a lot of the time it is within you. You either are comfortable walking in a room. I don't need a drink. I don't need a vodka or a gin before I go somewhere because I'm happy with who I am. But on the other hand, people do, they go and learn how to network. They go and learn how to present. I teach presentation skills, because they are not comfortable. So some of it you can obviously there are skills you can learn and also you can learn those, but you have to believe it because you can't stand on a stage. I'm a speaker as well, but you can't stand up if you haven't. You need to learn the skills, but you also need to understand that sometimes you do have to be an imposter in order to face the audience because, everybody gets nervous. But my question back to you, Anisha, would be,
Yes.
you said you don't travel, you just move. So my
Yeah.
question to you is, what's the need for moving around?
I feel that I don't get the full experience if I just travel. Because typically, when you travel somewhere, you're only there for maybe the max like a week, which is great. But I want the full experience. Like, I want to be able to truly experience that culture. I want to be able to truly experience what it's like being there, how to interact with those people. Because I can say that I've lived as far as Texas all the way to Germany. I've lived all over California.
Wow.
I've lived just about everywhere, But the same people that are in Texas are not the same people that are all the way in Germany, or the same people that are in California are not the same people that are going to be all the way in Maryland, And so I kind of just wanted to experience that. I wanted to be able to understand how to effectively communicate with people and how to just truly embrace that culture, because I find that so enjoyable, just being able to experience life that way. And being there for like a week, you get to see a glimpse of it. I'm a little greedy. I don't want a glimpse. I want the whole thing. Like, if someone brings me a meal, I don't want half a meal. Granted, I probably won't eat the whole thing, but I want the whole thing. My thought is, okay, if I have my whole meal now, I can eat most of it. At least I have leftovers, So it's kind of the same concept.
But I mean, that takes you said earlier on, and I love when you said I'm a weirdo. Well, to me, weird, being different, being diverse is absolutely nothing wrong with that, because you're standing up for who you are, and to admit that on live show, to say I'm a weirdo. Well, I think that's great, because you are standing out from the crowd. That proves how confident and authentic you are in your own skin. And the fact that you're moving around everywhere, I mean, that takes some guts,
Just
to go, right, I just uproot and off I go. I think that's amazing. I applaud
You become
you
a
for that.
professional packer. Thank you.
That's very gypsy though, and that's not that weird. I mean, the absolute complete move is that's your thing, but I do that in a different way as a musician,
Right.
and all of my touring musician friends, like, they're gone 9 months out of the year, and that's we still have a grounding point, a home, so to speak. Then you're away, like, so it's not that weird, in comparison to things. And most people would never want to tour. Like, when you look at like the old school bands, Anicia, like, they were gone like a year at a time, and they wouldn't see
Yeah.
their wrestling. Same, like, a lot of the old school guys, they were doing 4 or 5 shows a week and didn't see their families, and now their kids are in their 30s or their 40s and they're superstars, and they tell that story about, my dad was, or my mom, rarely, but usually my dad was always gone. It's like, there is an allure to that. There is something, like, most people would hate it, sleeping in a different place every night, or shacking up, like, but to each his own. And to what you call weird isn't weird for a lot of people.
No.
So, call yourself what you want, girl. It's all good. But
Thank you.
I don't think it's that weird. You know what I mean? That's just you.
Right. And I love that, the standing in your power idea, right? But I want to throw in a question, because, Andre, Goldie, you're always in front of people. And Anicia is a little younger. She likes the backdrop, but she also interacts with a lot of people and gets to meet a lot of people. There are a lot of stereotypes, right? And I think stereotypes sometimes can nip at us, right? So for example, Goldie is a blonde. There are stereotypes about blondes. Andre, you're from the UK. There are stereotypes about people from the UK. Anicia is younger. There are stereotypes about, I don't know, she should have kids by now. She should get married by now.
I'm not 12, I promise. Just throw that disclaimer out there. I'm younger, but I'm not 12, I promise. I just look like I'm 12.
I know you're off age. You're off age. But, there are these things that are being thrown at you. And as professional women, I mean, I've experienced that. You walk into a room and they look at you and they go, you're a woman. Can you grab me some coffee? Right? Or if you give them a cup of coffee, they're like, oh, okay, she's the assistant, while I'm the one running the meeting, right? So how do you connect in your personal lives? Not asking Andre questions and avoiding your answers, okay? So in your personal lives, how do you deal with that? Facing the stereotypes, whether you're a wrestler, a singer, whether you're blonde, whether you're purple haired, or where you're from. Because I think that's really important. I mean, I've gotten the Hitler salute because I'm German. And I'm like, whoa, that was a while ago. Yeah. So, I mean, how do you deal with, no, I'm serious. Like, how do you deal with that if you're not confident, or how do you deal with that in your personal lives? Because we have people from all across the globe, different skin colors, different ethnic backgrounds, different experiences. Please just share for a moment how you personally deal with that. And for that, I want to give you the screen. Okay. So, Anisha, I'm going to start with you. I want to take all of us out. I know Anisha loves the spotlight. So I'm going to start with Anisha. Tell us how you personally deal with all of those stereotypes about being a beautiful, young, darker skinned lady.
Well, in all honesty, I think it really goes back to what Andre was saying. You have to be confident within yourself. And oftentimes what I find when I'm not confident is really just because I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable and I'm not knowledgeable in maybe that area. But what I have to do in those moments is figure out how I can be confident, what it is that's not making me confident. If there's something I don't know, I need to go find it. I need to figure it out, so that way I can feel comfortable and confident within that. And for those stereotypes, it's honestly, like Goldie was saying earlier, I don't even think about it anymore. Granted, it's been a thing of my life this whole time, so I don't think about it at all. But as long as I know that I'm just comfortable and confident within myself, and I'm doing everything in my power to become more confident, those comments, those stereotypes, I don't even see them sometimes. And I don't see it, I don't hear it. It's just, it goes through one ear and out the other. I just continue to do what it is that I do know how to do. Is I can't live up to someone else's stereotype, but what I can live up to is what I know that I'm capable of. And that's all I need to do, and just be comfortable and confident within that.
That's awesome. I love you threw in indirectly the fact that you have the power. You said, I'm going to do everything to remain confident. And if you have a problem with that, that's your issue. I'm just going to plug it away.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, because like I said, anytime that I'm not confident, it's truly just because it's unfamiliar to me. It's something that maybe I'm not as comfortable with. But you can always learn how to be comfortable. You can always learn how to be more confident. You can always learn what it is that you don't know. But someone else's comment or someone else's stereotype, like I can't control that. The only thing I can control is what I can do. And I have power within that. And that is what then creates my confidence, because I know that I'm capable of doing all of these things, regardless of what he or she says.
Yeah. Awesome. Gonna bring up Goldie, and I'm gonna exchange you two ladies if I can make it happen. Goldie. We know that you're involved in a lot of things, and there are a lot of stereotypes about wrestling, about health, about photography, about singing, you name it. And Dame Doria did just put this one up here. I want to show that to you. Okay. Some of the most intelligent women I've ever met are blondes. Okay. So, but there are stereotypes. There's even a movie about that, right? So how do you deal with the stereotypes of either all the things that you do? How do you deal with them? How do you make it through all of those challenges?
It has changed. How I make it through the challenges have changed. The older that I get, the more calm I get, the wiser that I get. Things have changed. Any stereotype with me, the minute I open my mouth, is gone, because when you think of a blonde, they are like how Andre was describing her two friends. I'm not that. I'm not even really blonde. It takes a lot of money to look this cheap, to quote Dolly Parton. The photography thing, I wasn't even going to say this, but I do remember a few years back somebody going to my photography website, which is thefactoryphotography.com. Check it out. See who you know. I've shot every star that there is, and literally this guy got me on the phone and said, I'd like to talk to Goldie. I would like a shoot. And I said, you're speaking to her. This is she. And he said, no, Goldie, the photographer. And again, this is she. You're speaking with her. And he was like, no, well, whoever shot these shots on here, because clearly a man, he's literally said, clearly a man shot these. They're too good. Then he stopped. He didn't say good. Yeah, they're too edgy. Well, that was the word he finally came out. And it was just like, wow. And again, I'm a clown, so I usually have something funny to say. Now, with the people that I've gotten a chance to work with coming up in Minneapolis, Prince as a mentor, signed to some of the people creating the Minneapolis sound, And all you can say at the end of one of our shows, smaller ones, where it's not a big concert, a festival, a fair, but it's more intimate. There's no green room. You're just out there with the people. There's always some jackass standing with his phone looking at Wikipedia, which had me at 32 years older than I really was for a while because somebody thought that was funny. Please don't do that again. Looking like, oh, and like all anyone can say at the end of a show sometimes, a lot of the time, and I'm not trying to track that, this is the truth, but it will change, is, oh, how old are you? Oh, or I get this. Come on over here. We want to talk to you. Oh, here it comes. What could it be? It's going to be A, ding, ding, ding for the win. What's your real name? B, are your boobs real? Very good. Love that question. Or C, we were all trying to take a guess. Like I'm a monkey in a cage or a fish in a bowl, and they're all taking bets on ding, 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 roll it in applause. How old are you? Now, the old me would have said, oh, it's so funny that you would bring that up, sir, because the whole band and I, the entire set, we were just looking like under the table, trying to figure out just how small is that. Anyway, the old me would have had some crass, smart ass remark. But in the words of Sharon Lecter yesterday, when she was saying, don't concentrate on that 20% of negative clients that you have. Tend to them, fix what needs to be fixing. Shift over to the 20% of your clients, your patrons, your customers, your supporters who get you and love you. So now how I deal with it, Dr. Forrest, and everybody watching, is I just give them a nice stare, maybe a smile. Not if I want to crack my Botox, though. I'll just give them a blank stare. And I look at them and I move on and I go find somebody who wants to talk to me, who wants something signed, who wants to ask a question, who is worthy of my time, who is kind and good and genuinely there because they like the band, me, one of my bandmates. I give my attention and my energy there. I don't even open my mouth anymore to that stuff because I am the queen, and queen, clown, whatever, is so not worth your time. Once in a while online, I'll spout off if I'm having a weak moment. For the most part, I take my energy, just like Marie was saying, take your energy to something where you can do good and make a difference. And don't be a part of that. What did she say? 11 people that we tell something negative to, 3 people, which I know that has to have changed because you see on social media, the 3 people that you say something positive to. I'm trying to make it 30 people a day that I can say something positive to. So back to all of these great authorities and great speakers, just don't give the negative energy there when somebody stereotypes you or prejudges you. Literally do what I do and just like give them a nice, don't crack the talks, give them a little stare and move on. That's how I deal with it.
That's what I do with my daughter. It works like a charm. I want to look at her and I'm going, what?
Let me see your stare. Let me see it.
No, I'm not. No, I can't share the. No, I can't share the stare. No, that's a secret ingredient.
It's power.
But I'm with you because I do that too, and people get intimidated. It's so funny. I love doing that sometimes. And my brother actually used to do that. Growing up in Hamburg, we have a lot of metro, public transportation. When he was younger, he would sit in the metro and he would look at you.
Mm-hmm.
The whole time.
Power.
For like 10 minutes. If you're not confident, you're going to get nervous.
Yes. Serial killer stare. And to quote Keith Whitley, you say it best when you say nothing at all. Like,
correct.
The older and the wiser that you're getting when you can just zip it and give somebody a look and move on and find somebody to shower your goodness to. Because the stereotypes, like that guy wanting to talk to Goldie, the photographer, because clearly his photos are too edgy. Wow. That was it for me. I
know. And Goldie, we have a request from the audience. Please repeat your photography website.
It's thefactoryphotography.com. And I'm very proud of it. And I'm going to tell everybody listening why. And this is me being very vulnerable and transparent for you. I'm not the best photographer. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I really don't. But I do know from years of modeling and acting and stage, I know how to make people feel comfortable. And I know how to make people feel confident. And you know what it is? It's just looking at people. And my mom had such a gift for this. God rest her soul. Finding the beauty in somebody and put them over and complimenting them on their blue sparkly eyes or their deep brown eyes or their hair or their boobs, whatever. There's lots of girls out there that are just like, I dream to be them, but I'm not. I'm good with who I am, but I can appreciate their bustiness, or maybe they've got a few extra pounds and they're really curvy, or they've got curly hair. Or some of the African American women that I shoot with that pitch black, just darker than dark. I could never be that. So I had just, wow. And they wear white nail polish and gold eyeshadow. And I'm just like, this is magnificent. And find the beauty and the joy in your clients and comment on it and compliment them on it and capitalize on that. Make them feel good. And you can literally have, for me, the ugliest client that ever lived, which I don't, but I'm saying metaphorically. And by complimenting them, all of a sudden they emote like this radiance and beauty. And there's some really big people that I shoot. And I'm telling you, by society's standards, they would be like, you're unhealthy and this and that, and be that as it may. They probably need to reel it in a little bit. But I'm telling you, they walk it and they own it, and they are comfortable in their skin, and they are absolutely beautiful. And I look forward to shooting them all the time, because and then you shoot these, model types, and they're like what Andrea was saying about her friend, like they just don't put out the vibe that they've got the confidence. So work with what you have, be as healthy as you can, do the best job that you can, but really learn, like she said, and check out her program and her book about being the best person that you can be. It's so old news and trite about you got to love yourself first, but it's the most real phrase that you can ever learn, hear, accept, and master.
Awesome. Thank you, Goldie. I'm now going to, just for a moment, talk to Andre. I'm going to give you the stage, of course, as well. So, thinking back about stereotypes that you're facing, and you have both parts of the experience. You have been a professional woman, having to deal with men bosses. I'm going to put it like that. That's a stereotype as well. I'm fully aware of that. Okay. With male bosses, or even with other women who may not want you to be able to climb the ladder. But then you're also an entrepreneur in both of those arenas. Plus, being from the UK, tea time, another stereotype. How do you deal with that and stay confident in that?
By the way, Goldie, I absolutely love, you are just so authentic. It's amazing. You've got some great stories. But in terms of my own life, yeah, I've worked in male-dominated environments, and I can remember going into a meeting, and I was the only woman in the room, and the general manager said, who's going to take the minutes? And I was sat at one end of the table next to the GM, and the whole table went like that and looked. Oh, Andrea, do it. And I literally fired back, and I said, just because I'm a woman doesn't mean to say that I'm the person that needs to make the notes. You're all capable. I'm handing it over to someone else. But the other thing was, when Goldie was talking, I was thinking about emotional drainers, people that drain the lifeblood out of you. And one of the things, about 2005, I went to Tony Robbins' Unleash the Power Within, where he does the fire walk. And one of the things that I took up with, or one of the key things I took away from that was, if you can do a fire walk, you can do anything. And it changed my whole life, my mindset. The other thing was, what I picked up was the fact that there are people who drain the lifeblood out of you. It may be because they're not confident, they're feeling vulnerable in themselves, and they want to put you down to make themselves feel better. There's the narcissist. They do exactly that, because they haven't got high confidence or self-esteem. They think it's great to play with people's feelings and emotions, and they clearly then pick, it's like trolls online. They pick you to pieces. Now, I've recognized that I need to move away from people who drain me. And when I was in HR, one of the things, I was dealing with people's issues and problems, and it drained me. I was ill, with stress and overwork, but I was ill because I'm an empath, and I was taking on all those negative energies. So one thing I've learned is to walk away from people who don't serve a purpose in your life. And as Goldie says, people who make comments that, you know, you just either, like she said, stare them out or just ignore them. What I've learned is it's their problem, not mine. One of my friends became over here we have a society called Relate, and it's marriage guidance. She became a marriage guidance counsellor, and I'll never forget this story as long as I live, because and I tell it to my daughter, you know, my kids when they were growing up. People want to transfer all their problems and woes on you, and she said, "Is in counselling terms, it's known as transference." She said, "Let me explain to you in layman's terms what that means." And the story goes, if someone literally shovels their shit on your doorstep, what you do is you pick up your own shovel and you shovel it back, because it's not it's their issue, and they're trying to transfer all this hurt onto you. You know, all this, they're trying to blame you for something. But in the minute that you accept that, as you hold on to it, the minute you accept that, you are then burdened or holding their shit. And it's not you. What you have to recognize, it's their problem, not yours. And the minute that you recognize that, then you become empowered. You get your confidence. You become strong. But when we accept somebody else's problems and issues, and we think, "Oh, I must be a bad person," that's when your confidence levels drop. So walk away from the emotional drainers. And what I've learned is to identify people who are have got to be where they want to be. They're successful. They've got what I want. And so you align yourself with those positive people, because they can take you places, because they've done it. They've been there. Learn from the best. And as I say, you know, when I was writing my book, I had people saying to me, "Well, what are you doing that for? Why do you want to do that?" And you know, people sort of saying, maybe picking the book to pieces, you know, when on Amazon on reviews. And I recognise now that they may have something right to say, but it's usually because there's some sort of either form of jealousy, or they feel that they haven't achieved something themselves, so they try and put you down. And I've now recognised I don't answer those people. I just say, because it's something I want to do and I'm doing it for me. No, or I'm doing it for people who I want to help. And the book is there to help others get through the imposter syndrome, so they don't go through all the hurt and feelings I did when I was in corporate life. That's what I do it for, to help other people tell my story. There's case studies in there of people I've worked with, clients of mine. There's case studies about me, and I'm being authentic. I'm telling it as it is. And yeah, that's really, well, basically align yourself with positive people, and don't listen don't listen to the bad vibes, because they're trying to poison you. They're well poisoners is what I call them. So hopefully that's helped. But I loved your story, Goldie and Anisha.
Thank you.
Really quick to piggyback on when you were talking about Tony Robbins and I call them vampires. They just like suck. There's another word I use, but it's something like emotional vampires. You know, what you were just saying reminded me of something, and I've had some people that I've loved in my life ghost me, and just I'm like, what did I do? You know what I mean? And when you know, like, you haven't done anything, I really think that that's God. I call him God, Jesus, the universe, whatever you want to call him. I really think that's just God protecting you and saying, you know what, that person's shit on their step. You're not even going to be, you don't even need to pick up a shovel, girl, because I'm removing you from the whole equation. And that's why, you know, so you have to think, who's on, we need to mute somebody. if you can ascertain that. Not that you're the note taker because you're a woman, Miss Dr. Forrest, but if you could help with that. That I really, I really looking down. I really do think like that's you being protected so that you don't have to deal with it. So for those of you, I know people can resonate with that when you've had somebody just disappear from your life and you're wondering like what just happened. Like don't necessarily, maybe you're a bitch, so take ownership if you are, girl. But if you know you didn't do anything wrong, it might be for the opposite reason, like they are being removed to protect you for their vileness. Love your story though. Great. Thank you for swearing. I appreciate it.
Amazing.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies, so much. I think we covered a lot about confidence. So I appreciate all of your honesty, all of your sharing. Really important. We've got a lot of comments also. So all of you three need to go back as well. I tried to highlight the comments. But thank you all so much. Thank you, Andre. I think it's late where you're at. Okay.
Yes, it's dinner time. It's like 7:15. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, enjoy dinner.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Enjoy your cute guy, Andre. She sounds like she's got a real good guy. Or
yes.
I didn't mean to assume.
No, yeah, of course. I mean, 30 years, LA. You would assume, as confident as she is. Absolutely. All right. Whew. I love
amazing panel. Amazing panel. Thank you, ladies, for this. Lena. Thank you, Goldie. I always learn more things about you, now photography. You're super skilled.
No, girl. I just like to do stuff. I really somebody said, who was it that was talking about it? Was it Patty was talking about doing things of service. Like I like to do things, anything that I do in my brand. I sincerely, and I'm not talking about me arse on this one. I really do like to do things that add value to somebody's life or make them shine, and not to cast shade on other people's businesses or brands. But like, again, like what with Andre was saying, like I've removed myself, or they've removed from my life, like some of the people that I used to be friends with, like, girl, their brands are just so like down the shitter. They're so dismal and negative and awful. And I'm just like, you're hurting people. Like you're leading people down a tunnel and a trail of destruction, and they're going to hurt themselves. And it's like, you're making money off of that. But I get that you need to like, keep the lights on, but like, is what you're doing bringing anything but sadness to somebody's life? And you see those brands out there, and I'm just like, I literally say a prayer for them, just like, please someday let them see the light and put the same amount of energy that they're doing into something that can help people, And again, like Natalie, health and wellness, like people don't talk about this enough. Like you can say I'm badass and I'm great and I'm beautiful the way that I am. Okay, that's great. But if that's going to move you into diabetes or losing a limb or having a heart related disease or your liver cuts out or your kidney, then you can still be badass and beautiful the way that you are, but you've got to make some changes so that you stick around.
Absolutely.
So important. Overall health, happiness, everything that the people on the panel are talking about, even down to Marie with your space, just how your quality of life. If she said tripping over those Amazon boxes, I almost died. It's like, what are you keeping those boxes for? Recycle them or make a house out of them.
Of course.
Yeah. She was hilarious.
Yeah, but it is so true, right? There are all these things that we do, and this is what this event does for us. It brings stuff to the forefront, right? And by the way, just for everybody in the audience, if you have not gotten enough of Goldie, we do have her show on our Roku channel. We also, remember, we have the Storytelling Alchemist. We have the amazing Rex Sykes with all things Rex. We have the Better Your Business show. We're going to have, got to throw that in, my show as well. But you can get a lot more of what you're seeing here. And the reason why I wanted to bring that to your attention is because we're talking on confidence level, saying, how do I present? How do I show up? But at the same instance, or I should say, and at the same instance, our next guest knows so much about how to impact millions. Wow. And part of that has to do with confidence. Part of that has to do with visibility. And of course, we could say a whole lot about this amazing lady who is nationally recognized, one of your favorite topics, Goldie, in health and wellness as an authority. She is also America's Queen of Wellness. So Goldie and Shay are going to have a lot of conversations. In addition to that, she is the co-founder and CEO of the Women's Broadcast Television Network. Please welcome Shayoon. Hello.
Welcome.
Hold on,
Shay.
you're
I
on
was
mute.
just
You're on mute.
sitting
There you
here.
are. Now you are.
I was laughing. I was just, you guys are hilarious.
And you're
Well, we're trying to be serious too, okay?
We're looking at you.
We're trying our best.
I really felt that you were coming from your heart and that everything that you said, that you believed. I love that.
And we're looking at you in a yoga pose on your LinkedIn, and you're in positions that I dream to be in. I'm going to follow you.
I won't even go there.
Well then, Shay, thank you so much. I know we're running a little behind, but we really want to hear your insights on how we can impact millions. And like we do with everybody, before we jump into us asking you a whole bunch of questions about your knowledge, I would love for you to take a moment and just share with the audience a little bit about you. 2-3 minutes about your journey, how you became the Queen of Wellness, and now you run a TV network. So share with us.
Well, as a young girl, I was about 8 years old, and my mom put me into dance. And I just, they put me in a team, and I thought I was the cat's meow. And I was just, it was so much fun. I'm 8 years old. I'm thinking I'm traveling all over. I'm doing all of these things, and I think it's all about me. And finally, of course, I did grow up and realize that maybe I got to the point where, okay, it's about the team. It's not just about me. And then as I really got more older and hopefully wiser, I realized that it's not about any of those things. It's truly the one thing that we all have in common on this earth is to help and serve other people. And so it was organic for me to go into the fitness and wellness and nutritional industry. And I loved all of those things. I love everything about taking care of yourself. And I definitely am one of those people that believe that walk the walk and talk the talk, because you cannot lead other people to do the things that you would like to see them do so that they can get healthy, unless you actually do it yourself. So, it's fun to, it's fun to be there. But when I was in Chicago, what happened, I have my own brand, which is called Shaynetics. And Shaynetics is on the physical side of it. It really talks about what you can do, yoga, Pilates, Tai Chi, ballet, all of those things, even martial arts that you can put into that. And creation is imagination. And when you really love the things that you're doing, you have so much of that comes out of there. And so basically, I actually put all of that together. And but on the really heart side of Shaynetics is the 5 principles of wellness, which is commitment, perseverance, self-control, integrity, and love. And everybody always says to me, why is love the last one? And I say, because you've got to do the work. You've got to do all of those things before you can get the love that you really want for yourself, so that you can actually pass it on to your children, to the people that you love, to your family, all of those things. And so when I was in Chicago, I was a contributor. I was asked to come on TV, on Fox, on Windy City Live, on CBS, NBC, all of those as a contributor. And I really thought I was the cat's meow then. But it was fun for me because people would ask me, what are you going to do tomorrow? And I'd always say, well, maybe I'm going to do smoothies or I'll be standing on my head. But you're going to like it, so tune in. So I realized early on how hard it was to really have your own television show. And I looked back into all the women that are work so hard, that have done so many things, and yet at that point in time didn't have the opportunity. There was not the OTT platforms that are out right now to be able to have your own show. And I decided that what I needed to truly do was to build a television network. So I left Chicago, which is where I raised my kids, Victoria, Valerie, and Vince. And one by one, each one of them came out to LA. And so I moved out here because I was going back and forth all the time. And my daughter, Victoria, says to me, she says, "Mom, don't you know there's a lot of snow in Chicago and all of your kids are here?" And so I said, "Yes, I do know that." And so I sold the house and we came out here, and they are the heartbeat of my life. And it's been a joy to be out here. I've been out here now going on 7 years. And it's just, the things that you do for the right things, because it truly comes from all love. Those are the things that really make a difference. So I actually, when I was in Chicago, I wanted to share this with you. One of the things that I did was that I put together a challenge, and I interviewed all of these people. And I really were looking for people that were enough was enough in their life. They tried so many times to get healthier and take off weight and whatever, but it just kept coming back. They'd take it off and they'd put it back on again. And I wanted something that was sustainable. So one of the programs that I have was really based on my book, which is called The Breakthrough: How to Feel Great About Yourself and to Defeat Stress and really find well-being. And so in putting that together, it was a 90-day breakthrough. And it was so successful, and people had lost, out of those 50 people, there was 5 or 6 people that in that time frame, very, very cautiously, ended up taking off 100 pounds. And most of them got all close to where they wanted to be. And so I decided I was going to do a gala to celebrate their success. And basically what happened was that I'd never done a gala before. I've been to a lot of them, worked at them, talked and all of that kind of stuff, but never really put something together. Every time you do something that you're not sure of, and you really have the grit to get through that, to make it work, then you learn so many things. And so I just prayed every night that people would come in and hear their amazing stories. 1,000 people showed up. I was endorsed by the city of Chicago and by the Department of Health. And that actually began when they were writing things up, calling me the Queen of Wellness. So that's how that all happened.
Wow, the Queen of Wellness. And it's so important. You mentioned, the 5 pillars, right? Or principles, as you call them: commitment, perseverance, self-control, integrity, and love. And I loved how you explained that love, why it's like the last word. But I am sure that Goldie and Lena also have some questions for you, because part of what we talked about, of course, all day was the confidence, and you addressed that too. So ladies, take it away. I can see it in your eyes.
I first want to say thank you, Cher, for being here, sharing your knowledge and making that impact that you've been doing. I know you want to do that, impact millions as a woman. So that's very, very nice. I love health, wellness. I believe in eating healthy, clean. Try to, if you can, organic food right now, you can find it anywhere. So if that's the possibility to do it, just do it. But I would like to hear from you. What is the main change that people should do in order to step into being healthy and well, have that wealth and that healthy?
Thank you so much, because that's a great question. And the truth of the matter is that everybody wants to be healthy. Every time the new year comes around, they're gonna take off weight, and and 2 weeks later, they've forgotten all about it. And the crazy thing about it, which really makes it crazy, is that when it comes back again, they do the same thing. So they're not serious about really doing it. So they're not committed. And that's the key. And that's the first one that's in the 5 principles of wellness. If you're not really committed, if you're not ready to really do the work that it's going to take you to get to where you want it, then you don't want it bad enough. And so people actually say to themselves, like, I'm doing my best. How many times have you, Goldie, had somebody say, well, I'm doing my best and it's still not working? And I kind of take a look at that and I say, if you're doing your best, it does work.
No, you're not.
You cannot fail.
No, I'm done. You know what? I'm gonna interject on you that. Okay. And I have a rock and roll superstar who helped me a couple of years ago with macros, and he introduced me to MyFitnessPal and tracking. And I'm like, unless you have some crazy, health condition, or there are things like that out there, I'm not discrediting that at all. Please don't quote me on that. But thank you for just being honest. And this is why I am passionate like you are about that, because I have to. And you know what? I've got people listening right now, and I'm going to tell you to your face. I tell you this every week. Bullshit. I see what you're eating. I see the amounts that you're eating. Exactly. You're not taking responsibility for what you're putting inside of your body. The hottest guy, Shay, years ago, I was way too young, but I was this hot guy. He was a trainer, and I remember his name was Garrett, and he said powerful words to me. And he said, Goldie, as I said, well, he looks so good, and well, you must cheat. And he's like, you know what, Goldie, I don't put anything into my body that isn't a reward. Okay, well, we can't all live like that. It's like this Greek goddess, God over there, Adonis. But you can do the 80-20, which you can expand on your diet a little bit, Lena, as well. When I tracked my food and I saw, first off, who doesn't love a bowl of cereal, okay? And you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, it's not, that's for a half a cup. Nobody in their right minds eats a half a cup of cereal. They don't even serve that portion on an airplane, for Christ's sake, okay? You eat like 2, 3, 4 bowls, and you've just had 2,000 calories. You've had 300 grams of sugar and more carbs than Starbucks that day. And you're going to tell me that you're doing your best? How about a salad, Shay? 1 tablespoon of any dressing at all is 180 calories at least. How many grams of carbs or fat especially, sometimes lower carbs? Unless you are really tracking it, but I'm doing the best job that I can. No, you're not. I'm telling you, you are not. You have to really take a hard look at what you're doing. And I had my glasses on, Shay, because I was pulling up. Do you know that this year, for the first time in life, for the first time in history, the U.S. adult obesity rate stands at 42.4%. That has surpassed the 40% mark for the first time in history.
Right.
Congratulations, COVID.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. And when people say, that they're doing their best, they're just giving themselves an excuse for not being able to take the weight off. And here's the other one that you're going to love. And that is, I don't know what to do. So let me just mention to you, I don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. So I kind of step back and I say, well, let me just ask you a question. Do you think that if the food that you're eating, or those kinds of things, do you think that has something that helps you, that is going to help you to take that weight off? And they kind of go, yeah. And then I say, well, okay. Do you think that if you did just a walk for 5 minutes a day or something, 3 times a week, do you think that might even help you? Of course. So you've already showed them that they do know what they're doing. They're just saying to themselves, I don't know what to do. Now, that doesn't mean that people don't need help, because they do.
That's not what we're saying. That is not what we're saying. And the thing that people say too is, well, I know, I guess so, but I don't like the way that tastes. You know what? Not half the stuff that I eat, I don't like the way that it tastes. But I'm going to tell you what I don't like. I don't like going to the hospital. I don't like having obesity-related illnesses. I don't like waiting until it is too late and you're too far gone. Like This whole country, nation, and world needs to start focusing on preventative all across the board on everything.
Absolutely.
Everything, politics to religion and whatever. Like, what are you doing to prevent fights, or to prevent not loving your neighbor, or to prevent yourself from like, you won't need all of the hospitalization and all of the pills and all of the if you just reel it in and eat.
And the bills, Goldie, the bills, like people prefer to go and pay all these high bills in hospitals and medicine and all that when they can eat healthier. Like, I didn't used to eat a lot of vegetables, but when I got pregnant, I'm like, okay, I have to get better into that. Now I love salad. So is the habits that you get into it. We have bad habits and we have to work on getting them. Like, just being able, like a lot of people say, I don't have time. Well, you can do 1 minute plank at least 5 times a day. So it's what you really want. And I love what you said about the self-control. I think that's a great point, because a lot of people, you can have a great dessert in front of you, but it's your choice. What is the choices that we're taking as human beings, as people?
And I tell most people, look, it doesn't mean that you can't have a cookie once in a while, but you can't make it lunch, a bag.
And the amount. And you said in 90 days, you had a lot of people that were losing a significant amount of weight. Let's talk about that a little bit. Like, the people that are listening that are now pissed at me, good. I'm glad. Like, I'm here not to be your best friend, never on this topic. Like, you can see my mood change from clown happy to I'm serious, because I love people. And especially the people that are paying attention right now, like, thank you. And we love you. And thanks for supporting the Los Angeles Tribune. We want you around. Okay, so
thank you. I now feel welcomed. Thank you so much.
But let's think about the things that we can tell people that can give them value and to help them, from your programs to things that you offer to apps that you can find on your phone that are 20 minutes, 15 minutes that you can do a day to completely transform your life, to what do you eat? Like, let's talk about how we can help people that are listening. And if you're mad at me, that's okay. You can be mad at me.
I never get mad at anybody. I think that you're great in what you're doing. And like I said, I can tell that it comes from your heart. I think that when people are saying the things that we just talked about, and that is, I don't know what to do, or I need help, or all of those things, I think that's coming from their heart, but they don't realize that they know more than what they actually do.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be, something that I think is really important. And I also think that, sometimes when we're really hungry and we've already eaten some stuff, I don't think that people drink enough water. That's number one. And yeah, you're smiling on that. And I also have to remind myself about what, I love all of those things. And I'm not sure what they all are, but it looks like water is one. But it's really important, the amount of water that you take in, because you want to flush that body, out. And just taking steps by step, small ones, they absolutely do make a big difference. And the other side of this is, we need to really make our mind and believe in ourselves that we can do it. If we do not believe that we can make this and that we can take this off, the most of the stuff during this particular one that I was talking to you that we did for 90 days, it was like the most things that I talked to them about, because we get together like every twice a week. I went out and got them everything that they needed. I went and got them a home gym. I got them a gym that they could go to work out that was close to them. Just everything, because I wanted to take away anything that they could actually come back and say, well, I don't have this, or I can't do that. So when you eliminate those kinds of things, because you're actually talking about what can you do so that that's not going to be a problem. And you have to solve that problem.
Can I jump in here for a second? Because what you're talking about is so important. And I don't know if you remember, Denise O'Malley was on yesterday briefly. And I don't want to pull up her whole thing because it's long, but it's worth looking at, because she's actually saying that 61% of employees say that they don't have the time or money, and that's why they don't do anything for themselves. So how do we help them? And is there a role that employers can play? Other than, of course, we also know that there's something about, there was a study years ago about why people buy fast food. And I don't want to distract from what Denise was saying, but I remember that it was because it's cheap and it comes with a toy, and people who have 2, 3 jobs feel guilty. There's been a scientific study, right? So why don't they eat salads? Because it takes longer to make it and it's more expensive. But what about the fact that 61, if I'm reading this correctly, 61% of employees say they don't have the time or money to do anything for themselves? How can employers help? How can society help?
Well, I think that there's a lot of help that needs to be there. There's no question about it. And I do know that corporations, some of the bigger ones and whatever, have really made some changes, giving them the opportunity to be able to either work at home because of children, or take a break more so that they can go and get or bring good food. And I always think that's the best thing to do if you go out and buy it. I want to say this to you. When people say that they don't have time, I'm not saying that they're not busy, but don't you all agree that find a busy person and they're going to do something that you need done? I mean, we do. We're all busy. We don't want to make that the reasons why we're not healthy. We don't need to do that. There's too many things out there, more organic food that actually is not as much, is more costly than what regular is. You just have to find the right place to go to find it. So it's not like it's not, out there. But if you can't, just eating vegetables and doing other things, taking a walk, or thinking about if you're not taking enough water, and all of those things make a difference. So it's not having time is another excuse. I honestly have to say that to you. It doesn't mean that you don't have kids that you have to take care of. Listen, I've got 6 grandchildren, and each one of my kids, Victoria, Valerie, and Vince, both have 2 children, and I know how busy they are, and I know how much I put my time in with those kids because I love them so much and I want to be part of their life. And I'm all over talking and doing things in the network and all of that stuff. I want to tell you, family comes first, and I make it work. I make it work.
Right.
What was the comment? Like, I want to address this one. Getting curious about why you are eating something unhealthy rather than coming from a place of judgment. Is it a better mindset for reaching? I don't quite understand like what you mean. Like if you're saying like I'm being judgmental, I'm probably taking it the wrong way. But if that's what you're saying, like
are you talking to me about me judging?
No, the comment, honey, on the screen.
I'm thinking. So let me jump in here. Yeah,
jump in.
What I'm thinking, because Tara Lee's been very active, and hopefully she'll explain if I'm paraphrasing her incorrectly. I think she's saying, why would you eat something unhealthy? She's trying to get to the mindset.
Okay,
what is your mindset?
The reason that she does that is because she's addicted. We don't realize that when we're eating the kinds of foods that we probably shouldn't. Doesn't mean you can't have it once in a while, but when that becomes everything that you want to eat. I'll give you an example. One of the gals that was in the event that I did, she said, when we got together, everybody was honest about what they were doing. And this is one of the things that she shared. And that was that when she went to the grocery, she bought some potato chips, a bag of potato chips. And she said, I just thought that it was okay because it would take me the whole week, to get rid of them. She says, this is the truth. She said, I opened it up when I was in the car, and by the time I got home, they were gone. So these are the things, if you're going to put those things in front of you all the time, where you're already addicted to doing that because you want it, you've got to get away from it. You've got to take that 21 days of saying, okay, I'm not, just pick one thing, and I'm not going to buy that. I'm not going to have that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
I want to say something about the time and money, because my husband have a beautiful saying, and he always said time and money are never an issue, are just measurement of value. And do we value our health? Like
Mhm.
how a lot of people say, well, I prefer to eat this and die happy. Well, that's not true. You're saying that to, to give an excuse. But if you can have longer years to be with your family, to do what you love, to do what you are passionate about, to do help other people, then you're going to put the right value and put the right food inside of you and the right time on yourself, because that's what it comes, the self-care and the self-love. And when you are feeding your family, also make the decision. I see, I grew up in Colombia, South America, and when I come to United States and see so much overweight, for me it was like shocking, because I don't see that much, um, uh, overweight in Colombia. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, I prefer to eat a healthy food, like homemade dinner at home, that go and get a hamburger. Like my husband knows that when we travel, like in the road, and it's hard to find things in the road. I was like, I'm done with sandwiches. I can't. I need some.
The only thing that you need to do
salad,
with that, the only thing you need to do with that hamburger is not do the bread. Just have them wrap it with yeah, exactly. You don't really need to.
And that's the choices, and that's the value that you put into what you really want to do for yourself and for your life. If you want, extended time. So I just wanted to say about the time and money, that people always take that as an excuse, but for anything in life, time and money are just excuses. Go ahead.
They all are, and I'm so glad to hear you say that, because I've been saying, these things are, just, you know what to do, and you're saying that you don't, all those things. When you put those things into your mind, you believe it. You believe it, but it's not the truth, and you don't even know that. So what you need to do is to switch that. There's two kinds of things in mindset. One of them is fixed, and the other one is growth. Those are the types. So people sometimes don't know that. So in the fixed, what that is actually telling you is that, oh, I can't do anything about this. This is how I was born. It's been in my family forever. I mean, you name it. Okay. And they believe that. They're not going to change any of that. And so what happens? Those are not things that are going to help them to grow. But people who want to grow think about things differently. And how they think about that is that they say to themselves, I think if I work harder and I just put my mind to it and I'm focused on it and I really want this to happen, guess what, you guys? It happens for them. It's not because of their family or where they were born or where they was. It has nothing to do with that. It truly has to do with what our experiences are and what we actually believe in. And whenever we believe in something that is important to us and we persevere through it and we're more honest with ourselves, how many times do you think a day that somebody turns around to themselves and says, how hard am I really, how hard am I working at this? Okay. Is it 100%? Is it 99%? Is it 50? What is it? When I teach, because I teach every day, by the way, and do classes and things just to give back, because I think it's so important. But the thing of it is, as soon as I say integrity, they know exactly that I'm asking them to just push it up a little bit, work a little harder, put your heart into it. And I can take a look at my class all across, and I see at least 10% that goes up on what they're putting into it. And that's what we need to do. We need to be honest with ourselves. Success and all the things that you want to do with wellness and business and all the things, your children, love, and all of those things truly come from within. And how our mind actually thinks about those things. If family is first, it's not just okay, I tell the people right now, if one of my kids called me right now, I would pick up that phone.
Right.
I would tell them I can't talk because, but I would pick up that phone.
Yeah. I have the phone here in case my daughter,
there you go.
texts me. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's so, this conversation has a lot of comments. So I would ask all of us to go back there. Tara Lee, told us exactly what she meant. Denise was also going back to it. So it's about mindset. It's about not knowing where to start. It's the fact that people are clearly craving answers to where do I start, how do I start, and to me, and this is sort of like my wrap up of this panel right now. The last thing that you said, everything that you said was so crucial, and the conversation that we had about the data, the statistics, and how we do what we do. But you just said, be honest with yourself, Shay, and that's where it all seems to start, right? That's really where it all seems to start. So. Goldie, you got any last comments you want to bring in?
Yeah, absolutely. And everything that any of us have said always comes from a place of care. And, I have a really large male audience, so I'm a little harder on them. But if the ladies are listening and you want to be equal and be like the fellas, then you have to be honest with yourselves. I go up and down in size. I'm not always thin or whatever. I have to work very, very hard. And the older that I get, I have to work even harder. And I know that Shay cares about you, and I know that I care about you. And if you have questions, reach out to either one of us. And on a 60-second recap, it's not expensive. It doesn't take a lot of time. Lena even said it. Literally, if you get yourself a gallon, here's not as much, but a gallon of water every day, you will lose weight. You will lose comfortably 3 to 4 pounds a week. It's all about smaller portions or being more active or changing the kind of foods that you eat. And if you are a broke ass, then go get a friend, get a family member, put your phone down, actually look at your partner or your kids, and take Sunday after church, before church. Don't go to church. Do whatever you do and go get discounted foods at your supermarket. Make friends with the butchers like I do and say, what day does your meat go on clearance? Because it's going to start to get funky. Go get it, cook it up. Whatever you eat, freeze it, put it in containers that you can get at the Walmart. You can get them on Amazon. You meal prep your food, and it's around $2.30 for a high quality, inexpensive, really healthy, nutritious meal. That is way less than anything that you're going to get at a fast food. Okay. If you have no gym membership or nothing like that, then you do what's called a circuit. Okay. It's 60 seconds of jumping jacks. It's 60 seconds of high knees, 30-second break. It's 60 seconds of push-ups. Take a 30-second break. It's circuit. You can get an app on your phone. It is free. App for flabby arms or bat wings or a gut or a fat butt or whatever you have. Get an app for every day of the week. Give yourself a break on Sunday to meal prep. There you go. There's some free advice right there. And I promise you, you would lose close to probably what Shay helped you with if you just reach out to us and ask, like, what do you do? Or look for meal prep online. It'll blow your mind at how inexpensively and healthy that you can eat, and what a bonding experience. I get together with people in my neighborhood. We pick a different kitchen every month and we meal prep and we each buy a little something and we share it. It's even less money than when I do it online. It's so freaking fun and so beautiful, and you will be supercharged. Instead of sitting around on your butt eating a bunch of crap, you get together with the people in your neighborhood and your community. Go to the local farmers markets. Support your people. Support them for growing. Everybody's got a local farmers market. There's your organic food, and it's cheap, and it helps put money in somebody's pocket that might really need it. That single mom, that family that's struggling, that person that just needs extra income. Go bless their lives. There you go. Drops the mic. It is not that hard. Reach out to either one of us. We will help you.
Absolutely. Not that we're passionate about this, right? Not that we're passionate about this, but it is important, okay? Because this is the Women's Quantum Leap Forum. Yes. That means we as women who are nurturing the next generation, as Shay was pointing out a number of times, we need to make sure that we're healthy, that we're there to not just be healthy, but also to set the examples, because we talked about that yesterday as well. And Shay, I want to thank you so much. I know we didn't cover all of your brilliance today.
Oh, no. That's fine. But I did put, because we were talking about how do we impact so many women. So can I just, I wrote this and I just wanted to end with this if I possibly can.
Absolutely. The stage is
Thank you. So let us strive to impact those that want to grow their business and to make better choices that will positively improve our lives. But most of all, let us seek to inspire our spirit to move past any of our differences to become our best. Thank you guys so much.
Wow, that was beautiful. I hope you can put that in the comment section on Facebook later. I would love that. And there were a number of people who also asked for more information about the 5 principles and so forth. So I want to let everybody know, first of all, thank you so much, Shay. I know you waited patiently, and this was a very important discussion, even though we didn't talk about everything that you do. But judging from the audience, this was so important. So thank you so much for making the time.
And I thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right.
Where's the best place to find Shay?
Well, you can find her at shayvon.com. As you can find on Facebook, you can find her on the Women's Television Network. She is very easy to find, also with her books, of course. So, and because I'm saying that, I almost didn't want to answer your question, Goldie, because I want to remind everybody that if you want to stay in touch with all of our experts, and if you want more information from them, about them, and you want to receive their gifts, the best way to do that is go to latleap.com and register. I know we're in the midst of this, but we're advising you, inviting you the whole time to join us, because we know how important these conversations are. And we also know that we cannot cover everything that you want us to cover, because we have limited time, since everybody has been giving their time so graciously to us. And we have 2 amazing people waiting also in the back right now. I also want to just alert you one more time to the one thing, because we keep talking about books. Okay. And Goldie, I love what you said earlier about read a book. I mean, I've got books behind me, but I do want to remind everybody that not only do all of our experts have books because they're authorities, we also have our Global Thought Leaders book come out. And as I mentioned earlier, talking to Mo yesterday evening after our amazing event, we are going to have a special edition for women's leadership. And of course, you know how that works. It goes to the Library of Congress. All of those areas will be covered, and it's going to be for women, about women leadership. Just because what we did here this weekend, and what we continue to do for a few more hours with the amazing people waiting already in the back, it's about women leading our own best lives and helping others to do the same. Having said that, I want to bring on our next amazing panelist, and it fits perfectly, because we were just talking about be honest about yourself, be honest to yourself. How do you do that if you don't know what your vision or what your purpose is? Well, you can't. So here, please meet Carrie Conley, who is, of course, a nationally recognized speaker, author, entrepreneur, and, as Shay kept pointing out, mom. She is the creator of the Do It on Purpose and Vision Driven Live moments. And there's a lot more to her. I'm fully aware of that, but I'll let you take that in a moment, because I also want to introduce the one and only Jennifer. I will not pronounce your last name, because that always gets me in trouble, from Confidence Converts, who also, of course, is not just intuitive and deals with energy, but she also has her own story to tell about weight, just in case we want to reconnect that. Ladies, I am so excited to have both of you here, because both of you deal with vision, with purpose. And so I'm going to, just like we do with everybody, I'm going to give each of you the stage for a moment to share a little bit about yourselves, and then we're going to dive into conversation. All right? I'm going to start with Carrie to tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do and how you help people.
Natalie, thank you so much. I'm honored to be on this panel, and I'm honored to be a part of this event. I can feel the fire and the passion from everybody. So this is really amazing. I have been a speaker and a coach for officially almost 10 years now, but unofficially for over half my life. My story is briefly that when I was about 27 years old, which was a very long time ago, I was doing what we all did, which was got a job, did the 8 to 5 gig, but wasn't loving it. And was changing jobs, trying to find the right fit. And at that point in my life, my first mentor arrived, and she was the first person to tell me that I could create my life to be whatever I wanted it to be. And she encouraged me to sit down and write out in detail what I desired, what I wanted my life to look like. I wrote a lot about the kind of person I wanted to become, the leadership that I wanted to, leadership qualities I wanted to grow in myself. I wrote quite a bit about what kind of a mom I wanted to be, even though my husband and I did not have kids yet, we knew we would. My relationship with my husband, the traveling we wanted to do. And out of that day, because I got so quiet and so still, I now know years later that what was happening that day is that I was getting lined up with God, the universe, with my higher self, and really authentically seeing who I was and what I wanted to become. So fast forward, after raising my kids, when I was raising my kids, I went into the network marketing industry and rose to the top of the company and mentored a lot of women. And the one thing that I had to do with all of those women was I had to get them to get very still and very quiet and write out their visions too. Because I knew if they didn't have a huge why, they were going to quit. Because being an entrepreneur, especially in the network marketing industry, is tough. Most people quit within the first week because they just hit all sorts of rejection and all the walls, all the doubt, and so on. So 8 years ago, when my husband and I became empty nesters, I decided to create some curriculum and start teaching this to the public outside of the walls of the company that I was in. And I started doing little workshops, and then I started getting asked to speak. I authored my first book in 2015, which is a workbook called Vision is Victory. And off I went, started speaking and coaching. Unfortunately, what happened in 2014, we lost my husband to suicide. And my son at that point was about 22 years old and was just starting a job. And my daughter was entering her junior year of college. And 3 years later, unfortunately, we lost my son also to suicide. So what happened next is my daughter and I decided that we were going to co-author a book. So we launched our book in 2019 called Keep Looking Up. And it tells the story of what has happened to us, but it's 11 chapters of things that we have learned along the journey in hopes of helping other people going through some sort of adversity in their own life, or if they're trying to help somebody else and they don't know what to do. And because of that book, my daughter and I now speak together. And we are working on mentoring young adults. And we are now bringing people into a boot camp that we have. So it's been quite a journey. And you can imagine now why I'm so passionate around people knowing their vision and why they matter. Because unfortunately, we have a lot of people really struggling with depression and anxiety and unfortunately suicide in their own life. So that's a little bit about me and why I talk on vision and purpose.
That is awesome. And I want to thank you for sharing so deeply, because it is quite a story. And I can't wait to talk later more about the book and the work that you do. So thank you for that brief introduction.
Thank you.
Jennifer, tell us a little bit about you.
Well, thank you, Natalie, for inviting me here, and thank you to Los Angeles Tribune. My name is Jennifer, and it's Kabuki. I'm a confidence coach, a success coach, speaker, best-selling author, and the beginning of Carrie's story very much mirrors my story. And I was a 9-to-5 employee and became pregnant and decided that I was going to raise the child on my own, and couldn't provide her with the life that I had envisioned for her on a 9-to-5 salary. I was capped at the life that I could live. And I had an obligation to be the best mom that I could and to provide for my daughter. And so I thought, I'll just start a business because that's just a quick way to control your income and be successful. And I found out really early on that it wasn't that simple. I did go to my first live event, and it was about creating my life. And that's what I wanted to do. And so I rocked it, and I was ready, and I was so on fire to get started. And I started open the doors to my business, and I was going nowhere. I was spinning my wheels, working all these hours. And one day my daughter comes to me and tells me that, Mommy, you're always working. And that was like a stab to my heart. I didn't want to be that mom that was always working. And so I knew there had to be a better way. And through my entrepreneurial journey, I started realizing that there was a real trend in working with my coaching clients that no matter what I would tell them to do, there were excuses, or there was a delay, or they weren't getting results. And I started realizing that it boiled down to one key quality that a lot of entrepreneurs didn't have, that separated highly successful people from non-successful entrepreneurs. And that was the belief in themselves, the confidence in themselves. And so that's where I knew that I had to bridge that gap between entrepreneurs and success by lifting entrepreneurial women up and just getting them to really, really have authentic confidence and to believe in themselves. So therefore, they would start getting the results that they wanted and start just thriving in their business. And so that's what I do. I teach entrepreneurs around the world to boost their confidence and start really believing in themselves so they feel unstoppable. And so they're working less and making more. And this year, I'm on a mission to transform the confidence of over 1 million entrepreneurs around the world. So I am super excited to be here and to just really uplift women and elevate their confidence through this talk and really have them believing so much more in themselves, because at the end of the day, we as women need to band together and lift each other up and inspire each other to become better women, better mothers, and better people. And that's what I do. So thank you.
I think you're on mute, Natalie.
Yeah,
awesome. I love that. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. See, I muted myself because I was drinking water with ice. So, you know how the ice like claps around.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies, for playing with me there for a second. I love how both of you share your stories. And what I think is really important is the part about vision, right? Where we need to know our vision. And I know, Carrie, particularly, that you have that workshop. What's it called? Victory. I think it's called Vision to Victory. And so, you were talking about vision. And of course, Jennifer, you were also just talking about vision, like knowing where to go. So how do you find your vision? And especially, Carrie, with what you shared about losing your husband, losing a child, how do you find that vision? And I'm asking that because there are so many questions and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Okay, so how do you find your vision, and how do you know that it is your vision? Carrie, why don't you start us out with that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I have a very particular, specific technique I do with people. The first thing is that I tell people you need to do what I did when I was 27 years old, is you need to get in a quiet space. You need to unplug the phone, shut everything off, get away from other people. And with paper and pen, instead of typing this, you need to sit down and write out. Specifically, I get people to think exactly 3 years out, because we need to give people a time frame, right? So because time and aging is non-negotiable. So I get them to think 3 years out and start writing as if it is that day. And then the next thing I ask them to think about is, how old will you be on that day? How old will your family members be on that day? Because when we get women to envision that, especially if you have children, you start seeing there's some life shifts coming, right? And most people, when they do that, when I get them to zero in on that time frame, Natalie, is they start to go, wow, okay, so there's some things that I want to make happen by that time frame. And so once we get our head wrapped around that time frame, I get them to do, again, what I did in all the areas of their life: family, faith life, fitness and health, finance and career, and fun, is I get them to write out in great detail. Describing it to me as if they're telling me what their life looks like. Right? Because in doing that exercise, a lot is revealed. It reveals where they need to set better boundaries. It reveals where maybe they need to be removing certain people from their life and putting in new people. They start seeing authentically what gives them energy and the things that do not, and what they can let go. And most especially because you asked me about how I got through this with my husband and my son. It became, my vision has been the anchor through all of that. Mm-hmm. I am so rooted in who I am and knowing what my purpose is that it anchored me to not drift and to keep going. So that's kind of how I start with people.
Okay. And I want to just do a follow-up on a personal level. And that is because we're having real conversations and you volunteered some of that information. Sure. Okay. I've run into a lot of people, probably like all of you have, that will say things like, why did this happen? Why did this happen to me? And it shakes them, especially losing a child. I wouldn't have no idea how to deal with that, but it shakes them to their core, and they question everything from God to the clouds to you name it. Mm-hmm. How were you able at that point to stay so firm in your vision, in your purpose?
Well, number one, I have a huge faith life. I'm very rooted in who I am and connected to God. And so I went inward, Natalie, instead of, there's two different ways you can kind of deal with things like this. Some people, need like the group counseling and they need to be in support groups. I needed to go within. Mm-hmm. So I spent probably most of the year right after my son died, just in a total, I didn't completely shut down. I had clients that I still needed to work with, but I kind of took a lot of time to self-heal and to connect to some people that could tell me the truth. And it just so happened that a lot of super intuitive people started showing up in my life and started connecting me to my husband and my son and letting me know that they are here for me, most especially my son, and that they are working through me, and that I do know that no matter how horrific this is, that there is a purpose in it.
Yeah.
And so my daughter and I just knew that we had to carry on, and we had to help other people find their purpose so that they could deal with their own adversities as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And your book is, of course, as you mentioned, Keep Looking Up, which is pretty much exactly what you said, transforming grief into hope. And I think that is a hugely important part of our lives, because we all face challenges. So again, thank you for sharing that. Jennifer, how do you deal with the vision part and staying true in your purpose?
Natalie, I found it's ironic enough that when you ask somebody what it is they want, what is it that you really want, they can't tell you. A lot of times, a lot of people don't really know what it is that they truly want. And they'll tell you everything they don't want. I don't want to be broke. I don't want this. I don't want that. And then you sit there and you listen, you say, okay, what is it that you do want? And then that's when the crickets happen. They're like, I don't know what I really want. Or they think, well, my dreams aren't possible. So that's just, they put it in the dream category, and they don't ever believe that it can actually happen for them. Which is, and so what we do is very similar to Carrie's process in future pacing them out into visualizing their life. And to start with that is by getting them very clear on what they want. And once you know really what you want, giving them permission to dream bigger and to allow them to believe that they have the ability to achieve those dreams is super important. And when you future pace them out, then you create the road plan moving backwards. Now that you know what you want, in 3 years, now let's work backwards. Where do you need to be in a year? Where do you need to be in 6 months? It becomes super real for them. And it becomes where they're like, oh my goodness, I think I can actually do this. I actually have what it takes. Speaking to the challenges side, there's nothing people have been through that hold them back that I probably haven't been through myself. Right. And I've had a lot of challenges and struggles back when I was a teenager, young adult, and was YOLOing my life and not thinking about my future, and I had a lot of things happen to me, and I found myself in a place saying, why is this happening to me? Like, how does my life go from this to this? And I don't see a way out type of scenario. And then I started to reframe it and say, but why did this stuff happened to me? And so when you ask yourself that and say, well, because it was meant to happen to me, because there was a lesson to be learned there. There was something that had to happen, and I had to get the clarity on that challenge that I overcame. That's led me to what I do now. Because if I hadn't gone through what I have, the challenges that I had, financial struggles, dealing as a single mom and all the pressures of the world on me and everything else, having my little troubles back then, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now. I may just be working a 9-to-5 job, feeling without purpose and really just going through the motions of life and not actually living my life. And yet we always come out on the other side. If you're living and you're breathing the air right now, then you have came out on the other side of whatever challenge you're going through. And a challenge is simply an opportunity to grow. And when you do that, you get clear on what is your passion, what is your purpose, what is your vision. If you've overcame something, that could be because maybe you're called to help others overcome the same thing that you have. Because a lot of people are not equipped with the tools to overcome challenges and diversities. But when you do, then you're able to help other people, because people want to learn from somebody who's been there, somebody who gets it. And so that's what we do.
Absolutely. And I, I deal in similar arenas, right? And I know we all have our processes. And I think what both of you said is so crucial about having the process. And Jennifer, you just pointed out that a lot of people don't know what they want. Mm-hmm. And so I think, Carrie, you agree with that. I mean, it's one of the things, and I remember at one point in my life, I went to a therapist and they made me do this thing. They had like a little sandbox, and they said, put this in there, like the way that you would want to have your house be. And, I looked at it and that's how I'm thinking. I looked at it and I'm like, okay. And then from that, she tried to glean something. She was completely off, but that's a different story. And so we often don't know, right? So when you walk people through that process, Carrie, asking the question and having them write it down is one thing. And I know that your workshop, for example, is, I believe, 1 day. Doesn't it sometimes take longer than 1 day? Doesn't it? I mean, isn't it like you start writing and then you're like, oh, no. Because I know when I work with my clients, I was like, yeah, but no. And then you look at it again and you look at it again. And you really have to dig deep, right? So what's the process there for you, Carrie, before I let the other two amazing ladies ask some questions as well? What's the process there for you to really make sure that they get to what they know they want?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a lifelong thing. I'm always visiting my vision. I'm always adding to it as I evolve. And obviously things have changed in my life. And Jennifer's right. We've got to, so many people, especially young adults, unfortunately right now, do not know what they want. And the reason for that is because they've been told who they should be and what their life should look like. And unfortunately, we get so, in our culture, so stripped of our authentic personality. By the time we get out into the world, we don't remember who we are and what we really want. And so when I get people to sit and write for the first time, Natalie, a lot of times the people who have come through my workshop, and there's been thousands of them, have never done anything like this in their life. Nobody's ever said, you can sit down right now and write out exactly what you dream. And so a lot of times I do see them thinking, wow, what is it that I really do want? And it takes them a little while to start writing. And the reason they get tripped up, second reason they get tripped up with writing the vision is because, like Jennifer said also, is that they don't see the how, especially if their circumstances right now are really challenging, or there's a big gap between where they are now and where they see themselves 3 years out. And so already they see obstacles that they can't overcome. And so the next part of the process is I have to keep writing. So they write for the first time in a letter format. I ask them to write a letter to somebody as if it's 3 years out and you haven't talked to them for 3 years. But I tell them, keep this by you at all times now, because now that we've opened up a little window that nobody else has given you the permission until now to allow to dream, it's going to open the floodgates. You're going to start desiring and getting more connected to those things that you really do want and that give you energy and they get you excited. And the other thing that's going to happen, as I mentioned earlier, is we're going to start seeing some of the things that we now have to let go of. When I start working with clients for the first time, it's not so much me helping them reverse engineer the game plan. Jennifer and I do the same process. Once I get the 3-year vision out of them to start with, although they, like I said, they'll keep adding to it. The next thing is we break it down into 1-year goals, 6 months, quarterly, and so on. They start attacking the obstacles, and the obstacles are always what's going on up here. So your last speaker, Shay, said it's never time and money, or somebody said that, right? Those are never the real reasons. The reasons are because of what you've got going on up here, what you're saying to yourself, what you believe yourself to be, stories that have happened in your life that you have taken now to be true for you and they aren't. We have to not just put on the new things. More times than not, the very first few sessions I have with my clients is we have to talk about all the things that need to come off. And there's usually a lot on their plate, a lot of busyness, a lot of things that they're doing that don't line up, that don't give them energy. And it's not an easy process. It's why most people stop here, unfortunately, is that they have to make some big changes, especially in the people in their world. I talked about earlier that they start seeing that they need to fill up what I call the front row of their life with some people that are what I call the 9s and 10s, the people that are going to lift them up, believe in their vision, encourage them to go after it, talk them down from the ledge on the days where they want to quit, or they are people that maybe are a little bit further ahead in the journey of where they are in their life right now, both personally and professionally. I will have to say one of the things that I've done really, really well since becoming an entrepreneur is I always made sure that the people in my front row were the people who were going to breathe life into me and inspire me and remind me who I am, and also give me the game plan. So honored, and I saw that you gave Sharon Lecter Lifetime Achievement Award today. That just warmed my heart, because Sharon has been my dear, dear friend and my mentor now for over 2.5 years. She is numero uno in my front row. So it's just so important that you just see that big vision so that you can break it down and you can take it in bite-sized chunks to get up over the obstacles and the walls in your life.
That's awesome. And I know that that Goldie had a question there for you. Goldie, take it away.
There. Carrie, you're just so beautiful and such a strong, radiant woman. And you don't have to talk about this if you don't want to. Just give me a polite no thanks. But my heart goes out to you, and I'm so deeply sorry for what you've experienced. It's really near and dear to my heart, and I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. And I wanted to ask you, because there's so many people that are watching who, are on that fence, or mental illness is just needs to be talked about. And I mean, talk about a double hitter. Like, how did you deal with, and of course I know this comes to play and people need to understand this, just like, did you have any guilt that came into that? And if you did, let's look at you. I mean, you're just doing so well. And not only you're doing well, but you are just inspiring so many people. And I just think it's important if you can touch on anything of when you were at your darkest time. And I know that you said God, thank God that you said that, and your spirituality and your connection and going within. But for people that are out there dealing with some sort of guilt, can you help them with something that you can, because you are obviously an authority, can you help them with something that only you would know how to say that can help them through a tough time right now, please, because you're just so wonderful. And again, I'm just so sorry for what you've gone through.
Goldie, thank you. Nice meeting you, and thank you for the kind words.
Yeah.
Guilt, unfortunately, comes along with the ride when you're a suicide survivor, because if you do not have faith, and if you don't understand that every life, every soul had a purpose,
yes,
no matter how they leave here,
yes,
you're going to struggle with the guilt. You will continue to think, I should have seen it, I could have stopped it, and I'm going to, transparently, of course, I have these thoughts from time to time.
Which you know that, and you've talked to people, and that is their decision, right. And it's so important. people, if you are judgmental at all about suicide, please, can you just listen to this? Because if people are thinking like that, like I have in the past, like you are coming from a very deep place of hurt. You're not thinking about other people.
Right.
And a lot of people that commit suicide or think about it, it is because they just are experiencing too much pain and they don't know how to deal with it and they just want to leave. It's nothing against the people that survive them. It's nothing against anybody. It's a personal thing where somebody's pain is too much to be able to take, and it has nothing to do with whether or not you notice or not, or you say the right words or not. So I know you know that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, they are not here.
Yeah.
At that moment. And quite frankly, what they're thinking, Goldie, is the world would be better off without me. So when people think it's a selfish act, it is actually a very selfless act, because what they're doing at that moment is truly believing that they are toxic to the people that they love. So it's knowing that. It is also a deep knowing that, again, their souls had purpose.
Beautiful.
Right. And it is a knowing too, Goldie. I've spent the past 7 years of my life really starting to study this. And I believe because I've started studying it, this is why all these super intuitive people have just randomly showed up in my life to bring me messages, right? I am very aware that my husband and son souls are very much alive, more so now than they were when they were here. And they are working through my daughter and I. So I think the faith is though the key, my friends. You have to know that there's a much higher calling and a much higher plan in place than what we can see right in front of us right now.
Thank you for sharing that. That's just so important to hear from somebody that is, like I said, has the right to talk about it. Like we can all say this or that, but like you definitely have lived your life and have words that can bless us. And I appreciate that. And thanks again for mentioning the big guy upstairs. Like this is never a platform to like plug or push an agenda, but like I can't tell people yesterday I brought it up, and you know, I had my little Jesus necklace and everything. If it's Buddha or Yahweh or Jesus or God, or if it's angels, or if you're a Wiccan and you believe in plants or the earth, like whatever it is that speaks to you, like know that there is a higher being out there that can not fix everything, but they can sure help.
Right.
Thank you for your words.
Oh, thank you for asking.
Wow, Carrie, that was beautiful. And I also want to, send my heart to you, because I have a 6-year-old boy and I can't even, imagine. So have that strength. And that's, something that I want to ask to you too is, what is that mindset that we need to go to and step in when these things happen in our life? Because we don't control life. We don't know when things are going to happen. We don't know. Most of us have gone through difficulties in life. So this just past year is being crazy for so many people. Not just the COVID, but it looks like everything hits at once. People pass away. People with all this staying home, people got depressed. So what is the stage of mindset where people need to go or focus or invest in to be able to survive to all these things that life brings us?
Well, it's perception. I was listening to Forbes yesterday when she was speaking yesterday, talk all about how you choose to see things, right? She was talking about the story around how her daughter's laptop got stolen and how they chose in that moment to be grateful for that lesson. And it is a choice. I mean, everything you go through is a choice on how you see it. And that's the thing that people need to understand, is that you do have the power to change how you feel and how you see things. It's just a simple matter every second and every minute of every day to choose to see the good and to appreciate and be grateful, instead of seeing the circumstances and choosing to see it as bad, right? I just know, like Forbes said, that there's a lesson in everything to be learned. So it is a choice. And before people even make the choice, they have to even believe that they have the choice, because I think most people are walking around thinking that they do not have that choice.
Wow.
So you have to open up your mind first to believe that you can make the choice.
That's beautiful. Jennifer, what do you think about what is that mindset that we need to step in when difficulties come into our life?
I absolutely agree with Carrie. It is all about perception. Perception is what we project onto others, what we project onto ourselves, and it's important on how you choose to reframe and how you choose to look at it, and ask yourself, what is there to learn from this? Because there's something to learn in everything that we go through. And I think it's important that we also know that we have the power to, like she said, we have the power to make the change. We do. But you have to make that decision to make the change. You don't make the change because someone else wants you to change. It's because you want to, and you want to evolve, you want to grow, and it's important. And being able to forgive ourselves. We are so hard on ourselves, especially women, in putting so much pressures on our own self that you've got to be able to forgive yourself and to be like, hey, you know what? I'm imperfect in this moment. And so that's okay. And I forgive myself for that. And therefore, I'm willing to grow, because it is mindset. Carrie said something very, very profound just a minute ago, and she talks about the stories, right? And I know the speakers before were talking about the stories. And people don't realize that those stories are controlling what you do in so many ways. And we operate on patterns and processes, right? We have our own processes and procedures for everything. So how you do one thing is typically how you're doing most things in your life. And it doesn't matter what it is. And so we need to work on our mindset. It's not something that you do one time and you're like, okay, job's done for the rest of my life. Like, it's something that you constantly have to work on. That's what we do for a living. And yet I still work on my mindset every day. And I also keep my letter to myself for 2021 with me, and I read it every single day, right, as if it's happening. So it's powerful that we don't just tell people to do this stuff. It's something that we do ourselves, because that's how powerful it is that we believe what we're doing works. We know it works. Mindset is a powerful thing, and it is controlling everything that you do. So you really have to pay attention to the stories that you're telling yourselves, because the stories are controlling your mindset and everything that you're doing. And if you catch yourself telling yourself a limiting story, then you need to reframe that. You need to change that perception and say, okay, how can I use this as an empowering story instead of it being more like a crutch and more like it's weighing you down.
Right.
So yes.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I believe that we always, like, we should do every single day, just listen at YouTube, like doing a self-check every day. Like, did I'm thinking the right stuff? Because sometimes we let our minds control us.
Right.
Instead of, and especially our subconscious mind is more than 90% of our thoughts. And we barely are controlling all the power that we have. So it's like that self-check. Are we okay with what we're doing, what we're acting? And yeah, sometimes we're gonna slip and we're gonna do things that we're not supposed to be doing, but it's the importance to catch ourselves. And I love what you say, Carrie, also about the gratitude. Like, Dr. Natalie knows that I'm all about that, and actually releasing a new book, a journal, gratitude journal. So stay tuned, because it's coming out. Because it's just every single day you can be grateful of what you have and where you at in that moment, and learn from that. And just seeing you two going through have to go through difficulties, and then see the happiness. I can see there's happiness in both of you. So I appreciate the time that you both take today, and the knowledge and the stories and everything that we was able to learn from you two.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you both so much. And, just so that everybody knows, again, we can't cover everything, but we have two experts here on vision, on purpose, on authenticity, just like most of the other ones are. Everybody does it differently. So find the people that you resonate with, make the choice of who can help you. Because as both of these ladies pointed out, and Lena and Goldie, of course, as well, you can try alone, but it's probably not going to work. And I'm with Carrie on having to go inwards. You know, for me, it's more about inwards. And then once I've done the work on myself, then I go out. But it is so important. And of course, these two ladies also have free gifts for anybody who pre-registered. Ladies, thank you so much. You've been patiently waiting while we're going a little over. You've been sharing your stories. I really appreciate you, and I can't wait to hear more from you. And I advise everybody to definitely reach out to you. Thank you so much,
Thank
ladies.
you, Natalie. Thank you, Lena and Goldie. Nice to meet you, Jennifer.
Yes, nice to meet you all.
Thank you so much, Carrie. Awesome. All right. Woo, that was fascinating conversation and so deep. I mean, it's interesting how we go into areas that we didn't anticipate. This was supposed to just be, you know, vision and purpose, and we went straight down. That's what I love about this. It's all about being real. And I can tell you, you have not communicated with this next amazing person. I have, and I had a conversation with her on the phone, and it was just like, what are we going to do next? It wasn't a question of, you know, how can we make this work? It was just, let's make this work.
Cool.
And that's what I love. It's like, let's make this work. I'm going to somehow make space in my calendar for this. And of course, this is also a Sunday. So I will take the honor of introducing this next lady, if you don't mind, and then I'll bring you ladies back in for questions afterwards. But this is an amazing lady. She lives up in Canada. I told you all we're global, and you know, later on we've got somebody from Australia. This lady has such an interesting life, going from studying to geology, to working with the most influential companies and rising up in the ranks, to being an educator, to having her own shows, to I don't even know where to end or where to start, because it is so amazing what this lady has already achieved. And she looks so young, so I don't even know how she did it. But this young lady, Miss Nadine Joy, who I'm going to bring in now, is going to share some of her experience with us. But more importantly, and I love that picture in the background, more importantly, you're going to share with us the all-important issue of honoring ourselves. And we've talked a little bit about, you know, self-care. We talked about authenticity, about confidence. So Nadine, first of all, thank you for being here. And secondly, without any further ado, just take it away.
Wow. Thank you so, so much, Natalie, for the beautiful introduction and for the opportunity to speak here today. And like you said, I was blown away by our conversation that we had as well. And to the other hosts, it's such a pleasure to meet both of you. So I am honored to be speaking today on the topic of honoring ourselves and stepping into that. And to get started, I just want to tell you a little bit right now what I do. I work with leaders right now and work with them. So many leaders right now, and it's not just now because of COVID, but it's basically at any time there's, you know, people who are anxious, who are feeling frustrated, who, you know, are going through things in their life and they don't really know what to do and how to get there. So I actually help business leaders, business owners, entrepreneurs, influencers, people in society, basically help them overcome their anxiety and their frustrations and help them live their dreams and live and achieve their goals of their wildest dreams that they've always dreamed of doing. And I came to this, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story, just for those of you who don't know me, and I guess how I got here. So most people, the very first question they ask me is, how on earth did you go from being a geologist to a leadership coach? Because there's not much, at first glance, it would look like there's not much synchronicity between the two of them. I'm going to go through briefly my story and how I ended up here. And then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my life as, you know, a mom of 4 kids, owning a business, going through some things and strategies that I've actually learned myself to help, and working with clients all over the world to help really honor yourself and step into that zone of genius that we all so desire to get to. So I graduated top of my class, won awards. I've done all these things. Again, accolades to me at this point don't necessarily matter, but it's one of those things where I basically checked off all the boxes in my entire life that I had ever dreamed of achieving by the time I was 25 years old. And then I said, now what? I worked my way up to the top of, 2 companies. We went through acquisitions, selling the organizations, and I basically felt completely empty inside. I felt lost. I felt like I wasn't happy, and I didn't understand what was going on. I pushed myself. I was a perfectionist. I was a workaholic. I literally worked 80 hours a week on the weekends. On weekends, I was supervising, millions of dollars of wells that we were drilling, and again, unhappy. And so my life drastically changed one day when I went to wake up and I couldn't even get out of bed. I was so sick, and it felt like somebody, and this is no exaggeration when I say this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So this has literally felt like somebody had taken a knife and it was stabbing me in the side of my stomach. It was the most excruciating pain I've ever gone through in my life. And I was 28 years old at the time, to give you perspective, I guess, of age. And I literally knew in that moment that I would not go back and work as a geologist. So I retired, quote unquote, retired my career, my professional career at 28 years old as a geologist, and basically started my journey over. So this is where my journey started, of honoring myself and coming back to who I was. I'm going to backtrack just for a moment. It was in prayer and meditation for me that God showed me at 4 years old that I had repressed everything that I had been given, the gifts that I was given, the amazing things that I felt like I knew things at a young age. But the thing that I didn't recognize at this point in my life was the fact that I felt different, even at 4 years old. And I felt like I couldn't be myself. I had to repress all the gifts I was given. And it wasn't until I got sick and almost died at 28 years old. When I was so sick, I was on my bathroom floor. I was in the hospital every other day, down to 90 pounds, literally just skin and bones. Doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. And there was a moment, I remember laying on my bathroom floor because I literally had zero energy to even go from the bathroom to my bed and back. So I just laid on the bathroom floor. And I remember thinking, this is my last day on earth. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. There's nothing left I can give. There's nothing left inside of me. And I just got to the point where I was done, and I just had nothing left. And I heard a voice. And for me, it was God that told me, you're going to do this. It's time to get your big girl pants on, and it's time to take responsibility. Stop playing the victim. Stop playing in this mentality of playing small and all these things. That you were given these things at 4 years old, but yet you've been hiding from them. You've been running away from them. I ended up in a career that I liked. I liked the career. I wouldn't say it was my passion by any means, but it wasn't a career that fulfilled me and was my purpose and my mission, which at 4 years old, I knew I was here for a reason. I was here to make a difference. I was here to transform lives. I was here to bring love and hope. My name means hope, actually. Nadine is my first name, so means hope, and Joy is my middle name. So that's what I literally was told at that point. And this was 15 years ago now, that was my mission in life, was to bring hope and to bring joy and to bring healing and to bring love into the world in a way that nobody else had, through my own gifts that I had been given. And it was time for me to step into all of who I was, not just a part of who I was, but all of who I was. And it was that moment that I said, you know what, I'm going to do whatever it takes. So at that point, I ended up using a lot of the money I had just made. So I went from having nothing growing up. My dad was an alcoholic, a drug addict, suffered from depression. We're talking about mental illness and mental health with Carrie. And I love Carrie, by the way. Thank you so much for sharing your story and everything. I just had the opportunity and pleasure of meeting her just a couple weeks ago, and I absolutely love her. So I've dealt with mental health in my life with my father, who also committed suicide 12 years ago. So I completely understand that. And being a child, you don't understand anything really that's going on. Your brain isn't ready or isn't developed enough in order to really understand what's going on. So I went back, and I was 4 years old. I'm done 28 years old when I got sick, and I started my journey, basically my life over. I completely changed the way I thought. I completely changed every part of who I was associating with. down to the food I was eating, the products I was using, the hair care I was using. Like I literally tried everything in hopes and desperation to get better, and eventually ended up getting better. And I haven't been sick barely in 15 years. For me, and again, when we're talking about, the creator, God, whatever we believe in, again, for me, that's God. The God healed me inside and out, and I'm a walking, living testimony of that in my own life, and have now witnessed that in hundreds, if not thousands of other people in the world. So I'm going to give you some strategies of what I learned throughout that process, and how I came back from, being a geologist, working in a field that I wanted to be a psychologist, to be honest with you. Right out of grade 12, I wanted to be a psychologist. And the one person counselor told me, talking to younger people here, but also anybody who's looking to find their purpose in life, that one person told me, if you want to be a psychologist, that's great, but there's no jobs, and you're going to need to get your PhD, which at that time I had zero interest, and there's no jobs out there, by the way. So, okay, I'm not going to be a psychologist. I guess I'll be something else. And I literally took my trajectory career from this way completely over here to something very, very different. The price of oil was high. Opportunities were there. Everybody said, you're good at this. Be a geologist, right? That's what you need to do. So I listened to society, and I listened to the external, I guess we're talking about internal and external validation. I lived 24 years of my life a lie based on what everybody else wanted me to be, and became like this so-called chameleon, I like to call it, where I just adapted. I became this adaptive being of existing, and no matter what situation I was in, I would just adapt to that situation and fit in, which worked really well. But the only problem with that was it made me extremely unhappy, and really it brought so much misery inside of me that I didn't understand exactly at the time what was going on. So I basically, worked as a geologist, did all of these things, and came back to who I was. And I came back to the inside out, which was, to help people, to make a difference in the world, to really go through this, transformation, so to speak, myself. And now I see, so many years later, everything that happens in our life is for a reason and a purpose. And there is no coincidences in life. I always say it's God instances in my life. I have every single day. I wake up and I'm just open. 24 hours a day is a new day. The next day is a new day. The next day is a new day, and so forth. I let go of everything that happened the day before and focus completely new, and ask, what are the 1 to 3 things? The 1 to 3 purposes is what I like to say, that I need to focus on for today as the priority, because we have so many things. We have so many hats we wear. We have so many things in life that we go through, and it's so hard to sometimes pick and choose those few things that really, that really matter the most to us. And it's important to really stay focused on what those priorities are. So I came back to who I was. And again, there's the whole idea of being this adaptive self. So are you open to, looking at your life from a higher perspective? And I always like to say, imagine an airplane. Most of us have traveled on airplanes, or, we're going up and it's taking off, and you go through the clouds. And for a moment, there's a period of darkness that's there. You don't see the sun. You might not see it. It might be cloudy, rainy. You don't see the sun. But when you keep going, the airplane keeps going higher. Eventually, the sun is there again. The light again shines upon you and your life. And I believe then you're able to see life from a new perspective, and also to shine your light and your heart and who you are and your authentic gifts out into the world, so that you can help other people in ways that only you can. There are things that only you can do in this world that nobody else can do. And is power when you take that responsibility to step into that part of your life to really make a difference in the lives of others. And for myself, I started as a parenting coach. I mentioned I have 4 kids. I have a 12-year-old, 9, 8, and 6-year-old, 2 boys and 2 girls. My life changed. We're talking about honoring ourselves. I can't not talk about this topic without bringing my children into it, especially my oldest son, because if it wasn't for him, I would have never become a coach. I'm going to tell you a quick story. So we have children. Some of us have children, some of us don't. It doesn't matter. We're all leaders in my eyes. We're all, we all have impact to others, to children, to people that we come in contact with, whether that's a smile, whether that's saying thank you, whether that's reaching out to somebody you haven't talked to in 10 years, or whether that's to somebody you don't know at all. And for me, my son and I used to go on play dates, because as a new mom, I didn't necessarily understand the fact that you don't have to go on a whole bunch of playdates in order for your child to be socialized and be normal in society. So I went on, did all these things that, again, society tells you you need to do in order for your child to grow up and become, a successful member of society. And that's where I saw the multi-generational patterning that existed between parents and how they parented their children, where their children weren't necessarily being honored and being valued, and the children were feeling like they're punished. And I could just see on their faces that I'm also somebody who picks up energy and things too from people. I'm empathic. I've always been like that. And I just thought, you know what? I really just want to help these families and help these parents become better parents to their children. And that's where it all started. I became, a parenting coach, life coach, business coach, leadership coach, trainer, author, speaker, and I've now worked with, like Natalie was saying, some of the top people in the world. I've worked with Tony Robbins, number one, a former trainer. He was also his best man at his wedding. There's just so many people to say there. And I just wanted to acknowledge right now also all of the mentors that I've had. We're all mentors, whether we know it or not. Everybody who's listening here is a mentor to somebody. And the mentors that extended, that kind of like when we smile and we wave at somebody, when we have that authenticity with them, when we're vulnerable, when we're able to really share that part of us, of who we really are. I had so many mentors who have extended that to me, and that's my mission. Actually, Marshall Goldsmith, he just spoke at our last Lead to Impact Summit. I'm the chair and founder of that as well. And I reached out to him asking if he'd be one of our speakers. And he said to me, and I want to share this story because this is a lot about honoring yourself and who you are, and also, extending your gifts to others. He said, you know what, I would be honored to speak at your event under one condition. And he said, whatever I teach, whatever I share, and whatever you learn from me, I want you to take that with you and also share with everybody you know, and share with the younger generation so that we can raise them up to become great leaders. And not only of tomorrow, we always say here are the great leaders of tomorrow, it's great leaders of today. I have a 6-year-old, and we just ran a kids camp for the past 3 years that my son developed. And my 6-year-old, at the time she was 4 years old, got up in front of the class, and we were working on leadership and public speaking and just nailed it, teaching about something that nobody else had learned. So you don't have to be, 50, 60, 70 years old to be a great leader. You can be 4 years old. You can be 20. You can be 30. You can be, age does not matter. It does not matter your title. That's one thing I've learned, the accolades. I was defined by my worth. I was defined by who I was, the titles I had, the awards I had won, all these things that I had did until I got sick. And I realized, you know what, all of that at the end of the day doesn't matter. What matters, what's inside of us, and what really, that person that we are and what we can give to the world. So for me, it's about servant leadership. And I'm sure lots of you have heard that before. But I believe, there's an example actually in the Sea of Galilee and the Jordan River actually are inlets. So they have, water coming in, and they're also outlets. So they flow into the Dead Sea. And the Dead Sea, so if you look up doing research, I was doing some research on this and found it fascinating. I wanted to share it just briefly here. So both the Sea of Galilee and also the Jordan River are very, very abundantly furvish rivers that are filled with fish, filled with life, filled with beauty. And it's interesting to me that both of them flow into the Dead Sea, which is devoid of life. There is no fish. And if you look up the statistics, the salinity, or the amount of salt in the water in the Dead Sea is so high that no life can sustain being in that water. And perhaps if you jump in that water, you would actually float instantaneously. The buoyancy is so high. And to me, I think about that. I was thinking about that. And I've heard this a long time ago. I heard somebody speaking of this, and it came up to me again and again and again. What a great metaphor to use, as lots of us, we have so much coming in and, and going out. But as a matter of fact, so many people in our world are takers, right? They take, but they forget about when we give, we actually give so much more back to ourselves as well at the same time. And it's so important to look at this example as, what's coming in, what's going out. But the more you give, the more you sustain life in your own life to be able to give more back. So it's this whole cycle of just giving back through servant leadership, and giving all you can have, to the greatest level, the greatest possible way that you can. out into others' lives, and being able to use that for good, for humanity, and just helping people in the best way that we can, and using our children. I'm going to go back to my 4 kids. So my son, so we're talking about honoring ourselves here. One of the ways we can honor ourselves is by creating balance and giving that time back to ourselves. Looking back as a geologist, I was extremely out of balance. I was working all the time. Again, perfectionist, driven by success, wanting to climb the corporate ladder. And then when I got there, I realized that that's not where true happiness lies. So when I had my son, he would tell me, actually, when I was working, because I started my own business as a parenting coach, he would tell me, even at 3 or 4 years old, like he barely knew how to speak, but he would say, right away, he would call me out, Mom, you're working on too much. Can we make sure we spend more time together? And right away I would, oh yes, of course. Because for me, and I believe Sharon yesterday was mentioning this too, family comes first. And we got to really make sure that we focus on those priorities, focus on the things that matter. And our family, at the end of the day, we don't take our bank accounts with us, right? We take our memories, we take, the people that we have spent the time with, we leave those memories in their hearts forever. And for me, that's one of the greatest gifts I can give. And I wrote an article not that long ago, and one of the questions was, what is the greatest compliment that you've ever been given? And you know what I thought about that? And it's going to make me emotional because it's so true. And I'm sure a lot of you can reckon with this. It was when my son and all my kids, for that matter, who have told me, Mom, you're the best mom in the world. And you know what? You can get reviews, you can get all these things from people around the world telling you things. But when you have your child tell you, hey, Mom, you know what? You're the best mom in the world. There's really, and I'm getting choked up saying this, but there's nothing greater than that. And to know that, you're not only impacting lives all around the world, but you're also impacting lives at home and with your children, and enabling them to live through you, and you to extend your wisdom and knowledge that you have to them, to really be able to allow them to step into all of who they are and be able to give that back to society through them and many generations to follow, and leaving that legacy. That's why I wrote my second book, which is Love Is a Guide to the Power of Love, was all about literally creating a legacy for my children. And I actually wrote the book thinking I would never publish the book. I just wanted to write a book of information and all about love for them. So they had facts that were not only for them, but for other people who are going through troubling times or things in the world that that they've been going through, heartbreak, all of the real things that we go through. And we even did an experiment on planting some pea plants, and did the same thing for, I think it was 3 or 4 weeks, where we said, I love you, I love you, I love you, to, one plant. And the other plant, we said, I hate you, you're going to die, you're going to produce nothing, you're going to wither up and turn brown, and your leaves are going to be, anyways, literally did this every day. And we wrote love on the outside of one, and we wrote hate on the other. And literally the one plant that we fed love to every day grew to be about, 12 inches high. It produced over 30 different peas, and the other plant ended up, eventually like this, and eventually withered up into, brown leaves, into nothing. And to me, that really showed me, if just that simple experiment, and being a scientist that I've heard of experiments that people have done like this before, but I never believed it. I never believed it, because I said, I have to see this for myself with my own eyes. And sometimes this is what we go through in life too, with honoring ourselves, is, we don't necessarily believe when other people tell us things, and we have to experience it. And that's a part of our journey. That's a part of where we're at. So wherever you are at right now, just honoring yourself and honor where you are. It doesn't matter. There's no judgment. There's no need for competition. There's no need for pedestals. And I'm 100%, 110% guilty of looking back on my life years ago, where I would put people on pedestals. I'd say, oh my gosh, they're so beautiful. They make all this money. They have all these followers. They do all these things. Look at all the awards they've won. Look at all the things that they're doing. And I remember putting people on pedestals, and I remember those lies and those voices in our heads. And I want to touch upon this just briefly before I end. But the lies that I was told is, you're never going to be able to do that, right? Who do you think you are to think that you can do that, to write a book? You're not a writer. You're not a speaker. And that's another thing. I was the most shy child growing up, that I wouldn't even answer the question when the teacher asked me. I literally sat there and I was shaking. My whole body was shaking. I would literally put my head down. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I wouldn't even if I knew the answer, I was terrified of saying the wrong thing that other people would judge me for it. And I didn't realize until, many years later that it wasn't about, people looking at you and judging you. It was about, what can you share from your heart that could maybe help somebody else. It's not about being the center of attention. It's about helping other people through your message, through your story, through the truth, right? The truth needs to be told. Like the things, I remember when I had my first son, I was absolutely flabbergasted with all of the things that I went through, my body went through, because nobody had told me the truth about what actually happens. So I just feel like the more we can speak truth and speak life and really speak of these things, the harder, difficult things. Like for me, there was so many times I would get to a certain level and I would create things. A perfect example, my son, my one son, but before he was born, about a month before he was born, I put it out there and I said, you know what? Okay, God, I'm ready. I'm ready to go big. I know you have this big mission for me, just bring it on, right? I was ready for it. And literally the next day I got a call from the Globe and Mail saying, we would like to feature you. At that time I literally was doing space clearing and Feng Shui and all these other things anyways that I no longer do now, but I went through all these things of journeys of trying things before I found what I really, truly love, which is what I'm doing now. And I said, sure, yeah, I'd love to do that. And I literally wrote the article, it was published, and I shut down. I shut down right away. I sabotaged my success as quickly as it came towards me because my worth was nowhere. I literally had almost zero self-worth. I did not feel worthy of that success. I didn't realize that at the time, that this is what was actually going on. But this is what was going on in my life. And this is what was real for me, because I would get to a certain point and I would get knocked right back down to the ground every single time. And this happened 4 or 5 or 6. I can't even remember how many times. I can tell you where I got to a certain level and I literally sabotaged it and sabotaged it and sabotaged it and sabotaged it over and over and over and over again until I realized, okay, maybe there's something I need to look at that's a little bit deeper as to why this keeps happening. And it all came back to self-worth, self-love, and the fact that you deserve to have, just as anybody else does. Like I used to say, why me? Like, why me? Like, why did you give me such a big mission? Why is this me? And then I learned to say, why not me? Right? Why not me? And I challenge everybody listening here to think that, why not you? Why not you to take that next step to write the book that you've always dreamed that's inside your soul? I never thought I could write a book. I woke up one day and I literally heard God telling me 100 times, you need to write a book. Went on Facebook. First thing that was on there was somebody who was looking to help, basically 2 spots left in their program. Say, if you want to learn how to write a book, reach out to me and I'll help you write this book. I, as a joke, literally as a joke, wrote to them saying, I just woke up. I heard I'm supposed to write this book that's going to, I think, help people. I literally don't even know I would write a book about, but let me know if you're interested in helping me. And they came back and said, yeah, I would love to help you. For 2 weeks, over 50 people I talked to, and this is no word of a lie, I swear to God, 100%. Every single person I talked to for the next 2 weeks, and it was at least 50 people, would ask me one of 3 questions. I'm feeling stuck in life. I'm feeling like there's more out of life that I don't know where I'm going. I'm feeling lost. I'm feeling stuck. I don't know what my purpose is. Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me? And for me, that was almost like this red flag, this switch went off. You need to write about this because you literally just lived through this. You lived through working in a field that, you liked, you didn't love, it wasn't your purpose, and that almost cost you your life. And it's so much easier to be able to step into that and be able to, yeah, thank you, Doria. Exactly. When you love yourself, when you honor yourself, when you step into all of who you are, there's just miraculous, infinite possibilities that await. And the sky is the limit. There is no limit. It's like shattering. I basically say, like, there's no ceiling. You shatter that glass ceiling. I had a glass ceiling that was so long that was why I could only get to a certain level without sabotaging it and getting knocked down. And I challenge each and every one of you to sit and have quiet time every day for yourself, to listen to that inner voice, to listen to your intuition, to listen to your heart and what it's guiding you to do. But not only listen to your heart, take action upon what you hear, because you can listen to that all day long. And I have people telling me, and it amazes me, some people 30, 40, even 50 years that they said, I've always wanted to write a book. But you know what? And I said, okay, well, how much do you have written? Well, I haven't even started. Okay, well, the biggest step and the hardest step most times is to just get started. Take that first step. believe in yourself first. And, if you don't feel like you believe in yourself, I didn't believe in myself, I didn't have that worth. I found mentors, I found other people who believed in me until I could believe in myself to a level where I knew I could keep going without sabotaging that level of success. So love yourself, honor yourself, all of who you are, step into your individual unique purpose and power, be all of who you are, allow, constructive feedback from other people to get to the next level, and continue to have that unconditional self-love and surrender any outcome, surrender all of your control that you might have and outcomes. And that's a whole nother topic. But when we surrender, when we take that moment to really surrender everything and not just parts of our life. And I was shown this again over and over in my life where I'm like, okay, I've already surrendered. It's like, well, you've surrendered over here, maybe in with your kids, but over here, you're still really hanging on to, this is your business or a part of you that you're still trying to control. And I found the more we surrender, the more we let go, the more we just sit with our hands up and say, okay, for me, it's okay, God, what do you want me to do today? I am obedient and I am your servant. Whatever you need me to do, I am here and I'm going to take obedient, bold action. And I know that you will give me the courage to do whatever I need to do in life. So I'm going to stop there because I think that's a good point to break.
That is an awesome point to break. And I'm like trying to figure out what question to ask you. But the last part that you just said, the surrender is so important, right? Like on the one hand, for the last day and a half, we talked about taking action and making things happen, law of attraction, all of that. And then there's also a part in this energetic mumbo jumbo, I'm going to call it that. There's part where you just need to say, now I'm letting you make the decisions, or now I'm letting the universe, whatever it is for you, right? There comes that point where you just have to say, okay, I've done everything. I've taken all the steps. Now I surrender. And if it doesn't happen, it probably isn't meant to be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And some things are meant to be. And sometimes we are meant to go through difficult times in our life because there's lessons that we need to learn that we haven't necessarily mastered yet. So again, no matter what you're going through, good or bad, I say there's no such thing as good or bad. There's just who knows moments, because most times the worst things, quote unquote, that society tells you go through turn out to be your greatest blessings.
That is so awesome. And of course, we got a lot of reactions also for you bringing the children. And it's amazing because later on, so those of you who comment later on, we're actually going to talk about our youth, what impact they have on us and what impact we have on them, especially as moms, right? You shared the story of your son inspiring you. And, I have my daughter inspiring me, but she also wrote a book. So, like you said, then they just speak. They just do it. They don't have that barrier necessarily. And when we allow them to be themselves, that's really so crucial. I want to ask you one question of something that you have not mentioned, and that's sort of my segue also to our next guest. But you're also a global ambassador for a philanthropic organization. I'm like trying not to say too much. Can you tell us just in 1-2 sentences a little bit about what is it that you do there? Because it is so important in the world that we live in, and if we are honoring ourselves and the world. Share a little bit about what you do as the global ambassador.
I would be honored to. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, what I guess got me involved with that to begin with was the fact of, and it's just a recent thing. This is something that has just happened recently, but the fact of, our economy right now globally has been declining. Businesses have been shut down. People's lives have been impacted. And it was about, how can I make a difference on a global scale? And what can I do to help in a bigger way? And this opportunity, again, I believe there's no coincidences in life. It came up and it was all about, this organization is all about creating and sustaining businesses and helping businesses thrive so that we can help give back and alleviate global poverty and homelessness right now. And I'm also involved in a local homelessness, combating homelessness in the city where I live, as well as one of their directors. And it's something that's so near and dear to my heart, as well as helping feed hungry children, the people of the world, is giving back as much as I can. So I think that there's it's really, if I can help businesses thrive, that's creating more money and resources for our economy, which also allows us to give more back to others. And so we become this conduit, and that's what I think feeds me so much, is becoming this conduit of just goodness that we can give back to other areas and other people in our world who need it most, especially during this time.
Awesome. Yeah, it is what it's all about, right? Nadine, thank you so much. I know it's Sunday. I know you have 4 kids. I'm assuming that you're going to want to do something with them today. So I want to thank you for your time and all of the nuggets that you shared, because we clearly have reactions and actions from people in the audience. Can't wait to do more with you and can't wait to have you back. Thank you so much, Nadine.
Thank you, Natalie. And it's been an honor and pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay.
Whew. That was information, how to honor ourselves. And I want to point one thing out that she said. I know I keep pointing that out, but it keeps coming back up. And as Nadine just pointed out, when something keeps coming up, it's probably a sign or something that you're supposed to talk about. So I'm going to talk about it one more time. Okay. We have, with the Los Angeles Tribune Publishing House, a book coming out that is women's leadership. What you see here right now is the Thought Leaders Anthology in general. Please remember that because of this insightful event that we have been witnessing and that you all have been participating on all this weekend already, we have decided to create a women's leadership anthology as well. It's going to come out. It's going to be in the Library of Congress. It's going to be everywhere. And it's going to be published by us. So just want to let you know that, take action. If you ever wanted to write your story, take action. Just a thought, just a thought. And I know some people who will have definite chapters in there. Wanted to let you know all about that. And now and the next lady that I'm going to bring up, I want her to write a chapter, but I'm just saying that because I think it's important to hear this story as well. As you know, we here at the Los Angeles Tribune love to partner with organizations that give back. Nadine used the term servant leadership a couple of times, and that's really what this is about. Remember, we are here all about this movement. We want to create a movement to inspire, motivate, and provide action steps and skills. So the next lady that I'm going to bring up is actually heading an organization where they take action every day and they need volunteers every day. And that lady is Diana Lara, or Lara. She'll tell me in a second how to pronounce her last name. Again, my only apology is I speak a variety of languages, so I never know how to pronounce anything. Okay? Just going with the flow here. Diana Lara is, of course, leader of the amazing organization called Food Finders, rescuing food, reducing hunger. And if you've never heard of them, you're in for a story, because I did not know what you could actually do with the food the way that she has explained it to me. So, Diana, please introduce yourself for a minute and what you do with Food Finders, and then I know that Goldie, Lena, and I will have a bunch of questions for you on how we can support you.
Hello, ladies. Happy Sunday. So my name is Diana Lara, and I am the Executive Director of Food Finders. And Food Finders really is an amazing organization. We operate 7 days a week, and what we do is we partner with just about any type of donor, and we take that food that would otherwise get thrown away, and we provide that with our partner agencies. We serve all of LA County, Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties, and it's just truly amazing the impact that we have in all of these communities that we're serving. And I am, very proud to have been with the organization for the last 14 years and to now be leading the organization and the next chapter of what we're going to do. And I've got some great things that we're working on. So I really want to thank you for having me on today. But yes, so that's who we are and what we do.
You are always so humble. You're like, well, yeah, that's what we do, and we're in these areas. Yes, we are, but it's not whether or not you have a big organization, right? It's about the impact that you're making. That's what we've been talking about this whole weekend. It's about the impact that you're making. So tell us a little bit more. I know I'm hogging the mic. Sorry, ladies. Tell us a little bit more about how Food Finders works, because when you hear the term, it's like food finding. Okay, I get that. But how do I rescue food?
Absolutely. So I'll tell you how the organization started. Our founder was driving to work one day. She saw a man eating out of a trash can. She said, there has to be a better way. We know that there's a ton of leftover food at restaurants, at grocery stores, and there has to be a better way for us to provide that to people in need. So she started calling up restaurants. She started calling up grocery stores. She started the organization from her garage. And that's how the rescue started. She started with these 3 volunteers. 2 of them are still with the organization 32 years later. It's just amazing. But she started going out to these restaurants after they closed, picking up this food, and then dropping it off at one of our first partner agencies here in Long Beach called Christian Outreach and Action, who what they do is they feed the homeless 2 times a day, 7 days a week. And that got the ball rolling. We now have over 600 donors, food donors that we partner with. You're talking everything from restaurants, hospitals, schools, grocery stores. We partner with event venues like the Honda Center, Anaheim Convention Center. And think about it. If you have like Anaheim Convention Center, if they have a huge event, 40,000 people, can you imagine the tremendous amount of food that they have to purchase so that everyone can get what it is they want that day? Mm-hmm. We will pick up pallets, and then they're doing 2 to 3 events a week. So we were picking up pallets and pallets and pallets until COVID hit. And then at that point, obviously everything stopped. And I'm really excited because I just got an email from them last week on Friday, and they're starting back up. Their first event is in August, and I'm so excited. I'm excited for the people that work there. I'm excited to know that things are finally starting to get back to normal, at least a little normalcy. And I'm excited because there's going to be so much food that we're going to be able to provide to our partner agencies. But really, it just started from a woman who was driving down the street and seeing somebody eating out of a trash can. And now, when I joined the organization, there were 3 of us. Now we're 17 strong. We've got 4 different vehicles, all refrigerated vehicles. We've got fantastic partnerships with Trader Joe's, with Whole Foods, and you name it. And we are a volunteer-based organization, as Natalie mentioned earlier, and that's how we're able to operate 7 days a week. We have volunteers this morning that were out picking up food and then taking that to our partners. We have volunteers that come and they help us here in the office. We just did a huge data migration to a new database, and we had volunteers in here that were helping us transition all the information over, because we don't want to lose any of our donors and our volunteers. We wanted to make sure everything got into the database. We have, since COVID hit, we've been doing COVID response boxes. So we have volunteers that come out into the warehouse and they box up food so that we can get that out every week. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just amazing the volunteer base and how dedicated they are to the organization. Some of our older volunteers that decided they were going to stay at home during COVID are now calling, and it's awesome because they come in through the door and they're excited. They've got their Food Finders t-shirts on, and it's just so good to to see them. So, you know, it gives them a reason to get up. It gives them a reason to come in and do something different that day. So you know, obviously I love what I do.
Wow, I can see that. I love your passion, and I think that's what everybody needs to know, that, you know, it comes from caring. That that person that care about seeing somebody else and wanted to extend that hand. And I really appreciate that work that you're doing. People that know me knows how much I want to help everybody in this world, and I think that's amazing. And I would like to know, like, if I'm in Vegas, how can I help? Or if anybody is in other state, how can they help?
You know, there's a lot of I mean, we're California based, you know, LA based, but there's so many organizations that are doing these same things. Everybody knows of Feeding America, right? They're a national organization. They operate in every state, but there's a lot of independents like us that are doing the same things, that are out there recovering food, just trying to help their neighbors. So if you know, are in Vegas, you want to go on to, you know, the internet and look for food rescue organizations, or look for food pantries, look for feeding individuals. There's so many organizations that'll come up, and they are in need of volunteers, just like we are. They want people that are committed to being there for others, because, you know, a lot of times what we find is that people just need a little helping hand. You know, they need to make it through the end of the month. You know, they get their checks at the beginning of the month, but they need some help. And, you know, we talk about kids. There's 35 million people that struggle with food insecurity. What's disheartening is that 10 million of them are children. And children have no option, right? They can't go to a grocery store. They can't, you know, they are dependent on the adult who's caring for them. So, you know, if we can provide this food and keep it out of the landfill, then we're going to do what we have to do. And so are all of those other nonprofits that are out there recovering food and getting that, you know, to their people in need as well. So it's definitely, you know, what you want to do, because there's so much food that gets thrown away every day. 30 to 40% of the food supply never makes it to our table.
Right. Yes.
And it's not just the food that doesn't make it to the table. It's all of the resources that went into making the food, the water. You know, California is going to be in a tough drought this summer. Yet we're throwing food away, and all of the resources that went into producing that food, the hours, the labor, never makes it to our table. So we know the food system is broken, and we're working with our donors to make that better. We're working with other, you know, partner agencies. We've got an amazing organization that we started as their fiscal sponsor last year. They're called FarmLink. This is a group of students, college students across the United States, that are contacting farmers and getting them to donate this excess produce, rather than them just plowing it into the fields because it's not as aesthetically pleasing for a Trader Joe's or a grocery store. They're having them harvest that so that they can provide that to other nonprofits. And this group is just amazing, because it's a volunteer-based organization, and they're 200 to 300 volunteers strong, and they're all students. They're all college students. And I mean, they could be doing so many other things with their spare time, but they're making an impact. They're giving back. They want to make a difference. And I am so proud of them and what they've accomplished in the last year. And I always tell them, you're doing what you didn't know you couldn't do.
Right.
And I'm so proud of them and everything that they've accomplished. And I love that they're a part of our organization.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You are so kind. When she asked, what can we do? You automatically deflected it to, well, there's lots of organizations, and is there a place that people can donate to support you if they're moved by your story today, Miss
Absolutely.
Diana?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I get so excited. I leave out, all the good things I'm supposed to talk about. Absolutely. Our funders, our grantors, we have corporate sponsors, but the majority of what comes in is from people like yourself that want to give back, that want to make a difference, and maybe they can't, volunteer, but they can write a check. They can go online, or they can even participate in a fundraiser.
Right.
We on our website, we just revamped our website in 2020, and you can go on there. You can make a single donation. You can become a monthly donor, and make a difference in so many other levels. We have a big fundraiser coming up this Thursday. It's our casino night fundraiser. Even though COVID hit, you still have to try. You still have to bring money into the organization so that we can continue doing the great work that we're doing. So we're hosting this virtual fun casino night, and I'm really excited because Mo's actually going to be participating in that with us. So there's so many ways to support not only us, but all of those in Las Vegas. If you're in Vegas, all of those food banks that are out there is just making a difference. And for our organization, every dollar helps us provide 11 meals. That's pretty significant. So even if you only have $1, you're going to be able to supply 11 meals with that dollar. So definitely visit our website. We're on social media. We have a Twitter page, an Instagram page, a Facebook page. We're constantly talking about not only food insecurity, but also, nutrition education. We're talking about food waste education, because I don't think most people know this, and we've all done it. Even me, who works for a food waste organization, more food gets thrown away in our homes than anywhere else. I mean, how many times have you bought that cilantro and you used it for one recipe and the rest of it turned black, right? You laugh because it happens, and it happens to me all the time. But we have to be aware of that whole food waste, because the biggest problem with all of this food going into the landfills is the climate change. It's everything that we need to be aware of is all of this food that's sitting in the landfills. It's making gases, and it's going into the air, and it's hurting our climate. I'm really worried about our drought this summer, because the fires over the last few years have been so bad. But if we can keep this food out of the landfills and we can provide that to people in need, then we're helping the environment, and we're helping people. And that's really, what we're called to do as human beings, as Christians, is to be there for others and for our world.
That is
after Natalie. Go ahead. I have another question.
No. I was just going to say how amazing that is, because I'm learning so much. And I know that Diana and I, we've talked before. It's still that concept of, rescuing food, because I know a lot of organizations that don't allow you to bring food from someone else's table, right? And that, of course, gets thrown out. But Goldie, you had a question.
Well, I was just busy. If anybody's watching this right now and you go to foodfinders.org, like I just donated, and then if you do PayPal will add a little bit of money on, but I just had money on my PayPal. So I want to encourage people that are well, I finished my transaction just a second. I want to encourage people that are listening just to take action, because like she said, $1 is going to feed 11 people. So like what I just gave, $10, everybody's got $10. Everybody's got $5. That's 111 people, or my math sucks, but you can figure it out. Like go out and do something, if anything, because like this is a free program today. And I don't have any reason to promote her organization. I just really think that this is important. And I wish that I would have known you. I had a show at Empire PBS or KVCR in San Bernardino, and it was a home improvement show. It's no longer, because COVID came along and killed the radio star, but I wish I would have known you then, so we could have done some things and raised awareness and money for you. But anybody that's watching right now, anywhere in the world, can help. People from all over the world. You all have a credit card. You all have PayPal. Help her out. But, you know, what I wanted to ask you was, hey, Mo, you know, who takes like the responsibility for? Because I always hear, oh, well, we can't give any food, or because I get really angry at a lot of places when I see like lots of food getting wasted. And then they will always say like, well, we can't do that. And you're telling me that you can. Is there some sort of like blanket, you know, policy of insurance or something that protects, or is it you do it and then you give it to your vendors to then distribute and they have the protection? Or why is it that I'm always told you can't touch that food, or you can't do anything with it, or we're at liability if we give it away? Like, how does that come into play?
It's really just misinformation. Because you are, when Clinton was in office, Clinton actually signed the Good Samaritan Act that allowed food to be donated as long it was, you know, obviously in edible condition, and two, that it was donated to a nonprofit. Now, they don't want you to go out into the streets and hand out food to individuals, because what we want is these individuals to come into the nonprofit so that they can get not only food, but maybe a shower, a change of clothes. Maybe they can jump on a computer and get in contact with family. So yeah, it really is misinformation. And what happens, you know, if you think about it, food donors or restaurants and manufacturers, they're not in the business to give food away, right? They want to sell food.
Sure.
So, you know, their mindset is, we want to sell food. We don't want to give this food away. But yeah, there is no, they're completely covered. We also carry our own general liability policy, as do all of our nonprofits, so that when they donate that food to food finders and we turn that around same day, that's a big difference between us and like a Feeding America. We don't have a big warehouse. My warehouse is maybe 3,000 square feet. Our food gets picked up and delivered same day to those nonprofits. So obviously there's a lot of coordinating that goes into that, because we want to provide food to agencies when they're either doing a distribution that day or the next morning, because we want that food to be as fresh as possible for their clients, because it is perishable food in many cases. But yeah, it's up to us to get out there and share this information with the people that we come in contact with. Now that you know, when, you know, if you know somebody that owns a restaurant, or if you are at an event, you know, once we are able to be in person, that has a lot of food left over, go up and say, hey, who are you donating the rest of this food to? Now you know. And now, you know, I ask that you please ask those questions. But you know, it's up to food finders, and we're really lucky too, because we live in a state that's very progressive. And Brown, when he was in office, he put together the SB 1383, which is a short, what is it? It's called a short-lived climate pollutant reduction, and what he did was, we want to reduce our emissions back to 2014 standards. And we need to do this by 2050. So in order for us to do this, we have to make some radical changes in the way we operate and in our food supply.
Absolutely.
So it's great that where we're living, they're thinking about these things. They want to protect the environment, but they also want to give that food back that they know is edible and they know is nutritious to people in need. So what they did was they put a clause in the law and they said, yes, you have to stop throwing organics into the landfill, but you also have to partner with an organization like Food Finders to give that food to people in need. So the cities are actually going to have to start their reporting to the state in January of 2022. So we're very fortunate that we've been contacted by quite a few cities, and they want to bring us on, and they want us to help them reach their businesses and get this food flowing to people in need.
Right. And I, by the way, I just wanted to chime in real quick. First of all, I have been so touched, moved, and inspired by all of the incredible women that have been part of this event thus far. I just wanted to take a quick second to personally thank Diana, because Diana really embodies what this entire event is about. And that's a real hero that's actually doing something positive to make a difference on the planet. So Diana, I just wanted to take a second to personally thank you and to say how proud we are at the Los Angeles Tribune to be an official partner with Food Finders. And I wanted to also take a second to ask if you would talk a little bit about a fun event that myself and a few other people are going to be a part of that's happening this month. Of course, I'm talking about the casino night. Can you share a little bit about the casino night with our audience?
Absolutely. So, prior to COVID, we used to have some really great casino fundraisers, and it's just a good time. You come, you play a little blackjack, you play a little poker, roulette, and you're giving back to people in need, and you're having a good time. And again, because of COVID, we can't do those in-person events. So we're actually going to be doing this event online, but you're going to have a real dealer. He's going to be showing you your cards if you're playing blackjack, and you're able to sit at a table with friends and, talk back and forth, wear your sunglasses, whatever it is that you do when you play poker, and you're going to be able to help feed people.
Right.
And it's this Thursday night, the 17th, from 6 to 8 p.m. And you can go to our website and go under our events tab and sign up. We still have a few seats left. So if anybody's interested, we'd love to have you participate. And we're just going to have a really good time with it and try to raise some money and feed more people.
I'm super excited about it, Diana, and I just wanted to chime in real quick to highlight the work that Food Finders has been doing in the community for over 30 years, and to just express our gratitude for the partnership that we have with you, because this is truly the work that the world needs. Mm-hmm. And, when we talk about leaders, we talk about people like Diana, Lara, we talk about people at Food Finders, we talk about the people behind Food Finders. And so it's a pleasure and privilege for me to be able to just take a second to honor you and to highlight you personally on behalf of our organization, because the work that you're doing is truly remarkable. And that's all I had to say. And with that, I want to give the floor back to Dr. Natalie Forrest, who's another real hero in the trenches, making an active difference and putting together such a remarkable event. And we at the Los Angeles Tribune are so proud. Thank you so much for the comment, Natalie. I appreciate that. We're so proud of the work that all of these incredible women have been doing, are doing, and will be doing, Diana, for at least another 30 plus years or more to come. Because you and I both know, Diana, that the world has a lot of difficulties, has a lot of challenges, has a lot of hunger. And although these challenges may not have been our faults, we didn't wake up one morning and say we want people to go hungry. We as leaders will make it our responsibility. And so I want to thank you, Diana. I want to thank the people at Food Finders, and I wanted to thank Goldie and Lena and all of the incredible people that have been doing such a great job with this event thus far. And I'm excited. I've been taking so many notes. I've been so touched, moved, and inspired, whether it's Sharon Lecter having that raw, real emotional moment yesterday, whether it's this morning when we had a New York Times bestselling author talk about, how to have peace of mind. I've just been excited But Diana, you were the one that got me in front of the camera. I hope you know that, because you're truly doing some remarkably incredible work, and I just wanted to honor you and highlight you. And with that, Dr. Natalie Forrest, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Diana, it's true, because we've been trying to get him on since yesterday. So thank you for making it happen. And Diana, thank you for the work that you're doing. I know we will collaborate a whole lot more. So everybody go to foodfinders.org. And if you are not busy, Thursday, right?
Thursday.
Check out the casino night via the virtual empire of foodfinders.org. Thank you so much, Diana.
Thank you so much for having me on, Mo. Thank you for your continued support. Really appreciate that. And you ladies have a wonderful rest of your Sunday.
Thank you. Awesome. Well, it's about that time of the day where we just need to take a little breather. Yeah. We just had all this information put in. So you know what I do, right? I stand up, and I shake. Okay. It's sort of like, I know Helen says, the happiness hounds and all of that, but some of us have been sitting, some of us every now and then, yes, we actually do leave our seats for a moment here and there, just look at the bottle of water that Cody has. I have 3 of those. Okay. So we actually do stand up from time to time, but let's take a brief recap before we go to the next amazing panel. And we already have the panelists ready, and it's one of the topics that just about 30 minutes ago got a lot of attention already, so it all works out perfectly. But while we're taking a break, Lena, what have you learned thus far? What is like the most important? It's hard, I know you're shaking your head. I'm like, well, how do you put that into a couple of words? But what have you learned so far that really sticks with you for just the first few hours today?
What have touched me today is realizing how important is to pay attention about our surroundings and care about others, because everything comes from there. We talk about how even if you care, you can get in business. If you care, you can help others that are in need. If you care, you can help those loved ones. So for me today, the word and the most appreciative and what I'm taking is caring about those that are around us.
Absolutely. Goldie, what stands out for you?
Well, ironically, you know where I live and probably what's going on today on a Sunday. And I am going to take... My picture frames are falling off. I'm getting up because it's so loud so I'm going to take away just a lot of people have said the quiet time, which I cherish when I get a chance to get it. Quiet time, and I saw one of the women, there's a beautiful woman that's been commenting all day. I apologize. I never get her name. Is it Ashley Berg? She was saying, like, I try to have quiet time, but it only lasts like a minute or 2 minutes. And I'm like right there with her. I guess I have what's that called? Is it ADD or ADHD or?
It's one of those or both of those,
or something, and I think like that's something that maybe I was supposed to hear, and I'm sure other people listening were supposed to hear that, some quiet time, especially I'm not, and I know the next panel I'm so excited about because it's going to be about, youth and what we can learn, and we've got a lot of parents coming on to talk, and I'm not, so I like to learn. I live vicariously through them. But, especially for the moms, for the dads, for the single parents out there, like, how do they find some quiet time? Natalie, I see you even when we're doing the Los Angeles Tribune meetings, and you've got this beautiful young woman in the background, and she's poised and, controlled. And Lena, I know you've got somebody, and I know that's got to be somewhat of a struggle, but I hope that all of us, kids or without, can find time for some quiet time.
Oh, absolutely. And it's part of also educating your children in that, right? And that's of course part of what we're going to talk about. Now, I do want to just take a moment before we jump to the next 2 amazing ladies, and Lena, of course, will be part of that as well. I'm going to take a step back because I keep talking about my daughter, I keep pointing out how wonderful she is, so I'll just take a step back for today. But I do want to just remind everybody that we're a movement, and when you see somebody like Mo Rock who doesn't want to be on screen, but I can't help myself because I have controls
Love you,
today.
Mo.
Love you
Do
too.
what Mo normally does.
When you have that, and when you have somebody like Dame Doria saying there are many men behind the scenes, it is true. And Goldie, you said it this morning. This is a movement, not for women without men. It's not a movement for leaders without anybody else. It's not a movement for any specific group, other than the specific group that we're building this movement for is humanity. I'm very serious about this. It's humanity. And you've seen that all day, yesterday, and today. We're trying to provide, serve, walk with you wherever you are right now so that you can have the skills, have the access, have the knowledge, the awareness on how to lead yourself, how to be yourself, and how to possibly lead others. And so whether it's this event this week, whether it's our previous events, our next events, whether it is some of the shows that we're having, wherever you are, and Nadine and everybody else said it, wherever you are right now in your life is perfect. So whether you're more into spirituality, we have a show for that. Whether you're more into really learning about your body with a little bit of fun on the side, stress, food, you name it, whatever it is. Whether you're in business and you really want to know what to do next to better your business with people like Sharon Lecter, Patty Farmer, they've all been on there. Or, of course, whether you just want to figure out how to live your life on your terms. All of that is happening. If you don't catch it live, don't worry, it's on our Roku channel. It's very, very simple. And there are going to be more shows. I mentioned a couple of people who will have shows as well. And the next two ladies that are coming up, it is so amazing how it works. They're also going to have a show, and they're actually going to have a show together on our network. So just want to point that out. And I'm going to bring up these amazing ladies before, of course, I'm going to point out one more time that we also have a publishing house. We have a publishing house, and one of the things is the Thought Leaders Anthology, of course. Remember, this is one of the books. We have other books that we have already published and others that are in the works right now. This one, the Thought Leaders Anthology, remember I mentioned it yesterday. I also mentioned ever since this morning that we are also going to have a women's edition. And Sandy, big shout out to you because you said you can't wait for it. Neither can I. All of the books that we are publishing with the Los Angeles Tribune, of course, are going to be part of the Library of Congress. You will get a lot of what you don't anticipate because we're a movement. So be on the lookout for who is in these books and what impact we can deliver together. Having said that, here comes Michelle Wilson. And here comes, if I can pull her up, yes, there she is, Lene Cook Braxton. Two amazing ladies, collaborators, heart-centered, wonderful people that I get to see, deal with, have fun with, get loving text messages early in the morning before the event. This makes my heart warm. I'm going to leave you for at least a moment in the capable hands of Goldie and Lena. Woo! And before we go there, I'm going to take all of us down because, as we always do, we let everybody introduce themselves at least briefly. Let us start today with Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. You're both, by the way, on mute. I'm going to start us out with Michelle Wilson. I think I can unmute you, Michelle. Give us a few pieces of important information on who you are and what you do and what makes you tick.
Thank you so much, Natalie. It's so honored to be here with you, Goldie and Lena, and especially Mo behind the scenes. I'm Michelle Wilson, and I am the mompreneur. You know, I was actually a teen mom, and when I was about 24, 26, I started my own business part-time because I was a struggling single mom. I've actually been divorced a couple of times, and I was just always trying to make ends meet. So I started businesses. I love business. And, you know, fast forward today, my third child, I have actually 3 children. My oldest is 39, 31, and now 17. And the past about 14 years, he has a chronic illness. So I've been able to run a business and really take care of his medical needs and be there present as a parent. And so now I get to coach and train other moms, women's, people who just have a dream and they want to fulfill their dream, but also want to have a life, so it's all about, building a business that you love and being able to fulfill your family, be there for your family at the same time. So that's what I've been up to lately. And I'm so honored to be here. So thank you. I think I can hear you.
Unmute yourself.
Of course. Why would I? There's so many words that I shouldn't be saying anyhow. So awesome. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much. I'm going to thank you also, Goldie, for the shout out there. I'm going to bring the wonderful Lene up. Look at that. Mindful business. Well, as a mindful business and a mompreneur, Lene, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I'm just so excited to be here. As you just said, my name is Lene Cook Braxton, and I too am a mom. My daughter Bailey is 14 years old and entering high school in the fall, which has been a new experience in and of itself. I am a mind-body medicine practitioner specializing in sports psychology, and also have a podcast called The Mindful Business Renegades. And we were just ranked 38th in Norway. We are in the process of launching season 2 in the fall. And I'm so excited to be here with all the beautiful women on the panel. And it's so great to be here with you, my sisters Goldie and Lena, and especially my soul sister of the heart, Michelle and Dr. Natalie. Thank you for all that you all are doing to make this possible today. Thank you so much. I'm just so glad to be here.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, this time I did unmute myself. I'm now going to bring up a lady that you've already seen as a hostess, but right now she's going to be a panelist because she is also, of course, a mom. And as a mom, that's what we're going to talk about. Not necessarily mompreneur, but what do we learn from our youth? What do we teach them? All of the things that kept coming back up. Lena, please just tell us a couple of sentences, anything that we haven't learned about you yet.
Oh my goodness. I just want to say thank you to everybody in the Los Angeles Tribune. Mo, I love to see you today here. Your support in the back channel is amazing. And, the support of those real men out there. I know my husband is watching it and taking care of our son. So, yes, I have a beautiful son, 6 years old. I'm from Colombia, South America, and being here in the United States just for 9 years. The love of my life just brought me to this country. And I'm just a woman that I'm passionate about helping others. If you can tell, I'm very passionate about getting connected to other people because that's the way that we can, touch more lives outside. And I've been helping many orphan kids for many years, families in needs in Colombia, in South America, and different countries, and here in the United States, helping women, battle women. As you all know or was listened to it yesterday, I had to go through challenging times in my childhood, but that never stopped me to be who I am right now and to keep pushing and keep going. And I believe that we just have to fight for our dreams. One of them actually is painting, and I start, for all my years, loved painting, but never actually got a canvas and paintings or nothing. But last year I decided that was my dream, so I was going to start doing that. And maybe not too many people know about that, but I love to paint, and I think I do pretty good. And that's what I do. I love to be with my family, with my son and my husband, and we love fishing. We love to go outdoors and trying to, keep all this stuff together. Love marketing. Always, even though I don't have to, but I just love to be doing something. So I'm like a bee, just working behind the scenes and doing designs. And that's a little bit about me.
that is a little bit about me. Absolutely. And I'm bringing everybody back here. There we are. Am I missing? Michelle is frozen.
Hello.
Okay. Let me move you down just for a second. Come back when you're ready. I think you're frozen a little bit. It's all the energy right now. You know how that works, right? When we have too much energy, we freeze the whole camera. We've seen that Mo doing that. We've seen other people do that already today. She will be back in just a moment. Let's get us started, ladies. Youth, what do they teach us? What do we teach them? Why is it good for our youth to see us as moms working? Wherever you want to go with this topic, because I know we can cover all of that. Lene, why don't you start us out?
I would love to start. And I love what Lena just said earlier. And I wanted to just really quickly, because you can't forget our amazing Mo Rock. I gave everyone else a shout out saying thank you. And I wanted to thank Mo. And Lena had an important point about the men, the strong men that help us. And I think it's important. I am actually recently divorced in the last couple of years, and after almost 18 years of marriage. So my daughter being 14, it's very important for her to see her dad and myself co-parent very successfully. We are friends. He's a wonderful man, an amazing father. And I think it's important, to answer your question, Natalie, for our kids to see us be whole, whether we are whole as a couple unit or whole as a co-parenting unit, whether it's a single mom, single dad, married mom, married dad, whatever the familial situation may be. I think it's different for everyone. And I think it's important for children to see that. And I know that's something that my daughter is watching for sure, to see how we interact with others as a family.
Wow. Okay, Michelle, are you back? I'm not sure.
I am back. Oh,
all right, we can hear you. We can't see you move, but please share your thoughts with us.
Well, I love what Lene is saying. I'm also a single mom, but
now we see you. Yes.
Unfortunately, my son's father's not in the picture, but I'm always very positive. I don't say anything negative about him or anything. I keep it very, I just give him all the love that I can, so he doesn't miss him. He doesn't ask questions and so forth, but I never talk bad about him or that he's not here or that he's not doing his job. So that's really important. Even though we don't have a co-parenting relationship, I just never talk anything negative about him. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lena?
Well, I think for our youth, I would say that, I was blessed to have my mom and my dad together. They still married. I never saw them fighting in 35 years old. So, but that don't mean that everything goes perfect. You guys hear what happened to me when I was a child. But I think the most important thing for youth is to trust them, to teach them, to be a role model, but also to be truthful with them. So talk with the truth. So for me, for our family, we talk to our son, even if they're like adult topics, he knows what's going on in our life. He knows what is being pregnant. We're not talking about, details because it's probably his mind is not there. But I'm not lying to him. We're not bringing him different ideas or stories when there's a reality and he's going to grow up. So I think the best thing is to be truthful to our kids and talk to them. Like we don't realize, but they are like a little adults in our little, like in little bodies. That's how I see him. And when I do that, he reacts better than when I try to tell him something, because they're very curious. So my thing is being very truthful with our kids, because we think that because they're little, they don't understand, but they do.
Yeah, I say actions speak so much louder than our words, because my son will call me on things sometimes, when I think he's not watching. Like one of the things is thinking positive. I've taught that and I teach that. And there are times he catches me, my son has an illness that he's been battling for about 14 years. And he'll tell me, Mom, think positive. When I want to go, oh my gosh, something's happening, he'll call me on it and say, hey, Mom, think positive. So our kids, it's not really the words that we say, but it's also, how we role model for them. The leadership in the home is really key. I know for me, it's action speaks louder than words, I say, basically. I mean, yes, mindset and being positive, but they see our actions. Mm-hmm. That's really key.
I'm going to take over, and Natalie's going to leave for a minute. Thank you. I'm going to make that call. Thank you. We all know it's cooking. Lots of water today.
Hey, Goldie.
So, yeah, call it out. So, Lene, you said first off, I love, because I am dealing with somebody right now, a friend of mine, who is going through a divorce. And Lene, actually in your area, and no way in heck they'd be watching this, but it is breaking my heart to see what is going on. Like the male is posting mugshots and nudes of his still wife, and I'm just like, what are you doing, setting this example for the rest of the children? And she is always, much like you both, so kind and peaceful. And what good is it to bash and to speak negatively about the dad, because all that does is put question in the son or daughter's minds. And I love that both of you are so healthy, obviously, with what you both do for a living, that carries on over into your just how you manage your family. I applaud you and I commend you, because when I hear people going off about the partner or the ex, it's not helping. We all want to call a friend, call somebody else, but you don't need to air that in front of the child. So thank you for that. When you were saying, Lene, that you need to be whole, whether it's a family unit that's whole or it's just you, either one of you as a single mom, what challenges come up with that, and how do you do that? Because I know I don't even have a kid and I don't feel whole all the time. I feel like my life's falling apart some days and I'm just like, and then I'm sure you might feel like that too at times. And then you have this little person who's not so little anymore. How do you navigate around that? Who do you call upon? What do you pull from? Like, I would love to know that, because I'm not a mom.
Well, Goldie, that's a great question, because I think that every day is different. And I think that we really always have to check in with ourselves. And I even share this with my clients, ask yourself, what do you need today? Okay. And each day it may be different. As you mentioned, sometimes you feel like you can't keep it together. I think everyone does at some point. And I think it's so important I'm sure it's so many people have talked about self-care, taking time for yourself, all the wonderful panelists with the conference. It's so important to really take time for yourself, because if our cups are empty, and it's an overused cliche, but it really is true. If our cups are empty, we can't pour into others, including our babies. So it's really important that we fill ourselves up however we want to do it, however we can do it, even if it's in 5-minute increments, and really, really ask ourselves daily what we may need. And it may mean that we can't multitask while we're going to the soccer game at the same time as doing work. We may need to extend a deadline just to have a moment to breathe instead of trying to juggle all the balls at once. It's really important to check in with yourself. Yeah.
That's a great answer. Mm-hmm. And I was going to ask you, like, what does that look like for you without getting freaky, girl? I'm just kidding.
Oh, Goldie, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. It wouldn't be right if we didn't throw one of those in there, right, Goldie? Well,
besides
everything is important for a whole person. And for me, it's a matter of I had to kind of resonate and resolve to the fact that I'm not really great at multitasking. They say that we as mothers inherently multitask very well. I do not do it very well at all. I'm really at my best when I'm able to give 110% to everything I do. And sometimes it may be 80%. Sometimes it may be the whole 110, and sometimes it may just be 40 for that day. But I think it's really important, and this is what I do for myself, to really prioritize and see what gets your attention on any given day.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Michelle, we're going to hear from both of you, but Michelle, please go next.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. I am a multitasker, and I used to be so proud of that, but now I'm not. So I really, I had to look at what is important, and like my phone, I have to put it on silent, because all the rings and dings, and I just have to understand where my focus is. But it is understanding. I know for me, I'm grounded in prayer, meditation, making sure I read. And I know those days that I do feel stressed out and overwhelmed. Oh, I forgot to, wake up and say thank you, So, I have these mantras that I go by. Just recently, my son, I was really feeling overwhelmed because he had surgery, and I just had to ask God, give me strength. And so that's, I believe that my foundation is the God, having a foundation that I know this is, my situation is temporarily here, and just being thankful and grateful. But then I do have those, those moments where, hey, if I just can take a bath, I love reading, mental, I love reading, and, just those little things, as Lene say, just taking 5 minutes, a break, turning everything off, and just, hey, just closing your eyes for 5 minutes. It just brings life back into you. So those are a few things that I do to really stay grounded.
I'm coming over to your house for a bath because my water bill is too large these days. So, and I will say that your eyelashes are on point, my love.
Thank you. I've gotten so much coaching from Goldie, and I appreciate you.
And Lene, your eye makeup, like just your eyeshadow is beautiful. And then Lena, you're going to answer the same question next, but I did already compliment you on your cascading hair. Everybody looks so beautiful, and we just thank you for showing up to the party and not all ratty. Thank you. Somebody's showing up all ratchet. We don't want that. Lena, well, you know what I'm saying. Everybody looks really, really good. Lena, how do you deal with the balance and chaos of what happens in your own life and your own emotions, and then now you have another person to basically look out for, feed, mentor, guide, teach? How do you do it?
I can lie to you. There's days that it's you feel like overwhelmed. I homeschool, so it's extra on top of everything, and it's full homeschool. I don't have InSign or nothing, but it's getting to what is important. So what I'm doing is and sorry, there's thunderstorms here. It's a big storm here. I don't know what's going on outside, but what I do is that I do my list of things to do, and what I realize a few years ago is that the longest that list becomes, the less things I was doing. So I focus and just make a short list of things to do. And I don't worry about, and I was talking to a friend about that. She also homeschooled, and she was really stressed out and overwhelmed with, she got 3 kids and everything. And the kid is not going to get the good grades and get the license to drive and all this. And I said, but who said that kid at that age needs to do that? Every kid has their own ways to learn. So as a parents, we cannot stress out because they are not doing what the other kids are doing. Each kid is different. And like my son, he loves maths, but he don't like to read a lot. He don't like to write. He can write beautiful, and if I make him focus, he do it, but his thing is maths. So if I'm going to get him every day to do just writing lessons and reading lessons, that's not what he loves. So it's just do what he's passionate about, and getting my list, the things that are more important to do. And it's not just my son, but it's we have businesses, we have my husband, and is all the things around it. Then it's yourself too. So don't forget about that. Even if you have to wake up a little bit extra, just make sure you always take care of yourself. And that self-love is very important because everything comes from there. Once we start loving ourselves, then we're gonna be able to spread that out. But the balance is trying to be there, but you get a lot of things in the plate. So it's kind of like, I'll go sleep a little bit late. I prefer to go to sleep late and wake up late. So everybody can balance their life the way they feel better. But it's always important when we was talking about silent moments. I got my closet. Sometimes I just go in the closet and I read something right there, or if I have to cry, I just cry there. But it's a state in that mindset of everything's gonna be okay, and just put your own rules. You don't have to base on what this school system is saying or what anybody else is saying.
Dr. Forrest.
Hi. I
Dr.
sort of
Forrest is
I
back.
wasn't quite honest. You know I couldn't stay awake. It's just not happening. Yeah, we're talking about our kids. It's one of the things that we've heard throughout these days. That what Forbes started out by saying 10% of our population is the youth, but they're 100% of our future. So I think you all are so spot on with how we are being examples. And I love what Lena said, right? Be honest. There might be some conversations that they are not 100% ready for, but they need to know. They need to know what is going on. And I see a huge difference in the countries that we're from. There's a very different approach from how we deal with our kids in Colombia or in Germany or in Spain or even inside the United States, like Georgia or California. There's a difference, and just I know that my daughter inspires me and that I learn from her what I also have to teach her, like what Michelle said earlier about multitasking, right? It's so important. And so, as the final question, just would love to hear what is the most important thing, issue, item that you have learned from your kid? And Michelle, you got to pick one. What is the most important thing that you learned from your child?
Listening. Listening is so key. One time, my son told me something and I didn't listen to him. He knows his body, right? I said he's fighting his, and sure enough, it happened. And so he taught me how to really listen. Just because I can't see something's going on, children do know best, and they just want to be heard. They just want to be seen. So that's my keys, just to listen to them and believe them, because it's their perspective. So not only listen, believe their perspective. So that would be my key.
Awesome. Lene?
You go, Lene.
Oh, thank you, Lena. Well, actually, what I said originally with my first answer and checking in with ourselves every day, my daughter actually taught me that. She is very, very in tune with her needs, and I believe that we teach each other reciprocally. And she said to me one day, Mama, because that's what I need. And so she had checked in with herself and expressed what she needed. So that answer came from her. I am so grateful that God chose me to be her mama, because I just learn more from her than she learns from me. I'm certain of it.
Awesome. Well, Lena.
I think if I have to pick one thing, he have taught me that when you believe in something, you protect it, you defend it, you speak up. And I see him, he has one class that he have with a Spanish teacher, and he debates with her, like, she's the teacher and she's like, no, Kai, is this way? And he's like, no, I'm gonna tell you why. Listen. And he started giving his side of his point of view. He's just 6 years old. So it's those times where we are not agree with something, or we sometimes we stay quiet and we don't defend that, that what we believe. So is that own our own thoughts and be able to express it without offending the other person. So I think he's been teaching me all that. So that's what I pick.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, for me, I don't know. I think it's just amplifying everything that I do, like dancing in the rain. She's the one who tells me, Mama, stop. And I'm like, no, no. And all the neighbors are looking at us, or, in the grocery store. But I think for me, it's really taking another look at the world through a children's eyes without being jaded. seeing the beauty in everything. And I know I've done that always a little bit, but I'm so with you, Lene. It's like she's amplifying that. So thank you, ladies, so much. Michelle, I don't know if you're still there. We all of a sudden saw your picture. I'm going to bring you back up just to, because we still hear you. But I want to thank all of you so much, ladies. You're amazing. I know Lena will stick around. I know Lene and Michelle are going to sooner or later have that show on the LA Tribune. Can't wait for that. And everybody in the virtual audience, thank you for your comments. And even if you are not a physical mom or a physical dad or a physical parent of whatever sort, you're making an impact. Listen to the kids. They really know a whole lot. Thank you so much, ladies. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Lena, and thank you so much, Natalie. And love you,
Thank
Lena.
you so much. Love you, Natalie.
right.
Love you, Lena. Love you, Goldie. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Love you, girl.
Bye. Awesome. Thank you, Lena. Okay, we're going to move right to the next person. And I'm going to give you a little break, Lena, if you want to, because you were just on a panel. So I'm going to take you, and that doesn't sound right when I say take you down. That's not what I mean. I know Goldie's laughing in the back because of all the references to, fighting and wrestling and so forth. Okay. But I do now want to bring up Barbara. I always mispronounce her names. Beckley. She'll tell me. I'm going to just call her Barbara. I'm going to bring up Barbara right now because she's going to share a few things with us. I had the privilege of meeting Barbara actually through a common friend of ours. And she is an amazing lady. She's just going to share a little bit with us about her experiences for a few minutes because she really got my attention when she was talking about the diamond inside of you, let it shine. And of course, Dr. Liddy yesterday was singing the song, this little light of mine, let it shine. This young lady is helping individuals. She knows the importance of being yourself, knowing who you are and stepping forward. And she has arrived in that because she has conquered, overcome, faced, and dealt with a lot of challenges herself. So it is my honor to welcome Barbara Beckley. Hello, love. How are you?
Thank you, Lady Natalie. Oh my God, this is awesome. This forum is just amazing. I just have to say that. I just have to start off by saying that. You women
And
are
can I just
just.
say, I love your hair.
Oh, thank
In
you.
the picture that I have seen, you didn't have red hair, but it fits with your background.
I'm all matching.
Hey, I'm just saying, be yourself, right? We're on fire today. Wow. Barbara, you do so many things. I'm so honored to have you here with us today. And I'm just wondering, can you, in a nutshell version, tell us how you help people not just see the diamond, like find it, see it, but polish it. In a few minutes, can you just tell us how you do that?
Whew, wow. Yes. Well, first of all, thank you again for letting me be on this platform. I'm going to go right into this. Each and every one of you have a gift and talent in you. You first have to know that. That's where you start from. You have to start from the basic foundation, and that's knowing who you are. Now, the word impactor has been mentioned many times from yesterday to today. I heard Natalie say a little while ago. Do you really understand what an impactor is? And you have to ask that question. I had to look it up. I looked it up. I always look up because when people say you got to be an impactor, you need to know your gifts, your talents. Well, what an impactor does, it is a person that breaks ground, that spearheads something that everybody else might be afraid of doing. It's a person that's a trailblazer. This forum right here, Los Angeles Forum, is a trailblazer. They're a movement. They said that already. You have to announce that for yourself when you're thinking about your gifts and talents. You have to own it. You have to know who you are. And then after that point in time, you have to say it. See, words are powerful. I keep telling you, the universe hears your words. And you have to continuously say that to yourself. You have to magnify your vision. You have to put it in places. I have what I say I impact, especially women, to help them get visibility and to make them shine like diamonds, because my business is Diamond Factor. Well, you know what? I have to be that first. I have to be that trailblazer. I have to be that impactor, because no one's not going to listen to me if I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. And that's where you have to tell yourself, I am that person. Now, Natalie said before, and with the time, my stories, your stories, makes it and molds you into that diamond or whatever jewel that you want to be. I chose a diamond because of my story. There was 3 instances in my life where somebody told me that I was a diamond in the rough. At that point in time, I was bullied when I was younger. I lost my dad at a young age, at the age of 17. He passed away, not from an accident, but he passed away. He was murdered. At that time in my life, I was still trying to search out my value and who I was. And that story, that would hit me to the point where I wanted to just let it go. I wanted to crush my own diamond that I didn't know I had in me, because my dad was gone. He was my diamond. He's the one that told me, Barbara, you're amazing, you're wonderful, you're magnificent. You're an angel, you're a princess. But he was gone. Who else was supposed to tell me this? See, those are the angels around you. You listen to those angels. So at that point in time, I was to the point of just saying, I'm done. I'm done. And I was going to let my life go. But angels, people around you, listen to those positive words. Listen, this is where the cut and the shaping comes in. When they put me on a 40-hour suicide watch in the hospital, a nurse came into my room, and that changed my life. She didn't know my dad. She didn't know what happened, but she told me there's something that's telling me, Barbara, I'm laying there in the bed, that you are a diamond in the rough. At that point in time, my dad used to tell me the same thing, and he was gone. Right at that point, I knew I had to do. I knew my purpose at that time. I knew somewhere I needed to make sure that especially women understood their value so they can become those impactors, those trailblazers. Put your foot down, believe in what you're going for. That's what we have to do. Our stories mold us. We learn from them. They're stepping stones of strength. Don't look at it as, oh my God, this happened to me. Oh my God, this death. I know we have the emotions. We're human. We got to take it in stride. I get that. But you also have to look at the bigger picture. If you're trying to be that person to say, look, I'm going to be the first one to break ground on this thing, then you have to be ready for it. You have to be ready for it. And I always tell people, you have to magnify your vision, magnify your gem in you. Believe in you first. I don't care how many people tell you how amazing you are, how awesome you are. Oh, you're so lovely, Barbara. But if Barbara and Natalie and everybody else on this forum doesn't understand their gifts, their special talent, their uniqueness, then nobody else will. And then you got to take that, what I call your purpose, passion, and drive, and you have to discover that and mold it. Get in groups, be with people that are doing the same thing you are, just like right now. You're listening to all these wonderful ladies and men. Get with these groups so you can mold with them. And then define your self-image. You are not Natalie. Natalie is not me. Goldie is not me. They're their own, and they sparkle and they glitter and they're up there. You're the same way, but you have to understand. So with that, I want you to understand, to be a trailblazer, to be an impactor, you have to understand yourself. 3 keys. Really love, understand yourself. Get that knowledge from others. Listen, have those listening ears so you can understand how to get to that, to mold yourself within your stories, within other people, with their knowledge. And then the last thing I want to say, I know it sounds like, okay, Barbara, I know this, but it's take action. Take action and know who you are. I have a quote I want to leave because of time. I always tell people this. Your life has purpose. Your story is important because that's what molds you. Your dreams count. Each and every dream that you have counts. And your voice, my voice, your voice matters. And we were born, not by accident, but we were born to impact others. We were born to do that. I told my story, and I'm going to end it. I told my story about me wanting to commit suicide at the age of 17 when my father passed. I told that story a few weeks ago on social media. I know you're like, oh God. But I told that story. Something told me deep inside, Barbara, you need to tell it. You need to be vulnerable right now to tell your story about that because somebody needs to hear it. Told the story. 2 days later, it was shared. Shared. You know how social media, they share things here and there. And they shared this story. And like I said, again, I didn't really understand why I was doing it. And I received a message in Messenger on Facebook from a 17-year-old young lady. And she said, Barbara, I just want to thank you for sharing your story about how when you were the age of 17, you were thinking about taking your life. Because at the moment when I received the shared video from Facebook from you, from somebody, another friend, I was on the verge of slitting my wrists and ending my life. I heard your voice, I heard your story, and I stopped at that point in time and I told myself, I am better than this, whatever's going on in my life. That brought a tear. You just don't know. Every time I tell this story, it brings a tear to my eye. Because if I didn't listen to what I needed to say, and that wasn't shared out, that individual might not be living today. When you're an impactor, when you are a trailblazer, you are saving lives. That's why it's so detrimental and important for you to tell your story, to tell who you are and to believe in you, because others need to hear you. Others need to hear Goldie and Natalie and myself and others out there, because you're saving lives. You're giving people hope. To the day I hear from her, I check on her. She's going to school. She graduated. She's going to college now. This young lady never thought in her wildest dreams it was going to happen. But just a story that she heard from somebody to save her life, to say, I need to move forward. Now she's an impactor. You see how that works? She came from hearing that to being an impactor to now helping other people that might be discouraged in that area. So I just want to just say thank you, Natalie, and thank you, ladies, for having me on this platform. I truly appreciate you so much. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, you didn't just tell one story, you started telling 3 stories. So just to let you know, that means you have to come back. Okay. I'm just throwing that out there because you can't, with me, you can't be starting 3 stories, telling parts of the story, and then it's like, oh, see you later. Okay.
Bye. Well, that's good. That means it created some kind of impact. So I love that.
You are an impactor for sure. And it's so true how you said, our stories mold us, right? And it's also, who do we listen to? What do we listen to? And it always goes back to, I'm not like you. You're not like me. Maybe we both have a little bit of red hair, but we're still not alike. So, Barbara, thank you so much. I know there's a lot more that you, me, Mo, and the LA Tribune will do together. And I can't wait to reveal all of that as we move forward.
Yes.
You made time, you're here, and you shared parts of your story. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies. Yes, I have my tissues right here. Yeah, don't think I'm joking about this stuff. We're having real conversations here. It started yesterday with Forbes Riley. I got it all covered over here, from my candle to my incense to whatever I need. Okay, my cat is sitting right there next to me too. I posted that too. Okay, so yes, absolutely. Thank you for being vulnerable. We're going to move now to a related issue in my mind. It's related because today we focused on health, wellness, mental wellness, Hellness? No, mental wellness. See, I've been up a little bit, and Dr. Melissa is already laughing about me in the back here. But you know, mental, physical, spiritual, that those are, you know, leadership in those three areas and more, financial and others, is what we're talking about all weekend long. It's now my honor to bring up two wonderful ladies. One of the ladies that I'm going to bring up actually has a doctorate, and it's not a doctorate in philosophy, it's actually a doctorate in the field that she is practicing in. So Dr. Melissa, and I'm going to just say Dr. Melissa because you have by now learned how good I am with last names. Okay. She has a passion for health and working with clients to help them make better choices. She has had a pharmaceutical training. She knows about medication, supplements, nutrition, which of course means she knows how to guide you through your wellness experience. So here we are with Dr. Melissa, and yes, I love it. You're even wearing your coat. Awesome. And just look at all of the awards and everything there in the back. That is so intimidating. Thank you so much for that. That's what, yeah, I now feel really bad. I also
Thank you for having me.
I also want to bring up really quickly somebody who's been waiting and who's been with us for a lot of time already today. This is Jody Bear. She's down here in Florida. She is a certified health coach, speaker, consultant, trainer, holistic nutritionist. And even though she doesn't look it, she's been doing this for a while. I'm just saying, for a while. She also has her own radio and podcast. She has been doing corporate health training. She is experienced in all areas of what we are talking about. So welcome, ladies. And of course, I'm going to give each of you the space just for a moment to introduce yourselves. And if it's okay, I'm going to start with Dr. Melissa. So I'm going to move you back down just for a second, Jody. Dr. Melissa, tell us in just a couple of minutes what you do, how you do it, and why you are so passionate.
So, hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Melissa Valizan. Thank you for having me, Natalie. I help you get to the root cause of the problem. The reason I do this is because for years and years, I stumbled between physician and physician until I finally found one who saved my life. And I want to help you save your life before it's too late. And so let's get to the root cause. That's how I help my clients find the problem, get rid of those medications. Yes, I'm a pharmacist, and I say you don't have to be on all your meds, even all your supplements. Let's optimize what you're taking. Thank you.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Because, you know, I know that sometimes we need medication, but whenever I talk to my doctor, I'm like, no, please, no, please, no. So we'll see about that. Let's bring up Jody. And Jody, I'm going to give you the stage for just a few minutes as well. Tell us all about your experience as a health and life coach.
Well, thank you, Dr. Natalie and the Los Angeles Tribune. We also this has absolutely been the most phenomenal experience. Gosh, I put it up in the top
Okay,
five of my
hold on a
career.
second, Jody. I have to interrupt
Jody
you
Bear,
here for a
B-A-E-R.
second.
That's
I
correct.
have to interrupt you here for a second because you are a little frozen. You're a little unclear. I'm not sure if you need to reset anything. Let's try this again. Go for it, Jody.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Better? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I've been a 40-year health coach. I'm proud of that, for sure. This is what I know. I want to ask our audience here, what is the gift of love that just keeps on giving to you? With me, it was my mother's love. I was a 3-year-old little girl that had a tummy ache, and I went to my mom and said, Mom, I have to go potty. All
right. I'm so sorry, Jody.
Just suddenly.
I'm so sorry, Jody. We can't hear you. Is it just me? I don't think it's just me. I think it's breaking up, right? Okay. So, Jody, what I would recommend right now is maybe unplug your camera and then come back in because you're very jittery and the sound is very bad. So just maybe try to come in and out again. That would be awesome. Okay. And then I'm going to just bring up Dr. Melissa again, and I'm also going to bring in our own Lena, because I'm sure we all have questions for you. So I'm going to start us out because I've got the microphone open. So, Dr. Melissa, tell us a little bit more. You mentioned that you were like in between the doctors, and you saw how the doctors were working, and I'm paraphrasing what you said. What happened there? What made you look at it and go, whoa, that's not what I want?
So what made me look at it is, being in my profession, healthcare professional, pharmacist, I went to the physician. They said, try this medication. I tried the medication. It wasn't for what I was diagnosed with. Actually, they couldn't find a diagnosis, which is so common. And so what I did is I went to another specialist. We tried a different medication, and I got finally to the right one. But I was tired of being put on things that were not working for me. And as a pharmacist, my job is to make sure that you are taking what is appropriate for you, whether that be prescription medication, over-the-counter medication, or supplementation, because supplementation may not be right for you as well. So I tried the host of things, finally got to the one where I'm like, I've tried this, it didn't work. Why would I be taking something that doesn't work? Mm-hmm. And so I got off of it. I needed to have surgery. That was one that had to have for me. And my underlying cause was stress.
Oh,
that does a number on you. It can do a number on you. And so I want to prevent that from happening to other people.
Wow. So stress. So everybody, and I love that you're saying that, because I do believe we need doctors. So I'm not saying we don't need doctors. I also believe we need naturopaths. So, I'm like in between all of those. And one of the things that I always find interesting is when a doctor cannot find what's wrong with you, right? You go to the doctor and you say, no, there's really something wrong with me. There is. And they can't find anything. This is a trick question for you. You can refuse to answer. You can claim the fifth, right? But do they just make stuff up and give you something to see if it works?
So I'll plead the fifth in part of it, but I will answer a little bit. I don't think that they make something up, but what I think happens is that we as a society, we pressure them into coming out with a diagnosis. We go in, I went in expecting to get a diagnosis, to get something to help me. And I think that we do that. They want to help as well. So they try to come up with something. And it's very hard for doctors to say, I don't know. There's a few of them out there that will. I don't want to say that they make things up, but I think they try and find something to help us. And that may or may not be the right thing. And so that's where, somebody like me comes into play, who has both the Eastern and the Western, because we need our MDs and DOs, and we need our naturopaths. There's a time and a place for both. And depending upon where you're at, maybe you get the right answer, maybe you don't. And if you don't get the right answer from doctor number 1, you go to doctor number 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, and then you're frustrated.
Good point.
Wow.
I'm gonna try and see if now she's still frozen. So we're just gonna stick with you for a moment, but we're gonna bring Jody up the minute we see her live again. I would like for you to, Lena. Sorry, did you have a question for Dr. Melissa?
Well, I always when we talk about, health and wellness and having somebody, an expert on this area, I always because I know a lot of people are there talking about, okay, how can she help me? So to give this value to all these people that are watching us right now, listen to your story, listen to everything you have done. What you will tell to, we're talking about the stress is the cause of a lot of disease. How you recommend for a person to manage that level stress? What are those techniques or something that you will recommend for somebody that is into a lot of stress right now?
Absolutely, Lena. So there's some very simple things. One of the simplest things is to breathe, to remember to breathe, and to do what's called a box breathing. And so you breathe in, you inhale for 4 seconds, you hold for 4 seconds, and you release for 4 seconds. And that can help you just take the stress away from the moment and get you so that you can get to that next phase of whatever it is. Other things that you can do to reduce stress, make sure you're taking time for yourself. As women, we are notorious for doing everything for everybody else and neglecting ourselves. We say, oh yeah, we do. We take care of ourselves. We barely get 5 hours of sleep a night or whatever it is. We barely get this or that. Remember to take care of yourself. That's key, because the more you fill up your cup, it will overflow to others. And those are two very simple things. There's a whole host of other things I can go through and on how to reduce stress, but it depends upon your situation. I'd say the best thing, that breathing technique, maybe journaling might be helpful for you to write down your thoughts. And remember, key, get plenty of sleep. Because if you don't get plenty of sleep, you're not doing anybody any good.
Ooh, sleep. You just touched right there on my point, because I just even talked about it that I was not sleeping too much. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll go get some sleep.
I'm trying to figure out how to spell that sometimes.
It's something that we neglect. We think that that's something that we know we need it, but it's one of the first things we let go. And I will tell you that if you start incorporating that back in, set a few things, set a bedtime for yourself. You set a bedtime for your children, set a bedtime for yourself. And that's number one. That'll help you put your electronics away, get to a cool environment. And as you start sleeping better, you're going to start feeling better. You're going to be less stressed.
Awesome.
So I have a follow-up question there, and hopefully then Jody will be able to chime in as well, because you're still freezing a little bit. But when it comes to sleep, I know there are all these recommendations about you need to have 8 hours of sleep. Okay, honestly, if I get 8 hours of sleep, I'm dead. If I get 8 hours of sleep and I wake up the next morning, I'm like, I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. If I get between 5 and 6, I'm ready. So what are the parameters for get the right amount of sleep?
That's a great question. And most adults need between 6 and 9 hours of sleep. Okay. So between 6 and 9 hours, depending upon what's right for your body. The key is to have the right amount of REM sleep. So that's the part where your body actually is doing that deep sleep. And all of those internal organs are getting nourished and everything's happening. And some people can survive if they're getting good quality 2 to 4 hours of REM sleep. And if you're getting that, and then your couple of other hours of sleep, and you're good in 5 and 6 hours, that's great. Not everybody can do that because it takes them longer to fall asleep, or they're in earlier stages of sleep. They're not getting that REM. That's very important to get your REM sleep. And most people need between 2 and 4 hours.
Wow, that's amazing. I think it's very important. A lot of times we don't take that serious, the sleep, and especially when, we're so busy. So we was just talking about that, on balancing our life, but being able to, realize that and put the value in, we was talking about time and money, and now time. It comes into the equation that it's important for us to sleep. So even me, I'm going to take the advice, Dr. Melissa, that I'm going to have more sleep. And I would love to see if Miss Jody can chime on this. I don't know, you're still a little bit breaking out. I don't know. Try to tell us a little bit, Miss Jody, about what you think of sleeping.
Oh, and thank you, Dr. Melissa. You and I could talk for weeks. I know we could, for real, for real, for real. And it's true, especially women. They get lack of sleep, then cortisol, then the hormones kicking, and I call it the whores start moaning. And when hormones start moaning, it just creates an avalanche of all kinds of just deleterious effects that really can affect your body, can affect just how, for me, I know that I see a lot of women with this issue, and it's then they have a weight management issue because the cortisol builds up. They don't meditate. They don't even, that goes into the next thing, and then the next thing, and they say, how did I get this 30 extra pounds? Because it started with sleep. It started with building that cortisol up in your system, taking that time to meditate, or even those 4 breaths, Dr. Melissa, that's talking about, and then start that self-care. As a lady said yesterday, I believe, and on one of our clubhouse events, putting the oxygen mask on yourself before you put it on your child. And that's what I practice my health coach on frozen, you know.
Yeah, we are not being able to see you very good, but I want just to kind of like talk about what Jody just said and put it together with Melissa. So this is what we have to do. We have to think about us first, because that's what happened in the plane. You put the oxygen first in the other ones, in the kids, and then you take care of yourself. So we meditate, we sleep, we eat good, we're gonna lose some weight.
Yeah, and I want to bring up Michelle's question as well, because she's asking a very profound question, I think. I mean, Jody, I think you answered parts of that with the cortisol and all of that, but she's also asking, what does it feel and look like when we have finally achieved restful sleep? Who wants to go for that? Dr. Melissa, I'll get you the mic first.
Okay. What does it feel and look like? It feels and look like different things to different individuals. But when you start waking up and you are excited to get out of bed, you don't feel sluggish, that's one good clue. When you're not dragging during the day, that's another good clue. You're not having that afternoon after lunch, oh, I have to crash kind of thing. You're getting enough sleep during the night, and so your body's able to function the entire time that it's awake.
Okay, well, that's really good. Like, I like those tips. And like, for example, Dr. Melissa, when we're talking about kids, kids and adults, we have different, needs. So, a lot of time kids are getting used to what the parents are doing because, the life, the work, and, some parents have to work, other one comes and they have different times. So how to balance these sleeping times for kids and all that?
So yes, you've got to juggle, and in order to balance, so kids grow when they sleep. You notice that a child may need to take, like a baby sleeps, most of the 24-hour period because they're growing. And as your child is growing and getting bigger, and even a teenager, they need a certain amount of sleep because they are growing. We need sleep as adults because our processes, our bodies, our organs need to recharge. And so in order to balance that, you can balance it, set that bedtime for your children, set that bedtime for yourself. And once you put your children to bed, because they need more sleep than you do, okay? They're on an average, a child needs, depending on where they're in the spectrum, they're going to need anywhere from usually 9 to 12 hours, depending upon where they're at. Unless they're a baby, then they're going to like 15 to 20 hours they're going to be sleeping. And so you can kind of balance that spectrum by setting that bedtime, putting them to bed, doing some other work that before you've got an hour or 2 hours after you put the kids to bed to get your stuff done and wind yourself down, and then go ahead and go to bed and get your good night's sleep so that your organs and your body processes can recharge and regrow like they're supposed to.
Amazing, amazing. Miss Jody, I don't know if you can hear us and you can chime on this one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to piggyback on what Dr. Melissa said, because this restful sleep is a tip, because I know on the computer we're doing all of this computer and this, that, and the other, and we've got our electronic devices and what have you. Turn off the electronics to give your body a rest. Turn off your cell phone, that 1 hour, whether it's going into a little bit of meditation and relaxation before you hit the bed, go ahead and read a good book that is a positive, energetic thing, whether it's your Bible, or that kind of thing. And as Dr. Melissa said, in the morning, a real clue, because I believe in my life, and I've really espoused this, that you get a tap on the shoulder, you get more heed until it's a Mack truck. Because when the Mack truck hits, that's when disease happens and you're in really, really tough shape, okay? The shoulder is going ahead. When you wake up, I'm feeling
Your
acidity.
audio is not
Judy,
good,
you're breaking
Jody.
up again. You're breaking up
My
again.
time go-to. I bet Dr. Melissa agrees with me. A little tip of teaspoon of wheatgrass in water, you will find yourself rejuvenating.
We hear that.
Awesome.
That's a good tip.
Great.
Absolutely. That's
We're making
awesome.
progress here now, aren't we, ladies? We're making progress.
Yeah, one step at a time, right? So I know we have a lot of comments here about the stress and about the sleep. I'd like to give both of you just a minute to talk in more general terms about health and wellness. So Jody, you're of course the health and nutritionist coach. I would love, if it all works out, because you're a little frozen here and there, if you could tell us a little bit about the nutrition piece, especially because we've talked during the day about eating right, about health, wellness, and all those things. So if we could maybe have you just talk for a moment about, and I'm going to take myself and Dr. Melissa out to give you the stage, just about the importance of the right nutrition and what that may mean. I would much appreciate that.
Absolutely. And health and nutrition. And as I said earlier, before we had a little unfreezing situation, is that my background is one of being a classically trained vocalist. That was my talent. But health became my passion because
Jody,
my mother was
Jody,
diagnosed with when I was
lovingly interrupt you here again for a minute. We're going to have to get you back because it is really, really difficult to understand you right now. There's something with the connection. It might be that, StreamYard takes up a lot of the connectivity, because we do want to hear what you have to say. So what we might have to do is bring you back another time, but give me a moment. I'll put you into the green room for a second, for a minute, and maybe we can have our tech team see what might be the issue. And then I'm going to bring up Dr. Melissa. I know we ended up talking a lot about, stress, which is important, and sleep, which is important. You do more than that, because you're talking about, and that is not to put that down, because you're absolutely right. The root cause is stress in the end, right? But when we're talking about, you put that so nicely, optimize your health, empower you to make the right choices about health, and figuring out your individual health journey to avoid things like stress, chronic illnesses, etc. How do you do that? Just I know it's hard to put in a few couple of sentences, but if you could help us out with that, that would be awesome.
Sure, Natalie. So the key is that it involves the whole body. So it's all about whole body health. And so what I do with my clients, I look at the whole picture. We look at the physical, which includes the nutrition and the movement. We look at, and also sleep. We look at your stress. We look at the mental. We look at how well you're handling situations. And we look at spiritual or emotional. So bringing that all together, and then delving into what you are putting in your mouth. Are you taking medications? Are you taking supplements? And we get you to what is the right thing for you, because it all revolves around you. You are the individual, and we want to create a customized therapeutic plan for you. It might be similar to somebody else's, but just because your neighbor says to take something doesn't mean it's the right choice for you. So that's kind of in a nutshell, but we get down to the root cause. And often the root cause is stress, but there's also some underlying different things that we look at as well.
Awesome. And I love how you're stressing the fact that it's about individual. And I think that's why I'm always so attracted to naturopath, right? Because they're really looking at everything. And the last question sort of that I have for you, it's really about the difference between naturopath and pharmaceuticals and medical, because you're right there in the middle in so many ways. When I get a blood test, and I'm asking that on behalf of everyone, when I get a blood test, the doctor tells me what it is. But I have come to realize that when I go to a naturopath, they have much more information for me. Instead of just saying your magnesium is here, your iron is here, they say, well, and this is here, and this is here. Oh, how does that work? How can I have a blood test and one person who's a naturopath, not necessarily with a medical degree, can tell me all those other things, and the doctor can't? And I'm not saying that as a bad thing, because we all have different trainings, of course, right? Can you help me understand that?
Yes. So when you get a blood test done in the Western society, so your typical physician, what happens is that they have standards that they're looking at. So they look at the magnesium and they see the low and the high level, and they're like, okay, you're right in the middle, you're good. But what can happen with your naturopath is there's different blood tests that can be run. So it could be a greater panel on that magnesium, just to, for an example, they can look deeper into that, more than just the typical Western does. Now, there's nothing wrong with either side, but it's how they look at things in the training. There's certain labs that I order that, depend upon your condition, we look at, and I want more to look at so that I can, because maybe the baseline is a little bit low, and so I want to go a little bit deeper. And so I think that's the thing, is your naturopaths, they go a little bit deeper than your traditional MDs and DOs is typically what I've seen. I hope that answers your question.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you the stage for another minute just to tell us one final parting words that you want to share with the audience, who are clearly wanting more information from you about stress, about health and well-being. So the stage is yours for your final thoughts, really.
Okay. So final thoughts. It's imperative that we get to the root cause of your issue. It's terrible that medications are just dumped on top of other medications. There's 4.5 billion prescriptions filled in the United States. That is terrible. That's way too many. I think we need to get you off of most of those, get you to more lifestyle medicine, I like to call it, where we roll in some different things, is nutrition and movement. We might have some supplements, maybe we might not, but also good quality is very key, whether you're taking prescription meds or non-prescription or supplements. And that's the key, looking at that, learning how to handle your stress and manage your stress. And those are some key points. Take care of yourself. I want to make sure that you are healthy. You only get one body, so let's take care of it now, because you're worth it.
Ooh, I love that. You stole my phrase. You're worth it. That's mine. I claim that. I claim that. Thank you so much, Dr. Melissa. And again, not only for your time, but for the insights that you shared. And there have been so many reactions here in the virtual auditorium. You've seen us try to pick some of those up and have you answer some of those questions. I also want to remind everybody, because Dr. Melissa does have a special free giveaway. So if you register at latleap.com, you will be eligible to receive that. Thank you so much, Dr. Melissa. It's been a pleasure having you. You provided so many insights. Really appreciate your time today and your patience in the green room. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Here we are. Okay, let me bring up Lena. And now we have something very, very special. Someone very, very special. And I cannot like really say what I mean here right now. What I mean is that I have met a dame, a lady, one of the few people who has been knighted a few years ago. And the minute I met her, I knew that aside from her title, aside from all of her years of experience, there was something special about her. I may not have been able to pinpoint directly what it was, but I knew it from the first moment that I saw her. And then, honestly, we lost touch for a little bit. But Thank you, COVID. Now we're back in touch. And I've had the pleasure of reconnecting with her, especially, of course, through our mutual friend, Mr. Mo Rock. And we are now reconnected, and she has volunteered not just her time, but she has also connected us with some of the other amazing speakers and experts that have already been here. So I would love right now to take a moment to tell you that this lady that is going to come up goes by Dame Doria Cordova. She has accelerated, exceeded, helped so many people across the globe, not just by her open heart and giving attitude and the approach to collaboration and connecting people, but with her accelerated business schools for entrepreneurs, with the program Money and Me, with all of the work that she has been doing across the globe. And I believe especially in places like China, Thailand, those areas where we need a lot of help, where we need a lot of input, and where we have a thirst for knowledge. Now, Money and You may sound very, very much like, let's talk money. That's not necessarily what it's about. So I'm going to bring up the one and only Dame Doria. Thank you so much, Dame Doria.
Hello, hello.
You have wings when you do that. Do that again. You have little, yes, I love that. I love that so much. Dame Doria, thank you for gracing us with your presence. You are Aloha in Hawaii, I
Aloha.
believe. Will you share with our audience some of your insights, some of your vast experience on what people need to know about themselves, about money, and about how to lead their own lives so that they can be all that they can be?
Oh my God, how much time do I have? Do I have the day?
No, I'm going to have to cut you off at some point.
Well, I was just going to say, I want to really thank you and acknowledge all of you. I was particularly moved with the food distribution lady. She had me in tears. And I just wanted to say one more thing about her work. For those of you that didn't see her earlier, you must watch the replay. But one more thing is that every little thing that we do, and this is what my whole work is about, every little thing that we do for anyone that is near us, close by, that needs support, you give it to them. You give it to them. So if you're getting a fast food and you see someone that has very little food, you just go ahead and get the healthiest thing you can get and a drink, and maybe give them $1 or $5 or whatever you want, and give it to them. And that has been something that has driven me since I was very, very young. So I'm the CEO and owner of a program called Accelerated Business School for Entrepreneurs and the Money and You program. And I had the privilege and the honor of inheriting something. And that was the intellectual property and all that work. So what I want to let everyone know is that you may not be the smartest person, you may not be the one that creates something, but if you're ready and you have done all the work that we have been speaking about in this beautiful summit, but also what the work that we do in the 1%ers only in Clubhouse, and we mentioned all the beautiful people that are behind that, and and we have spoken about Mo, Jay, Lena, and Scott, and all the usual suspects, Rex, and everyone there, and of course you, and so many beautiful people, Michelle and others. And what happens is that when we collaborate and when we get together with different organizations, what happens is that we begin to create a movement. So you were talking about movements earlier, and I had the opportunity to come into the beginning of the movement that now just about everybody that was speaking, particularly yesterday, and I felt a little bit funny that my buddies were all mentioning me. Well, they were my friends. They are my friends. We've known each other for so long. Shayoon Lecter and I share an ex-business partner, Robert Kiyosaki. So, my name kept coming up, and because I know so many of the people, because I've been around the industry for 42 years. So there is a big difference between money and finances, money and wealth. So money is just a means of exchange. Finances is the logistics of money, right? And wealth, true wealth, is when you use that money for good things. Then there's a bunch of rich people, and rich is good. But our work for the last that I've been working in for 42 years, but myself have been involved in it for nearly 45 years on my personal work, having started at the Hunger Project. It's about creating product and services that really add value to humanity. So if you really want to be truly wealthy, not just rich, but you want to be rich and happy, as we call Robert Kiyosaki's very first book. It was called, If You Want to Be Rich and Happy, Don't Go to School. And that was a question mark. And that was questioning the educational systems that we have around the world. There's not one country in the whole world that has an educational system that works for all. Singapore comes the closest by paying their teachers as doctors, which a lot of people don't know. And the honest truth is that there is no country that is really training humanity to handle money, to handle finances. So what we have done is really create a system, which is what I always want to talk to everyone, all the beautiful people, is to create an economic engine around your life purpose. This is what everyone has been talking about. And then, of course, we were just talking about health. And, a lot of people, when we're much younger, we take our health for granted. But I like to say something that is a little bit of a joke, but it's true, which is, if I had known that there was a limit of alcohol that I had to drink this life, I wouldn't have drank it all in the first 38 years of my life, which is when I quit drinking. And honestly, I quit because I wanted to be healthy as I am now, going into my 70s, starting my 70s. And so what I want to do is I want to just really empower everyone all the time by connecting us, by empowering others, not competing with other women, no matter what feelings come up. Self-mastery, work on yourself, be vigilant. There's only one thing that is your business, and that is your consciousness. Be vigilant of what's going on in your consciousness. Be vigilant of those thoughts. Be vigilant of how you act, how you be. Every single person is your business around you. So if there's somebody hungry, yes, we feed them. So I can speak for a long time. So I'm going to go ahead and let you ask me questions. I have many products and services, and easy to find me, and I will be giving many gifts. But what say you? Oh, you're on mute.
Miss Dr. Forrest is on mute.
I am speechless, of course. And that's why I always keep myself on mute, because I comment on everybody. But I actually was just commenting on my coffee. Dame Doria, when you talk about creating an economic engine around your life's purpose, does that require creating a business?
No, it does not. Not everyone is an entrepreneur. You can be, and I've been asked by many very important people, including Fidel Castro, is an entrepreneur made or an entrepreneur born? There's three choices, actually, that nobody ever asks or suggests, which is an entrepreneur is born, they're not made, they are discovered. The rest of us mortal beings, we get to be part of an economic of an entrepreneurial team. So for instance, my first business partner, the creator of the work that I inherited, Marshall Thurber, he was absolutely, totally brilliant in business. I didn't know how brilliant I was because I was only 28 years old. And I had been a very successful court reporter and had made a lot of money already, but I didn't know that until later. So I became part of an entrepreneurial team that was supporting his vision and Bobby DePorter's vision. And then when they decided to, they were too busy. So I started creating the economic engine and began to get support. And then I evolved. I discovered that I was a great entrepreneur. I had great ideas from the time I was really young, but there is a whole movement in the entrepreneurial education business that I'm a little bit distraught about, which is that everybody has to be an entrepreneur. That is not correct. You can be a professional. You can, like that beautiful a naturopath, a doctor, a dentist, a hairdresser like mama. My mama was a hairdresser. And you can create an economic engine, and it is like baking a cake. It is not mysterious. Women make the money. Don't, you're a victim, let it go. Let it go, no matter what happened in your life. It doesn't matter what happened in your life. What you want to do is this is the first second of the rest of your life. This is the first moment. Right now, right here. Transformation takes that long. Just get it. You go to work, you get educated, do entrepreneurial education. There's tons of us supporting you. This whole summit, like I get up at 5 a.m. to be ready for you so that I could just support. Why? I just wanted to support. I just wanted to be here. And, I have more than enough. My life is completely handled. But then you get to a place where you are working on legacy. So there's a little difference between me and some of the, like Alina. Alina is, another Latina goddess that is going to be much more successful than I am. But my job is to empower, support her, and all of you. And that is what we do. So you have to look at where you are and what the stages of your life. Are you in the process of making money, keeping the money, growing the money? All three different stages. And education is key. Just forget what happened to you. Just freaking get so wealthy and do so much good. And, don't get even, just get wealthy.
Wow.
Goldie, go ahead.
No, I just thank you for showing up all day yesterday and today, and the chocolates in the ER waiting room, just everything that you have to say. You have put everybody else over for 2 days straight, and I would love to hear about your products and services since you're so busy complimenting everybody else. Like, all of us would love to hear, what do you really do? And before you say that, I want to thank you for sometimes people that are listening, you never know when their aha moment is or their come to Jesus is. And there might be some people listening here today who, don't need to lose weight, or they don't need to supplement, or they don't need to grow in their business, but maybe in order to grow in other areas, if they don't absolutely need alcohol. I love that you said that. Ironically, I met Mo Rock, I don't want to say how many years ago, but many years ago at a DARE event at his school, where I was talking more on alcohol and drugs back then, but now I've changed into just overall healthy living. But I like to take this chance just to say thank you for that, and to let people know I've never had a problem with alcohol. I've never drank at all. It just wasn't my cup of tea. And as you heard Dame Doria saying, it was for this many years. I quit so that I could be overall more healthy. And you don't even, if you're younger and you're watching this, you don't even need to start. You can still have a good time and get dates and be popular and do all kinds of things without the help of alcohol. So I just appreciate you saying that, because more people need to hear that it's okay not to at all if you don't want to.
That's correct. Yes.
But products and services, please tell us what you do.
Well, I actually, let me just say very quickly so everybody will understand. I grew up in the legal system. This is why Dr. Liddy and I are now business partner, and we're creating a platform called Money, Law, and You to help a lot of people out in the world that actually need to understand how, from the very beginning, you have to start setting up your business or your team, or bring that knowledge. By the way, if you're an employee or you want to be part of an entrepreneurial team, you get educated so well that you will become so valuable. You will become part of a share profit. People are going to want to share the profits with you because you will become such a valuable member of the team. Sharon Lecter said it correctly. You have team members in your organization, or business partners, joint venture partners. You have partners. So what I did when Marshall Thurber, Bobby D. Porter created this work, the whole spiritual side of me that had just started 2 years prior from an enlightenment experience, which happened out of so much loss and sadness, it actually, when it woke me up, I realized, that I needed to go ahead and run with this work. So I went back to what I called, in many ways, is my true north, which was the law, and true north was like, okay, create an economic engine. We didn't call it that. That word was created by Jim Collins, of one of my favorite books in the whole world, called Good to Great. Everybody read that book. It's a little tiny book, Jim Collins. He's the one that brought the name economic engine into the world. So one of the things that I did was I created licensing. And this is really important for a lot of people to understand. So I created a business model where either I was going to have to be doing all these things, or I was going to create all these people that I was going to be able to license these amazing programs. There was the business school. For many years, we did our own business schools, but now I'm going to license that too. And but the Money and You program, which was the quote unquote leftovers from a 6-week program down into 5 days, now it's only 3.5 days. Money and You was the first program that was licensed in many ways in our particular industry. And it was from there that I began to grow first financial independence. And then I created an economic engine that will create wealth for me for the hundreds of years that I may live. And it's going to be inherited into trusts, into foundations. And I'm going to leave a legacy that even today, should anything happen to me, little shark comes by and takes me into the ocean, I will have everything is set up so that things can continue with or without me. And so one of the things that you all need to remember that is very important to have you create that economic engine, and then you begin to monetize that. And later, you haven't heard of me because I'm the CEO. I'm the power behind the power. And I am very well known in my industry. Many people know me. But in the world as, best-selling authors and all that, I have chosen to stay where I have been and continue to choose to do that. And so one of the things that you need to know is that I have, for instance, I have free education. You can go to moneyandyou.com and download the book Business Success Model. It's a little book. It's very simple, but it teaches you the basic of setting up a socially responsible organization. And what I mean by that, because we are students of Buckminster Fuller. That's the Dymaxion map that you see there. And right here, there is a thing called the fruit bowl. This is the theory, the fruit bowl theory of business. And so the business success model teaches you that by teaching you that you learn from masters, you create a niche, you leverage that niche through systems, and then you create synergy, and then you will create results. And Marsha Martin, my teacher, my mentor, my friend, taught me when I was 27 years old, in life, you either have reasons for not creating what you wanted to create, or you have the results that will speak for themselves. So now, that's a free gift for you. I also want to give a gift that is called the Magical Recovery Exercises, which is under Fridays with Doria. That's another thing that I offer. All of these things are gifts that I started to give. Well, I've been giving gifts my whole life, but the most recent gifts started with COVID, when my whole network just kind of like, oh my God, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Our businesses are closing down. Their jobs were being lost, and people's wealth. I mean, thank God mine didn't disappear. But if I were to tell you what I didn't make last year, you probably would cry. And for me, I'm ready. I'm ready for those things because I know they can happen. So one of the things that occur, we developed this weekly event, and now we do it every week in Clubhouse. So next Friday at 9 a.m. And for those of you watching this replay, you can go to Fridays with Doria and always check and see. We will have it in Clubhouse at 9 a.m. Pacific. And then the next time we are going to have Dr. Lara that I met in Clubhouse. I have not had a sex expert talk, but we're going to have her in Fridays with Doria and talk sexuality, health, and you. So that is another platform that I have. And then, of course, we are finally coming back live. Money and You is going to be in San Diego, Southern California, and that's on August 25 through 28. 3.5 days. And this is the big signature program that, Robert Kiyosaki was my business partner for 9 years. And the first book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the core of it is based on the teachings of Buckminster Fuller. So you heard the story yesterday by Sharon Lecter, right? How they got together. And Sharon Lecter was the person that we wished into Kiyosaki's life years and years before. We were working on this visualization. We were working on all the things, I Feng Shui my house, all the different teachers that have been teaching all of the different things in the summit. I have practiced. And so what they did, we brought this person that was the next level. So I took Kiyosaki for 9 years or a little bit longer. We hung out together for 17 years to a certain level. Then Sharon, Lecter took them to the next level, and then he took himself wherever he needed to go. But one of the things that you need to understand is that there are programs, there are people, there are masters, there's experts that can support you in building your economic engine. It is all there. And you need to be humble. You need to stop saying the word, I know. This used to be an American disease that sadly, it has spread all over the world. But we have also spread very good things. Like the spirit of entrepreneurship was definitely an American export that has benefited the whole world. But, I know about leverage. I know all about leverage. If you are not financially independent and have automatic money coming in for you in whatever form, shape, you do not understand leverage. And the minute that we say, oh, tell me more. Rex Sykes is always working with us in the 1%ers room, and in the VIP room, how to open up. I learn more and more, even though I've known that forever. Great reminders. Tell me more. So leverage is something that is key. So you're either spending time on income generating activities, which is Now Money Now, which our friend, beautiful Bernie Dorman, who's now an angel, taught us. Now Money Now, the money you need to make now, income generating activities, or we're working on future money, which is called leverage. So all of my programs, all of my products, so you can come to fridayswithdoria.com every Friday, either in the morning or at night. You can hang out and read my books. You can definitely want you to come to Money and You. I have a 2-day online course. And again, it's really interesting because these have all been created in order to support the masses. I have this thing about the masses that poverty is the most horrendous thing for everyone. I tell all my wealthy friends, the richest people on the planet that I've had an opportunity to sit across, I tell them poverty is bad for you, because no matter how rich you are, what you're going to lose is your freedom, because poverty is a very bad thing for everyone, especially the people who are experiencing it. So that gives you a little sense of what I do. And every once in a while, I take private clients, but they have to be very obedient. I've had to do quite a few things, and I only take about 2 or 3 of those a year where we create their empires. I'm an empire builder. So I like to sometimes work with people that have beautiful product and services, who are already rock stars, which I can absolutely recognize immediately, the way we recognized Tony Robbins when he was 23 years old. And so rock stars, and that's what you all are. But some of you are not going to choose to do it very big, which is nothing wrong with that. But every day, do something good for someone. Every day, every moment. When God gives you an opportunity for you to do something good, you do it. And trust me when I tell you, it will come back to you 100-fold. It becomes a miraculous life. You live at the speed of grace. Everything, the world will just open up, and you will have such a beautiful life. And I hope that answered your question.
I am sure it did. And I have another question for you, because having seen you in action, feeling your passion right now on a daily basis, thanks to the One Percenters Club, but also before. I know you keep referring to Buckminster Fuller, and I believe one of the things that Buckminster Fuller said is that everyone is born a genius, but the process of living de-geniuses them. Could you talk about that for a moment?
No, not the process of living, education. He was very clear about that. Buckminster Fuller, anything that we talk about educational system, we learn from Buckminster Fuller, because we were all brainwashed by the time when I first met him and heard him in 1977. By the way, those are in YouTube. Buckminster Fuller and Werner Erhard. It's a 7 to 8 hour conversation. You must find it and listen to it. And he will talk about it. So when you get sent to traditional schools, you are degenioized, because what they're attempting to do is to make us into a specialist. You do this, you do this, you do this, not a generalist, which we need to be until our heart and our own integrity tells us in which direction we should be going. So what happens is that this comes from a very old, our educational system as it is today is 200 years old. So it hasn't changed much. That's why we have summer vacation, so that the children could help the families in the farms, and they had to start at a certain time and all that. It is so ancient. And when I talk to the heads of education, I don't mince my words. I know how to do it softly and nicely now. For the first 10 years, I made a lot of mistakes and I got kicked out of a lot of places. But then I learned, and I'm a total dame and a goddess when I speak with them. But I make it very clear that the system needs to change. Otherwise, this 100 billion plus industry of education like ours is 100 billion US. That was measured by Marsha Martin. She did all the research about 7 years ago. 7 years ago, by now it's probably twice that much. So the whole human potential, self-improvement programs and products like ours is a whole other educational system that is beginning to now pick up so much speed that we're starting to run parallel. And because of COVID, universities have now turned into online education, and they're going, oh, how interesting, because Dr. Lydia and I are going to be teaching in some very prestigious schools, because all of a sudden they're going, oh, you've been doing this for 40 years. Oh, you're an attorney. Oh, you're this, you're that. Maybe we should listen. So we're heading there.
That's awesome. And education, as you know, is one of my passions. So that's a conversation for another day. But, it all begins and ends with education. And we can see in different cultures and different countries how different education is as well. Dame Doria, I have one last thing that I want to bring to your attention. One last thing that I'd like to get your reaction on. And I'm going to do that by just showing an image, first of all. And I hope you can see the image. And then I'd like to have your reaction, please. So it is our distinct honor and privilege to have you receive the Lifetime Achievement Award for collaboration and all of the good things you do on a daily basis. And I know Mo Rock wanted to say something.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I would like to say happy birthday to Mamacita. I know she turns 96 years old tomorrow. So I just wanted to say happy birthday to your lovely mother. And, whether it's books like this, the see-through book, or whether it's the different things that you do on a daily basis, or whether it's the work you've been doing for over 40 years, preserving the legacy of Buckminster Fuller, where you are truly one of the people that are keeping his legacy moving forward. And legacy is not just about a book in a library. Legacy is not just about people knowing who Buckminster Fuller is or people knowing who DC Cordova is. Legacy is about continuing the work. And I want to be very clear on why we at the Los Angeles Tribune, and why I personally am making sure that you are honored the proper way, because you are continuing the work. You call yourself a steward.
Yes.
And when we had lunch at Beverly Hills, you called yourself a steward, and that resonated with me. I also see myself as a steward of this name, which has a history going back to 1886. And so
Yes.
when an institution like this gives a Lifetime Achievement Award, it's for a very big reason. And in your case, Dame Doria, it's because of the work that you're doing to truly make this world a abundant place, a place of sufficiency. So I honor you, I love you, I respect you, and I appreciate our friendship. And you will certainly be seeing that Lifetime Achievement Award in the mail very soon. But I'm going to give you the floor and give you some time for an acceptance speech of the Lifetime Achievement Award that we are giving you today. So please, the floor is yours.
Well, I get very emotional when I am given the honor of following and of continuing with Buckminster Fuller's work. When he died on July 1st, 1983, and we heard about it, all of a sudden, all of us said, what are we going to do? He's not going to be out there, because up until then, he was the one going everywhere. He never stopped talking. And he was in a talking the Sunday before he passed away. He passed away on a Friday. And then we realized within days that, oh my God, we're going to have to continue. How do we fill those shoes? And I get very emotional when I hear about people being hungry. People being so homeless. Sometimes just sit and just pull your car over and just look at that person and just be with your feelings and just let it touch your heart. And because our inner intelligence will tell us what to do. And so I actually feel all these honors and how people, and, I was knighted 11 years ago. And I thought it was a little bit of a joke. And I didn't even pay attention to the invitation. My mentor, my spiritual mentor, Dr. Sananda, had me look at it. And then one of the requirements is for you to make a list of all the things that you have done. I had never done a list before everything that I had done, but I came from a family of humanitarians. So I am also following the legacy and continuing the legacy of my beautiful mother and auntie and grandmother and great-grandmothers and grandfather. They were the most beautiful. My grandfather picked up 2 homeless children, and they were my cousins, and I grew up with them. We all knew they had been picked up off the streets. That's what you did in the south of Chile in the 40s and 50s. So there is a lack of heart that has hit our planet. And what I want to do is I just want to ask all of you, just have compassion. Gratefulness and love and compassion will bring you the greatest gifts for you personally. Even if I was doing this for just the most selfish reasons, you will get invited to the best parties in town. If you're a philanthropist or humanitarian, but do it because it is needed to be done. And it's such a beautiful thing to do. And thank you for acknowledging me. And I know that the acknowledgement goes to all the people that I work with. And Bucky would be, I always think that, I have 2 people. What would Jesus do? And what would Bucky say? And so I'm guided very, very well. And I love being with all of you. I love being honored and hanging out with you and I just feel like I have a whole new family with all of you, with LA Tribune, the 1%ers only, and this new Ohana, and the families are beginning to blend. How many Money and You graduates and friends are now we're all collapsing together, and I love you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, what you just said is why we wanted to honor you, because it's never about you. And even the Money and You program is not about the money. It's about helping us find ourselves. That makes it so beautiful that you keep giving and giving. And the statement that poverty is the most horrendous thing for all. That is so powerful. And I just want to point out that everyone that I see in the green room is crying right now. So we love you. I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do.
And thank you, Doria. What a great summit. Woo!
Woo! Thank you so much. Please enjoy Hawaii for this, I don't know, afternoon. Is it where you are?
Oh, I still have to go to the VIP room and I have to go to the 1% room. I'll see you from the beach.
I don't think that we're going to have the VIP room today, though. But I
Oh,
think
we're not?
check in
I'll
with
find
Mo.
out.
I think we're going to stay here. But also Doria.
There's
just
no
Dame Doria.
VIP. There's no VIP room today. And if you guys are wondering what that is, well, you guys got to come on Clubhouse and, you'll understand the Clubhouse lingo. But with that, Dame Doria, I just wanted to personally thank you. I have learned so much spending time around you. And from this book so far, wow. I have some questions. Dame, you should have never given me your phone number. I'm going to be bugging you with some questions because I'm reading this. And
But
I'm
we
like,
want to say real quickly, we have to say that VIP is not what you think. It's very important purpose.
Very important purpose.
Very important purpose. So I'm part of a club of very important, purposeful human beings that I want everybody to be part of.
Service-orientated, mission-orientated, cause-orientated human beings that are understanding the distinction of integrity as defined by Buckminster Fuller. And that distinction of integrity is why we are humbled and honored to be able to honor you with the Lifetime Achievement Award, Dame Doria, for the body of work that you have done over the course of your life. Not for a book, not for a speech, but for the body of work you have done over the course of your life. Because if anyone deserves a Lifetime Achievement Award, it is Dame Doria Cordova. So I want to thank you again and honor you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune. And when it comes to legacy, you certainly have one. And your legacy is certainly one that is in ranks with some of the best legacies. This incarnation, the spirit, is truly a remarkable one, and we love you and we appreciate you. Natalie, please.
Aloha. Bye.
Aloha. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you.
Whew. See, I told you. This is powerful. And I got my Aaron. I know. I got him. I got him. And that's what it's all about. And even while accepting the award, Dame Doria was talking about other people. I mean, that's being oriented towards others. That's the service-based, the love-based, the humanity-based approach. It's kind of hard, difficult to follow that. But I have two ladies in the green room waiting to come up, and these are two powerhouses in their own right. One of them is a lady that I just recently met, and since we did talk about Clubhouse, here we go, Erin Hernandez Reisner, and I love the hair. Now you'll get to know Erin better in just a moment, and I'll also bring up my other new friend and acquaintance, Lara Armstrong. Hi, see, we have the hair thing going today. We have the hair thing going on. Yes, awesome. In this panel, we're going to talk about real experiences, and I know both of you are perfect for that because it is about all the stuff that you've been through. And I know Erin has some stories to tell, and I know Lara has some stories to tell. And as we always start our panels, I do want to give both of you just a minute to introduce yourselves, because it's so much better if it comes from the heart, especially if we're talking about real experiences. So I'm going to let Erin start with that, and then I'm going to come back to Lara. Erin, tell us just a little bit about.
Hello. So I'm Erin Hernandez Reisner, and I'm the first openly autistic photographer to be recognized by global brands in the wedding and portrait industry. At this point in my career, I am one of the highest paid wedding and portrait photographers in the world. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it so we can really get into some of the questions. I'm so excited.
That was it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That was all she said. That's all she said. There's so much more. I want to talk about Florence, but we'll do that in a moment. Okay. I have to talk to you about Florence. All right. I'm going to ask Lara to come up real briefly and tell us about what is it that makes you special, that makes you a superpower with really.
Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm so glad to be here today on this amazing Quantum Leap Forum with all these powerful women. I am a 3-time world champion martial artist. I love paving the way for women and being the disruptor about things and creating change in the world so that we can serve others. And I do that through my leadership and my communication training on so many levels. And I have a special place in my heart for empowering women and girls all around the planet. And that's a little bit about me.
Unbelievable. It's like everybody is so short. It's like you just want to jump in and share your experiences. And I'm going to bring in some other real women real quick here. We're not all going to stay on the whole time because that eats up bandwidth. But ladies, we are powerhouses. We all have real experiences. All right. I'm going to shoot the first question out, and then I'm going to let some of the other ladies take over. The first question is, what was the most interesting, you can define that word, interesting experience that you had that made it real for you that you are a woman, that you have superpowers, that you are special? I know, don't look at me like that, Erin. What is that one experience that you would say, whoa, this is the first one where I went, wow? Something of that sort can be good, bad, or in between. Erin.
I don't have one thing that was I can't answer that question with one thing, because my life has had different events and circumstances that have kind of layered upon layer upon layer that made me become the person that I am. And if we're really going to think about a massive breakthrough moment for me, it's actually not about photography. It became about me kind of developing and creating a personal brand. And it did have to do photography in there, but I wasn't going to be able to reach my goals if I didn't overcome trauma to be able to use my name and to be able to do stuff like this and have my name blasted out. And so, you know, I was sexually molested as a child. And right after that, there was a very public trial. And because of that public trial, when I went back to school, I was like 10 years old. I was slut shamed. I was dirty. I was nasty. It was all these things that you could possibly imagine. I was easy. I was everything negative, you know, and children were like, you know, their parents told them, like, don't play with her, don't hang out with her. I was bullied. I was beat up. And this doesn't even layer with the fact that I have autism and dyslexia. So school became something so immensely difficult. And I spent 3 years trying to kill myself every single night. And it was hard. And I thought I'd overcome it. I thought I powered through. And I made up all these things until in 2019, I was stepping on a stage in Italy, talking to over 500 photographers. It was translated into multiple languages. There was a live translator on stage, and I had a full-on anxiety attack because here I was about to stand on stage with my name and be myself. And I was hiding. I built these businesses, made millions of dollars through these businesses, but it was never my name. And other companies and labs and trade shows in the photographic industry were using my images all over the place. I'd never even been to some of these trade shows, and my photos were everywhere. I was being published in magazines because companies were using my images to promote themselves. And I would never let them have my name. I put my company. I put a business name. I wouldn't own myself as an artist. And it's been through the growth of like the One Percenters, the Los Angeles Tribune, this, you know, meeting Lena Nolan and Jay, Mo, Natalie, that I've been able to walk into who I am supposed to be. And it's been incredible. And so here I am building a personal brand. My website will launch in the next couple of weeks, and I'm able to own myself. So that's really where we've been. Oh, now y'all are making me cry. And I was already crying because I was so proud of Dame Doria. I love you so much.
And now I'm so proud of you, Erin. I'm so proud of you. Just being able to meet you and seeing how strong and how confident you are. And, I have told you since the time I met you that you just blow my mind, because I never knew nobody autistic, and what I hear, it was that they was not able to talk or do anything, and then you show up and you're so smart, you're so kind, it's just everything. So I'm so proud of you, my friend. I love you so much.
I love you too.
Agreed. And I know that we have questions for you, but I want to make sure that Laura gets a chance to share her story. And again, another superwoman with the training that you have. I'm in pro wrestling, so my hat's off to you, my love, just for everything that you do. And then, Erin, I've got some questions for you too, if you wouldn't mind. But Laura, just please take the floor for a minute as well and let us know some of your story and what you've overcome and how you got into doing what you did. And Erin, thank you again for sharing all of that.
Yeah, like Erin, I think we're like sisters from another mother. I mean, I have been through the exact same thing with the sexual abuse with my father. But I never found, I've been date raped, like all those horrible things. But what I really tapped into, which really I didn't realize this till my later years, is my spirit is so strong that I am unstoppable. And I never clued in until my mid-40s when I retired from fighting. I had 3 titles at that point. And I'm going to go back to that because there's this moment in my life where everything shifted for me within that. And when I was coaching the Canadian team, and I found out about all of the stuff from my childhood in my mid-40s. And it actually froze me for the first time in my life, right? Because nothing had stopped me before. And I'm like, who am I now, right? Who am I now that this has happened to me? Right. And I'm like, okay, so what am I going to do here? Am I going to take what's happened to me? Am I going to step forward, or I'm going to sit in the pity party? And I don't mean pity party as in I don't deserve it, but as in like, oh my God, how am I going to deal with this in my life? And so I actually started to lean on the people around me, which is something I don't think we do enough, because we feel like we're in it alone, and we're never in it alone. And we have to remember that there are always people there that will support us, even if it's just to listen, right? So I feel like the more that we can be disruptive in the world and create space for people to step into their greatness, I'm all over that, right? And I remember this moment when I had some of my students, I had retired from fighting, and we were at the World Championships, and my one student had attended the World Championships. This was probably her 5th try, and they happen every 2 years. So that's 10 years of her life. And she was always the smallest in the category, but she was always the mightiest. And she went up against this woman. She's probably 4'10". She went up against this woman who was 5'8", and she won. And she won in the gold medal round. And it had been 5 tries, right? And I remember her fully geared up looking at me, and I'm standing on the sideline in shock, right? And she starts to cry in her gear, right? And I start to cry. It's just this moment of connection where you're like, yes, what I'm doing is making a difference, right? And even though I knew that, this just drove it home, and everything on the path became clear. Well, for a while at least, because that's always changing. But it was this moment of being like, yes, you're in the right place. You're leading the right way. Keep doing what you're doing. And then I taught her how to lead. And so for me, it's never about you, right? And if you can figure out the earlier, the better, the more you're going to influence the people in your life, in the world, and change them so that they can step into their power, no matter what has happened to you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful story too.
It's empowering. It's very empowering. And, we're going back, Goldie, to caring, care about those out there. And, Lara and Erin, have gone through sexual abuse the same way I had gone through. And look what we became. So there's another choice. There's another choice of life, instead of getting stuck there and just, become something that we are not. So we have power inside of ourselves. and we just need to explore that and don't let what happened to change us and became the bad part of us. We all have good things inside of us, and that's what we need to bring out. So I'm really proud to have both of you here. And I know Goldie have some questions, so Goldie, it's all yours.
You're so cute, Lena. Seriously. And Lena made a point, and I say this, Aaron, not to be crass or raw, but when you hear the word autism, people do think of, there's all different spectrums, there's all different gamuts of it. And I think it's important today, since being autistic is part of your personal brand, that you talk about that a little bit and enlighten us on how that works for you, what challenges that you've faced, how does it work for you, what happens to you, because other people that are listening that are autistic or might have children that are autistic, if you wouldn't have told me that, I wouldn't know that. I see a powerhouse, I see a beautiful woman, I see somebody who's been sharing stuff more than anybody has been. You're on your game for social media on many different platforms. I mean, you're really on top of things. And I know people that claim to be like perfect that aren't even 1% of what you're doing. So enlighten us on when you said, I'm dyslexic, I'm autistic, I had a horrible experience when I was 10 years old, and I'm sure you still think about that stuff, some PTSD in there. How does it come into play? How does it affect you? And what advice can you give to other people that are autistic, or to the people out there who don't understand what it is and how it works?
So autism is a spectrum. And people talk about autism as being a spectrum quite often, but it really is. Just like there's lots of different types of people out there, there's lots of different types of people within the spectrum. So one thing to know, and what I like to do is speak for myself. I cannot speak with every other person that has autism, but I can speak from my experiences. It's very easy for us to shut down. It's easy for us to go away. It feels like we're going away. But what we're actually doing is kind of preserving ourselves because we feel so much. So take somebody that's an empath and then magnify that beyond anything. And so when you have a child or someone growing up with autism and you have a parent that is very stressed and they want to put on a good face for their child, which all parents do, you're saying one thing, but your child feels the other. So there's a lie. And that lie, they know, but they don't know what to do with it. Imagine a child being able to sitting in an apartment and feeling the people in the apartment above them having a fight, the baby crying in the apartment next to them, the noise from the television, all of these things are going on, and it gets to be a lot. It's heavy. I hate shopping. Do you know why I hate shopping? Because stores are meant to flash all these ads and get you to buy all these different things. My brain doesn't shut out the noise. I see and hear and feel all of it all the time. And so I think that's very standard with a lot of autistic people. And it's hard to explain. But when you see a child throwing a fit in a cart at a store with a mom trying to go grocery shopping, be really compassionate with that mother, because what's happening is they can't turn off the noise of the store with every end cap trying to grab your attention. They can't tone it down for their child to be able to go shopping. So be really compassionate with all of the people that you see out and about. I think the number one fear that I've noticed consistently with people with autism is our fear of being misunderstood. Because we do have to work very hard at communicating and not saying the wrong things. And we're always afraid of somebody taking it the wrong way. Like, here's an example. And part of why I love my 1%ers family. Somebody might be talking in a Clubhouse room and we have back chats. And I might log in and say into the back chat and say, the audience is dropping. Well, somebody is talking, right? So oftentimes, sometimes people will imply that I would be saying something negative about the person speaking and they're causing all the people to leave the room. But that's not true. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just stating a fact. It just is what it is. It doesn't mean anything negative. It doesn't mean anything positive. It doesn't have a meaning at all. It's just a fact. People were leaving the room. And I loved it because Lena would chime in and go, let's invite. And we'd go in and we'd invite more people in to boost up the room and to keep the audience going. You know, there is no, what's the word? Like judgment with things. It's very clearly black and white, very clearly yes and no. And at least for me. And so when I'm put in certain situations, one thing I'm actually, I think a big misconception with people with autism and why we're battling TV shows and the way TV shows are depicting people with autism is that, I'm really good in a crisis because I love problem solving. So if we're in a crisis, I'm like, boom, 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 boom. And I can immediately and efficiently get us out of that bad situation and into a good one. And I don't know how that is with others, but I know that that's a major misconception that I deal with all the time. So
that's a beautiful answer and very, very educating. And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Erin. And what I want to follow up on, and Laura, I'm going to have a question for you in just a second.
Thank you.
Erin, you're a photographer. You're a world-renowned photographer. And when we started out, I was talking about Florence because I've seen that picture of you in Florence, and Florence is one of my favorite cities. How does it work, this seeing black and white, this no judgment? Because earlier today, Goldie was also talking about photography. So how does it work for you to take photos with all of the stereotypes, right? Seeing black and white, I'm using your terminology, and capturing all of that amazing energy that you do, because I've seen your photos. So how does that work? How do you do what you do?
Great question.
And let me add here, the reason why I'm asking that is because there are people in the audience who may have dyslexia, who may have ADHD, who may have autism, who may have any kind of thing that they have been labeled at. And it has stopped them. It has not stopped you. So if you could enlighten us on that for a second.
So I think the first thing that I do is I make a safe space for people. I want them to be able to be vulnerable with me and be themselves with me. How else am I going to be able to photograph them? But a trick that I have is that I truly see beauty in the world. I see good things. And so when I'm photographing people, I'm naturally photographing all the things that I see that are beautiful. So in a wedding day, let's go do a wedding day as an example, because that's a very hectic, crazy day. There's a lot of stimulation that can happen. There's a lot of things that can go on. So I'm pretty good at, I get caught up in the emotion and the relationships of people. I love people. And I'm looking for the way the bride loves the grandmother and her little moments. And maybe there's a grandma that's sitting off to the side. I notice that because I notice all of it. So then I get to choose what parts of the story I'm going to be telling. I get to choose, which is funny because it's not really a story. It's real life. I'm documenting something live. It's life. So I'm paying attention to all of the people and what they're doing and how they're reacting and how they're interacting, which means that I get to actually photograph the relationships and the love that people have. And I can hone in and focus on certain aspects. So something about autism too is that we can hyperfocus. We can hyperfocus like nothing else. It is absolutely incredible. And so I get to hyperfocus on people and then really make them look incredible and beautiful. I also have technochromacy. So I have additional cone in my eye. Most people have 3 and I have 4. So I see 100 million colors when a normal person sees 1 million. Which means that like I see more than what can be produced in pixels. I see more colors in the world than what can be printed in a photograph. It's really incredible. And I'm starting to work with a print lab there's a development of a high definition print. And so far, I think I might be the only person that can really see all the colors. And so I'm really excited to like to be able to work and develop more with those companies for other people, because I'm just so excited about it.
Wow.
That's amazing. It is. What an opposite for people that are like colorblind and have to look through the new glasses that they've, created over the last 10 years, last decade to be able to see color. And then there's you. That's a true gift, I guess, a gift from the wound, as you can say. Like you got something great that the rest of us don't have, and a small bit to compensate for some of the crap that you've been through. And speaking of crapola that you've been through, Miss Laura, do you think going through all the crap that you did, is that why you got into what you got into? Did you use that as made it into a gift? Like, why did you get into everything? Like, you just don't see women saying, this is what I do, and I have this many titles, and I've helped 4 feet 10-inch tall women beat like Amazon chicks. Like, how did you get into this? Tell us your story.
Yeah, it's just interesting because all of us are on our own path, right? And we all have a unique story. That's what makes us such amazing human beings. And like, just like Erin's story is amazing, and so is yours, and so is Natalie's. I was always the overweight kid in school, and I was always bullied about it. But like I said, like I never gave in. Like I was the one starting fights because people would just be like, bullying me. And like, I never went to the principal. I got in trouble from the principal for getting into fights, right? So because I never put up with it, right? And so that had a lot to do with my upbringing with my parents, who were divorced at a very young age. So when I say the stuff about my father, it would be my real father that I was not with only on weekends, kind of thing. Because at that time, your parents just didn't get divorced at that age. This is like early 70s, late 60s, right?
Who was the one that hurt you? Your real dad?
My real father, yes.
My real father. Okay. And then you were taken away from him, or he was out of the picture after they found out, or were you still with him? Or
no, I didn't find out about this till I was 42. Yeah.
God.
So we are amazing human beings because we're able to store that stuff away and live our lives. And now that I think back on what happened, stepping into martial arts, I was a bodybuilder and a power lifter. I won the provincial championships, and I was scouted and by these national guys, and they're like, look, we want to take you to an international level. But you're going to have to take the drugs. And I'm like, well, no, I'm 18 years old. I'm 19. That's not the story of my life. So I'm not doing it. And then I ended up taking this continuing education course in Aikido, which I do 2 martial arts. I do Aikido, which is the Japanese art of self-defense.
Yep.
And then the other one that I do is Filipino martial arts, impact and edge combat, hand-to-hand kind of things. So a lot more weapons-based. And I got into that over the next 30 years because I knew the powerlifting, the bodybuilding weren't going to go where I wanted to. And meanwhile, I'm working in this corporate world as a trader, and I'm the only woman on the trading desk. And I would show up in the martial arts scene on my off days and compete. And a lot of the time there were no women. So they wanted to give me a first place for showing up. I'm like, no, I'm fighting today. So who am I fighting? Right. Wow. And so, right. Because, like how much do we want a gimme? Is that what we're about? Right. And so, and that's okay if you do, there's no judgment around that. It's whatever works for you. But I always just wanted to make sure that I was as good as I could be at what I did so that I could pass it on to others. I didn't know that at the time, but now I realize, looking back on our lives. Right. And so then, over the course of years, I worked myself way up to the international level. I went to the worlds 3 times. I only ever won silver and bronze. I just never was good enough. Right?
Only.
It's not enough, right? Like, it's just, I had the drive, right? Like, I look at those Olympic athletes and I really understand what that means to actually win, right? And, you know, the fourth time I went, I won. And so every time I went, I looked at what I did wrong. I knew all the stuff I was doing right and how I had to adjust it. And it was like sculpting yourself from the inside and out so that you could be better the next time, right? And build your confidence so that you're the one who is intimidating the person across from you in the ring, right? And so, like, and not in a bad way, it's just, you know how it is when you get in the ring, you got to know who you are, because that's how the battle, right? And so finally when I won, I literally broke down in tears, you know, and I just couldn't believe it, right? And so it was an amazing moment. And, you know, I did it 10 years later. I won 2 more titles. It was a whole different ball of wax with my training because it was injury management at that point. My body was 10 years older. And, you know, here I am, this overweight white woman, and I'm not the picture of like a world champion martial artist. And I love that, right? And I'm willing to embrace that. And there was a time where I just decided, am I going to take a stand for who I am, no matter what I look like or people think about me? Because the more you have lovers, the more you have haters. You're going to have them both in equal. Like, and you just have to decide who you want to have in your circle, right? And that's where you're going to decide where you're going to go from there. And then I decided to create my legacy in coaching. So my students have world championship titles. They've gone through that process of refining themselves, and so did their students, right? And so creating a legacy, which Doria was talking about, I was totally resonating with everything she said. And I said, yeah, that's it, man. What do you want to leave in the world, right? Like, what do you want to leave in the world? And so I just, you know, that's a little bit about my story, and it continues on to this day, and how we can create more for others and, you know, live our best lives and teach others.
I love it. You're just a power. Do you know Kyokushin? Did you ever study any of that?
I didn't, but my husband does Kung Fu and karate. So I teach all over the world. So I have a smattering of things. Yeah.
It's an awesome story. And you said something about the lovers and the haters. And I don't think I've told this on any of our streams before, but a colleague of mine was with Kris Jenner, and I don't, you know, if she is or not, Kim Kardashian's mom. And Kris, they were sitting on the couch, and he just was not concerned, but just asking her, like, as a mom, what she thought of like all of the hateful things. I mean, hateful things that you see every day written about any given Kardashian, but especially Kim. And she just smiled. And she said, "Oh, I love it." And he was so confused and just couldn't understand why a mom with some of these just vile, hateful things. And she said, "Well, let me just tell you how it works." And so he listened, and this is great for people that are listening because it's awesome. It's a great nugget. And it's true. It's a great story. She said, you have to think about your brand, your career as a car. And he's like, "Okay, I don't really follow." And well, she said, "Well, a car, you know, what do you need, you know, to make a car run?" And he's like, "Well, fuel." And she's like, "Well, that's one part of it." But she said, the other thing to make a car run is a battery. And if you think about a battery, in order for a battery to properly work and electrify a car, make it run, a battery needs a positive, but it also needs a negative.
Right.
If you don't have the negative on the battery, well, then the car isn't, no matter what you do or pray or say, it's not going to run. So for you to get to silver, bronze, that gold, you probably, well, I know that you wouldn't have gotten there if you wouldn't have had the haters in there as well. Because if nobody's obviously hating what you're doing or you, then you're just some boring frump that nobody cares about. Easier said than done, but it's a very good analogy for people that struggle out there and some of the ladies today were talking about, like, and it makes me sick. I literally get angry, and I want to pound the shit out of people that don't support and help folks out. You know, if you're jealous of somebody or you're envious of somebody, then take a step back, realize it, stop being a jerk, and then reach out to them. And a theme yesterday, reach out to them and say, I'm a little jealous. If they're cool, you can say something like, what can we do to collaborate? Could we do a song together or a project, or could we have a fight together? Could we do something would you shine some of what you have on me? And what can I do to offer you in exchange? Like, there's such good partnerships and bartering. And like I said, if you can just connect and do a collaboration, but you don't need to be jealous or hate or say mean things. And what was that beautiful Indian woman yesterday, Dr. Forrest, that was just talking about, she got the call to go do the makeup and all these
Shalini.
women nitpicking at her. I can just see them all. And I would have liked to just drop kicked them all in the face. And that would have been a fun day for me.
Oh my God,
Laura.
I love you so much.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
A little drop kick,
on the issue of fighting.
We need to go back to that once in a while. Like Laura knows the world would not be the way that it is today. Sorry, Mo, I'm not. He's gone. I can promote violence. The world would not be the way that it is today if once in a while people got a little something to remind them that there are repercussions for your actions. So I applaud both of you. You're awesome. Both so beautiful and fearless in your own right. And happy that you're good and comfortable seeing millions of colors, bitch, in your own skin. That's great. You both shine. So we really appreciate you being here and sharing that with you. Dr. Forrest, I open the floor to you for your questions. Thank you both.
Thank you.
I don't know how to follow up on that violence piece, but I will.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Just a little smack once in a while.
I want to ask both of you this question, however you want to answer it. And it's not going to be as complex as the first one that I posed, I promise. Okay. It's a typical question, but I think it's really important right now, given that you shared your real experiences. If you, in Aaron's case, see an autistic girl, I'm being very precise, an autistic girl, and in Laura, if you see a girl that is considered to be overweight and is being made fun of, what is your advice right now to that girl? And I'm going to give it first to Laura. What would your advice be to that girl that is where you would have been X amount of years ago? What would you tell her?
Well, that's the best question ever, right? Because I think, what if there were 20 of me? I mean, thank God they're not, but right, but I'm thinking, I've seen it before, and when I go out and I teach young girls and women, I that's exactly what I do. And, I've had those conversations one-on-one too. And I just literally say to them, what do you love about yourself? And then I ask them, what makes you unstoppable? And then they're like, and they don't think of themselves like that. So this gets them starting to think about, what could I do that's unstoppable? And then the third thing I ask is, what is your dream? Right. So now I prime them to be unstoppable, and now they're going to step into their dream. And eventually the conversation expands to what things could be possible. And your body's just something along for the ride, right? Keep it healthy. But man, you drive everything from within, and that's going to choose to see who you are. And some of the ladies or the young girls that I've kept in contact with over the years, the transformation that they've seen, not because of me, but because of what they have chosen, right? And they had access to someone who will trigger them to step into their power. So that to me is what I would say to somebody.
Well, Aaron, what would you tell some girl that is in a similar situation? And of course, we always have individualized situations because there's more to it than just being considered overweight or just being considered autistic, wherever you're on the scale. But what would you tell a little girl if you were to see her in front of you struggling?
You are amazing. I accept you. I love you. You are powerful and wonderful. You are everything good that nobody put into you, but you are all of it. You are light and love, and you have more to give. And you can affect and influence, and you can have power, and you can do all the things you want to do. I see you. And it doesn't matter what other people think. It doesn't matter what other people are doing. It doesn't matter what other people think are better for you. You do what you want to do, and you don't let anyone stop you.
That's right.
You just made me cry. See, now I have a red nose.
I'm making me cry.
now I look like, with the story, right? And look, Lena too. See, I had to bring her up because we're all like,
you're not supposed to bring me up.
I think every young woman probably needs to hear that, whether they have autism or not.
Right.
Yes. And I think, and that's why I loved what both of you said, because we started out, with saying we're a little different, we're a little individualized. But what both of you just brought home is that, and I'm going to use your words, Erin, I see you, I love you, I accept you. Both of you have said that in not so many ways. And it's not about whether or not you fit the stereotype or you fit a cultural image. It's about you are here for a reason. You're the light, however we put it. So I just think what both of you shared is so powerful that it's not about a label that's been put up on you. It's about being seen, heard, and loved.
That's right.
That is just, yes.
Thank you.
So
thank you,
powerful.
Laura, and thank you, Erin, because both of your stories was really inspiring. I'm looking at, the messages on Facebook. I'm looking at the messages inside of the backstages that we have, and is just a step into that confidence instead of that strong power that is inside of us, and let that child that was hurt know that it's okay, that now we got it, that we're learning from that past, and that we can take the world, and we at the same time with that story we empower and we inspire others. So I really appreciate you both because both have inspired me a lot.
Awesome.
Yes. Same here. And I'm going to bring Goldie up because I'm going to assume, not knowing, I'm going to assume that she was also inspired. But I also want to thank you, ladies, because it's been powerful. And that's what real experiences are about. And I want to thank you for being real. And it's not about being real and making up stories and emphasizing the bad. It's about seeing what happened and using it. And you two are just amazing examples of that. Goldie, what are your thoughts?
I was just looking up her photography. I was looking up Laura and everything that she has done and accomplished. And I'm just very proud. And I'm so happy that the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo, you, Natalie, Dr. Forrest, that, you're really showcasing this sort of talent and growth. I think that's really important. And I appreciate both of you telling your stories just about things that happened to you in the past. You don't know who's listening, and people need to be affirmed, and you didn't camp out on it. Sometimes we camp out on things and it just goes on and on. You mentioned it. As a matter of fact, this happened to me and I've moved on, it's all of it was just perfect. Both of you did an absolutely perfect job of just talking about things and putting it into words that we can be inspired by, learn from, and grow. Thank you.
Yes.
Our pleasure. Thank you, Erin.
Yes.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you so much, Laura and Erin. I appreciate you. I know there's a lot more that all of us are going to do, and I'm sure we're going to see you back on the Los Angeles Tribune. For right now, thank you both so much for spending your time and most of all, sharing parts of you. Really, really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Natalie. You're amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh. All right. It's just so amazing what's happening today. And anybody who's been listening or hearing me parts of today and yesterday, what you've noticed is I use two words a lot. And that's because I can't find other words. Awesome and amazing are two of the words that keep coming back to me today. There are words like inspiring, motivating, and all of that. But there's so much more. So yeah. It's been another day. Goldie,
I wasn't trying.
Thinking. No, you look like you're thinking. Tell me what's on your mind.
And Lena, I didn't mean to exclude you, cutting myself in. I wanted to say something while Dame was on there.
Oh,
and that is, she said, there she is, Dame Doria. She said, whatever you've been through, just forget it. Forget it. And there was I'm trying to think who said it in The Secret, basically saying we've all had bad childhoods or this or that. And he said, it becomes so what? Well, the so what isn't quite like what these last two women were talking about. That's hideous and horrendous, and no human should ever even have to think about what they've gone through. But as Dame Doria said, And what I meant by saying you didn't camp out on it is like you said it, you identified it, and then what Dame said is you're like, that doesn't define me. That's not what we're going to keep talking about. It happened, and then this is what I'm doing with what I learned from it. This is my future. This is me now. And I love that Dame Doria said that earlier, and then you have two women completely just laying it out exactly, like doing exactly what she said to do. And you see how successful both of them are and how happy and what a full life that they're living. And that is inspiring to me.
Absolutely. Could not agree more. And I want to give a shout out to Rex Sykes because yes, we do have men in the room. Okay. We do have men in the room. Life on your terms. Doesn't matter whether you're male, female, in between, left, right. I don't know what all the terms are, but Rex Sykes has an amazing book and amazing insights.
What's his show? What's his show again? Show his show
this
again.
Show, I'm getting there. Don't push me, girl. I'm getting there. Oh my goodness. His show is called All Things Rex. Okay. And we couldn't have phrased it any better. The first two shows were already, I love that hand, were so amazing already. The last show that he did was with Ori Spado, the Accidental Gangster. Okay. Woo! I know. That's one of the shows. I do want to point out, I know you're doing the thumb up. Can you still do the thumb up now?
No.
Because we also have golden rules. Okay, just saying. And then, of course, we have the Storytelling Alchemist show. And for those of you who want to do business, want to focus more on business, we do have the Better Your Business show. It is a full program already. We're going to have more shows coming up, whether that's with me, whether that is with Michelle and Lene, whom you saw earlier, whether that is a possible Kids Voices show, just floating it out there, or whether it might be a show with Michelle Quevedo. I don't know. There are lots of options, so keep an eye out on that. I also want you just to remember that we have amazing resources. So I'm sharing these shows with you because, as I said before, the Los Angeles Tribune is in the business of making you see, have access to, realize, become awakened, and most of all, be educated. Because one of the common threads that we've also heard throughout this weekend is education. You need to educate yourself. And once you're, thank you. Once you're educated, then you can make a choice that fits your life. But for that, you need the skills, you need the information, you need all of that. The other thing, and I'm just going to, I've been tempted to do this all day. I'm going to show a picture that we shared very, very early yesterday morning. And that is this picture right here. Because I know it brings me to tears every time hearing the story of Forbes and her amazing man at her side, because that was also about unconditional love. And that's another thread that we keep hearing in this event. It's not just about loving somebody else, but it's also unconditional love for yourself. And Namalakai says hi, Ashkan says hi. There's one other thing that I want to do before, two other things that I want to do before we get to our next speaker, who's phoning in from, who's calling in from a day ahead from Australia. Okay, just giving you the heads up on that. But I do want to share two other quick things with you. One is completely selfish here, completely selfish. We actually have a Los Angeles Tribune magazine. Okay, lots of amazing articles in there, more coming up. This is just the latest cover, but you might want to take a look at that as well. And as I keep pointing out from time to time, while I see in the back room the Queen from Australia getting ready, I can now see her actually on the screen. I want to point out that with the Los Angeles Tribune publishing house, not only have we already published books, we're publishing more. One of the ones that is coming out is our Global Thought Leaders United, Thought Leaders Anthology. It is so that we can share with you the skills. And of course, as mentioned all day today, we're going to do a special edition just for women. Women's leadership, real women real stuff, real stories. The women's anthology book is also going to come out. Working on that now because we got inspired. I mean, Mo Rock, I know he's not here, but I'm going to talk about him behind his back on camera. He made this event possible. When him and I first got together after years of having known each other to create this movement, when he allowed me in to help create this movement, one of the first things he said right from the start was, I want to do a women's event. And I didn't let him initially. That was a reason to my madness for that. But that's what he cares about. He wants all voices to be heard. He gives us this platform. He makes us have access, free access to a lot of these ideas. So that's just, having men at our side, having other women support us, having people from all over the globe support what we're doing and join in this movement is so crucial to me, and I know to the three of us here. So without any further ado, I'm going to show one. Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
I want to say something before you go ahead and introduce our next speaker, but I want to tell everyone that is out there, this is a big mastermind. Like, in order to get something like this in real life is a lot of money. The knowledge that we all get in here is a lot, and this is being brought to you free. So the only thing that you can do is support every one of the speakers. If you need anything from them, if you're thinking in getting a coach, well, just pick, because you get a lot of them right here that can help you in your life, personal, business. But also you can make some deposits, so you can like and follow the Los Angeles Tribune Facebook page where you're watching right now, or if you are in the YouTube channel, just follow and share. It don't cost you anything. So just take that inside. You are putting deposits into your success at doing that. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you, Natalie, because you put all this together. You have some help, but you did an amazing job, and I just want to recognize to everybody that this woman is beautiful. And I just want to say thank you again to Mo and Goldie. Oh my gosh, I'm just so honored to be here with
You're
you.
so sweet, honey.
I just wanted to say that before we go to the next speaker.
Classy of you to thank Dr. Forrest for doing all this. Mo too, but Dr. Forrest, you've just been in the trenches and making sure that everything continues to flow smoothly, and we really thank you for that. And so kind with all of your time. You've got your own stuff to do, and you make time for everybody. Thank you, and all the guests, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, this is a community effort, right? We're all coming together for the same purpose. We're all giving time, which is the most precious thing in the world to me. And I'm getting help with my family. My daughter right now is having the best of times with a friend. Okay.
Aww.
So I'm so grateful for that. It is, but we make it work because this is important. This movement is important, and it's important to me. And you two ladies are giving your time too. I don't know where Kai is right now, and I know what's happening on the other side of the street where Goldie's at. I won't even go into the details of that one, but I do want to introduce the next expert. Another expert that I have met just because I have had the privilege of being invited to and participating in something that is called the 1%ers Club. Now, we have, I believe, Lena, correct me because you keep track of this. I think we have 5 more days of our 100-day marathon, but there is something that is called the 1%ers Club, which was started, of course, on Clubhouse. Yes. And it is right now still on Clubhouse. 5 days, Lena? Is that our
5
marathon?
days left, yeah, of a 100-day marathon.
Okay, 5 more days, but we're not just on Clubhouse, right? We have our Facebook group. We have the VIP, very important purpose. Dame Doria mentioned it earlier as well. So we're taking everything that we do and amplify it and give room to wherever you are. And the next lady, and I call her lady, and I know following Francois's notion, I should really say queen, so I'm going to do that in just a moment. But I do want to take the liberty of introducing her because when I saw what she does and how she does it, and not just how beautiful she is, or the fact that I love her accent. I mean, I just can't get enough of her accent. But the next lady is going to talk a little bit about her experiences. Again, real experiences and success, however you define it. So Justine, I'm not gonna, you know me by now, I'm not doing the last name. Queen Justine is a brand strategist. She's an author. She's a speaker. She is an avid fan of the dreamers and doers. Over at least the last decade, Justine has proven the force that she is, the superpower that she is. She has worked with global agency and corporates such as MNC, Saatchi, Wunderman, Network 10, Fairfax Digital. I could go on and on and on and on. Her company is called $1 Million Branders, and she is innovative. She has a different way of thinking. That meant that the New York Journal labeled her or announced her as a master of establishing and amplifying brands. She was also nominated in 2017 as Telstra's Business Woman of the Year. And that is just a taste of what I'm allowing you to get, because now I'm going to bring on Queen Justine.
Hi,
there
Dr.
we
Natalie.
are.
Oh, it's so like this group, this platform. I just want to thank you all. I'm so honored because we're surrounding ourselves with people that are really helping us build legacies, which is it's invaluable, right? Like the stuff that you guys are doing, you're literally changing lives. All the speakers have been so gracious, and it's such a wonderful experience to be part of this. So I just want to thank you. And I know you asked me to speak about my experiences in branding and advertising, and it's been a long journey. And that's what I really want to speak about today. You know, it is about the journey, because we're all on a journey in life, and every single person's journey is different. And some people's journeys will take longer than others, but my journey has been a very interesting one, and it's still going. I'm a hustler. I love what I do. I love absolutely everything about it. But I'm just a simple girl. I grew up in Johannesburg, South Africa, and I come from a middle-class family. You know, we grew up having to work extremely hard for everything that we had. And I always had this sense of entrepreneurship in my blood. Like, for anyone who knows an entrepreneur, it's something, we're like wild stallions, right? Like, you can't tame us. So I think if you speak to my parents, I had about 4 businesses before the age of 11. You know, I learned how to hustle from a young age, and we lived a very happy life up until one night where my mom was actually held up in Johannesburg, South Africa, by 9 men with AK-47 machine guns. And the next day, she decided we were going to immigrate to Sydney, Australia, and we packed up our whole life into a 40-foot truck and waved goodbye to everything and everyone, we loved and we knew. So we were starting again. And, today I look back at what my mother did for me, and she's my hero. We're talking about women today, and she's my absolute hero. She's my driving force. And, I wasn't always who I am today. It's taken a lot of tenacity. It's taken a lot of perseverance. And it was always my dream, to build a company that was going to leave a legacy and impact millions, in terms of their brands. So just a little bit about my background, at 20 years old, I landed a job at one of the biggest ad agencies in the world. Still to this day, they do amazing stuff. Ogilvy and Mather. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it was literally the greatest advertising agency in the world. And I was so excited. Like, I had the world at my fingertips. And I remember I would sit at my desk and I would practice my craft for hours on end, and when everyone around me was complaining about how bad the work was, I would take the work and I would literally treat it like I was entering it in an Academy Award. And I had all these big dreams, like amazing dreams. You know, I wanted to fly to Paris. I wanted to work on brands like Coco Chanel. You know, it was my huge dream to go to New York and work on brands like Virgin and Nike, and, you know, work on music videos in LA. And I was always so passionate about what I did. I would be the first one in the office and the last one to leave. And I was going to outwork everyone if it killed me. You know, I wanted to work my way up to be a big creative director and the best creative director that Ogilvy and the world had ever seen. And then the global financial crisis hit. So the creative director who I'd worked under for 3 years was fired. And everything I'd worked so hard for, the relationship I had built with him, just, you know, went to dust. And they hired another creative director. And he was the type of person who would crumple every single person's idea into a ball and literally throw it at the bin. So this was his personality. And one morning after I worked the whole night on a Coke pitch, I walked into the office and I was the only one in the office. And it was an open plan office. I still remember it. And he called me into his office and he said, Justine, I want to talk to you. Can you come here? So I went into his office and I sat on this big chair and I looked at him and he said to me, Justine, why are you still here? And there was just this moment of silence. And I said to him, what do you mean? What do you mean? Why am I still here? And he said, you know what? You're not even worth your salary of $25K a year. And when he said that, it was like all my dreams were shattered. You know, my big vision just came crashing down. And there was I just remember like tears were rolling down my face and I couldn't say a word. Like I was literally just devastated. And I remember walking downstairs to the coffee shop and all I could do was, like, there were all these people walking around me and it was just hustle and bustle. And all I could do was call my mom. And I'll never forget that day. You know, I can still hear her voice in my head. And she said to me, I said, Mom, you know, this creative director who's won award-winning campaigns all over the world has told me that I'm not worth my salary of $25K a year. And I can still hear her voice in my head. She said some words that I will never, ever forget. She said, Justine, don't give up because other people's words can never define you. They will never define your brand. And one day, people are going to know you for what you do, and you're going to be in billboards on Times Square. And I will never, ever forget those words. So, I mean, from there, you know, I got home that day and my mom must have told my dad what happened. And I love my dad. I have so much respect for him. But to put you guys in the picture, not everyone's an entrepreneur. And, you know, I've always been looked at the weird one in my family because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a business builder. And my dad said to me, you know, Justine, are you ready to really give up your full-time job? You know, you're going to work even longer hours. And, you know, are you ready to quit your full-time job? And I had all these questions of doubts in my head, you know, like I'm young, no one's going to take me seriously. What's going to happen if I fail? But I said, Dad, you know what? Like, I love you, but I never want to be an accountant because I am weird and I am an entrepreneur, you know, and I need to go on my journey and I need to do something differently. And I think that was the moment I realized, you know, I wasn't fit to work for someone. Like I was, you know, the round peg in the square hole. So the next day I went back to work. I resigned from Ogilvy because I think I needed to prove to myself that I was worth more than that $25K a year. So, you know, I went on, I still though wasn't ready to start my own agency. I felt in my head that, you know, like I needed a little bit more experience. So I went and I worked for a lot of different agencies. I worked for Network 10, which is one of the biggest television stations in Sydney. I worked for Fairfax Digital. You know, in all of these agencies, I really learned how important it was to keep going and to be resilient and to believe in myself and my worth. but still something was missing. And it was that entrepreneurial voice in my head. And I got a job client side for one of the biggest printing companies in the world. And I'll never forget, the CEO of that company ran it literally like a Japanese boot camp. And there was this river there. So people had been there for 40, 50 years, and there was this river, and I nicknamed it the Asylum River. And at lunchtime, all the staff members would go and walk around this river in a circle. And there was just one day where, you know, I figured like I was exchanging my time for money, and I couldn't do it anymore. I'm walking around this river and I'm looking up at these people in the building, and I'm just thinking like, this is not my legacy. This is not what I'm meant to be doing. And I had this moment where I'm like, I'm not going to carry my brown paper bag to lunch and sit in the same cubicle, the same desk every single day. And I went back to my desk, and my boss at the time said to me, you know, you're going to have to work late tonight. And I just went, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't do it. So I resigned. And then I asked myself, what do I have to lose? Like, I may lose my paycheck. I'm going to lose my apartment. You know, people will say, I told you so, you couldn't make it. And I blocked the voice in my head, because I realized that was the moment I actually thought about it. And you have to always give up something for what you want in life. You've got to trade. There's a trade. You've got to take a risk as an entrepreneur, and not everyone's an entrepreneur, but you've really got nothing to lose. So I ended up, you know, I've always had this very strong drive, this very strong tenacity since I've been little. And when I get challenged, I go into Justine mode. And I started buying books. I was absolutely relentless. You know, I signed up for every single course in branding and digital and marketing. And I found out about a program called Award School, and they took 100 people out of hundreds of people in like Australia. And I got this letter of acceptance, and I'll never forget it, because I was always, as I said, the round peg in the square hole. And the letter read, the industry could use someone like me. So after all the challenges, all the tribulations that I went through, that point of difference was really something that it was my selling point. It became my unique proposition. And it was like literally the Harvard of advertising. And that was the moment I knew I was on the right path. That was my calling. You know, Jody Bear said the other day, you know, a lot of people will be called, but are you going to follow that calling? And that's when, you know, I came across a book, and it was called Kick Your Excuses Goodbye. And it was by a speaker called Rene Godfroy. And all he kept saying was, no condition is permanent, and you can change your situation. And, you know, sometimes people will come into your life and they'll change your path. And I thank that creative director every single day, because if it wasn't for him, I still would have been in the same place. I would have been sitting at that same desk. I wouldn't have made the decisions that I have. So, you know, he did me a favor, and I started my own company, $1 Million Branders. I moved into an office. My company was selected for a big award called the Telstra Business Awards. I wrote my first book. I had a massive book launch. The book sold out in Australia. You know, I was working 19-hour days round the clock. The money was great. And on the outside, I had achieved everything. I had everything I'd worked so hard for, but on the inside, I was actually running on empty. And, you know, I was actually like tired and deflated, and, you know, I was unhealthy and overworked. And my inner self was actually crying out for help. So it just goes to show you can reach that level of success, but if you don't work on yourself and put yourself first, you'll never go to new heights. So I just decided something has to change. And I ended up getting into bodybuilding, you know, which really changed my life. And, you know, I think the most defining moment for me in my career was when I suffered with extreme burnout, and bodybuilding was the thing that really drove me to reach new heights in my career. It taught me tenacity. It taught me perseverance. It taught me discipline. You know, I think discipline is the greatest gift that you can give yourself, because it will align you with your purpose. It will align you with your goals. You know, on the, like, literally I changed my life, you know, and I started to get so strong that I'll never forget, like, you know, my outer strength combined with my inner strength. I was touching and working with clients that I thought were out of my realm. And still to this day, I make sure that I set a list of non-negotiables with my career and with my life, because I know that if I look after myself, my work will be better, I'll be better. And today, you know, it's my honor and it's my mission in life, you know, to turn brands around me into $1 million brands. I'm living and breathing my dream. And, you know, I think every single entrepreneur has a $1 million brand in them. And sometimes they just don't know it. And I've literally made it my personal mission. I've made it my personal mission to show them how to do it, because we all have it inside of us. It's just, you know, we've got to know how to transform ourselves. So when I think of branding, it goes so much beyond building a brand. It's about creating an experience for people. It's about showing them that they're worthy, they're worth it. They have $1 million brand inside of them. So that's a little bit of my story. And I hope that someone's listening, that this can help, because just because you may not fit into society doesn't mean that you're not amazing. And you know, you can't create a legacy, because I literally came from nothing and I'm doing it. I'm working with amazing brands and Fortune 500s and companies that I never dreamed I would be able to work with. But I spend more time working on myself than on my business, because I know that's going to impact millions.
Wow. I don't know exactly what to say other than reading through all the comments. It is just, you just said, you know, you're living your dream. And that is, yeah, Aaron just posted that as well. Living your dream. You are so humble the way that you're sitting there and telling your story. All you're doing is like, yeah, and then this happened. Yeah, and then this happened. Yeah. But it's like, yeah, and then this happened and this happened. And aside from everything that you said, what resonates with me so much is when you said my mom is my hero. I mean, that's me, you know, and hearing that from somebody else just makes me cry. So I want to bring up Goldie and Lena, because we all know you a little bit. And I loved your story. Thank you for being so real as well, Justine.
Thank you. It's an honor, really.
No, it's an honor that you're here, because you just showed us how to make your dream come true in spite of the odds. And to me, that's like the perfect closing of this summit, because that's what we've been talking about all 2 days. And we didn't know how this would all work out. But because of the time difference, you're already on Monday time.
No, it's crazy. And it's actually a public holiday, yeah. It's the Queen's birthday. So I'm going to say to all the queens out there, it's our birthday, right?
You know that I love you, Justine. I don't even have to say anything else. You know, you're my sister, and I can't wait to fly and go give you a big hug. And you're so inspiring, and that's why stories and listen and it's so important, because we can learn so much from other people's stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena.
Justine, I loved what you said about your mom too. And if people don't have a mother figure in their life, then borrow from Justine's, because that is truly the embodiment of like what a mom is all about. And my mother never ever discussed a backup plan, a plan B. It was always like, you will do
Absolutely.
this. And what a gift that is. And something my mom used to always say when I'd call up, she always had quotes from like Shakespeare. My mom had me when she was 45. So she was an older person with experience and wisdom. And she would just kind of go, She would listen. She wouldn't say much. And then she would say, in like some accent, even though we don't have your accent, but all of a sudden she had an English accent or Irish. It was like, whatever. But she'd say, uneasy is the head that wears the crown. And it's like, that's not really saying anything, but it is saying something. And
absolutely,
it was beautiful. And an uneasy, perfect phrase for you is the head that wears the crown, for you to say,
you know what? I'm not going to listen to the noise of this dickhead. I mean, that's basically what he was. You know what I mean?
didn't want to call him that, but it's true.
Who says that? Who craps on somebody like that other than some dickhead? Like, obviously the guy's got his own. You could have found some better words to say, pal, or you know what, step up to the plate and say, there is some potential, let me work with you, or here are some things that you know, but no, I mean, you're probably having a bad day and whatever. So for you to say, I'm not going to hear that noise in my head, we all need to be reminded of that through your story, that no matter what noise it is that we're hearing, especially with somebody like you who had such a clear vision of what they always say in direct sales, you need to ask the why. It's like you had your why at a really young age. You had specific brands on your vision board or in your head or in your heart. There's no way that you wouldn't be doing exactly what you're doing today because it was so clear. So for people, listen to Justine, cancel the noise out if people are stupid, because that's what that is, and have a clear vision. Say it out loud. Like, don't just say, I kind of want to do that. What exactly? Get specific with what you want to do. What brands? What is it? Coco Chanel? Is it Lancome? What is it? Is it Honda? Is it Milwaukee Tools? I don't care. Get specific about it, because the more you speak it, you know that you attract it. So great story. And thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you so much.
Justine, I have like one last question or one comment or so. And I've asked Erin and Laura this before, right? So if you see another girl, and I know you work across the globe, you want to inspire others. You mentioned discipline is the most important thing. And there's this stereotype about millennials that they don't have discipline, which I think is really a bad stereotype. But what is the one thing, number one, and I'm going to give you the screen here for answering this question, the stage, I should say. What is the one thing that you would tell young girls right now, anywhere in the world, from the Congo to Los Angeles to Moscow, wherever they are? What advice would you give them? And even though we're talking about girls, it really goes to everybody. So what are your final words on empowering and supporting other girls and women across the globe?
So the first thing I would say is, don't look at other people. Like in my career, I think I am where I am because I never looked at other people. I was always my own competition. If you set the bar high for yourself and you are doing the very, very best that you can do, then that's all that matters. Nothing else matters in the world, because you are going to set the bar. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be setting the bar so high for someone else and inspiring someone else. So you be the leader, because the world needs leaders right now. Like, always speak words of positivity, because there's a quote, the words you say become the house you live in. So be the leader, be the light, because you don't know, you may think you're doing not a lot in the world, or you may think that you are not doing so much in terms of your capability. We have a very, women have this thing where we're all very hard on ourselves. We never think we're pretty enough. We never think we're smart enough. And we all suffer with this, like I always joke that I'm a recovering perfectionist, and anyone who knows me or my work will say that. My team laugh at me because I'll never let something, go out of the door unless it's extremely perfect, because my brand and my name are tied to it. So, something even at Ogilvy, every single brief that went out the door, I pretended like it was my own company, because I knew that was my impact on the world. That was my legacy on the world. So just every single thing you do the best that you can, because that's going to create a legacy. It's like a fountain, it's got a domino effect on people. So I hope that helps.
Well, it does more than help. I mean, you keep sharing these nuggets with us. And I think the most important thing, other than, getting me to cry because I'm thinking about my mom, is we keep hearing it from everybody, and you also just epitomized it, is don't listen to anybody else. Follow your heart, whether there are challenges or not. Follow your heart, and the rest will come. As that sound, right?
Follow your heart, because it may lead you to meet amazing women like you queens on stage, and also the LA Tribune. This has always been my dream, literally from when, I'm living proof. Whoever's watching this, I want to say, I'm living proof on what you can achieve if you just follow your path and believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Some people don't have an amazing mom like I did, or an amazing dad, or an amazing family to believe in themselves, but look for mentors. Look for people. I mean, when I was growing up, there was no YouTube. There was no Facebook. Join the 1%ers. This group, you guys have become my family. It's so much more than a mastermind. You're my family. And find people who are your raving fans around you, because they'll build you brick by brick. They will never judge you. And those are the ones that are going to make your dreams happen. So, believe in yourself, I would say, is so important. Be your biggest fan.
Absolutely. Be your biggest cheerleader, even if you need a brag book and reminders. And that's where we, of course, surround ourselves with others. Justine, we're going to let you go. Thank you for making the time on the Queen's birthday.
Thank you so much.
Really
Love you
appreciate it.
all. Thank you so much.
Bye. Awesome. Whew. What a finish. What a finish. And I have to say finish, and I'm going to have to bring up Rex again. Because I love what he said. Women guests are smarter and more enterprising than me. He is so humble after all he has done. But ladies, we have a couple more minutes. Your takeaways. And of course, what are we going to do next, in your opinion? Goldie, I'm going to start with you. Your biggest takeaways, and what do you think we're going to do next?
I loved what the dame said, just about, well, everybody was talking about service and what you can do for other people. And I think that's a great reminder, just in any hustle and any business, anything that we're doing, it's a great reminder. But I did like what Dame said about making sure that nobody's hungry, and just that people are taken care of, and talking about her family picking up a couple of kids and just raising them. We all can't do that, but we can definitely not turn away when we see people in need, whether it be somebody that's hungry or that needs something, or what Justine was just talking about, if somebody doesn't have a positive role model in their life, you don't need to take them in physically, but metaphorically you can, and help out where I just offered a couple people today, I just
heard that.
Said, yeah, it's not hard to miss. I just told a couple people, if you want to meet me outside for 20 minutes, 15 minutes in our square, if there's not motorcycles running you over, I'd like to meet you and we can work out. I told another woman that, 7 minutes, if you want to, I'm 7 minutes away from you, and I'll give you 7 minutes of my time. If you want to work out, she's larger, and I'm not going to get anything from that. You know what I mean? Other than helping somebody. Don't just do things to get something from it. And one of our guests just said, who was it? Probably Dame again. If you just keep doing things, I think I was her. She said, you'll be invited to the greatest parties. That's not why we do it. Just do it to do it. So lots of reminders from very powerful women and guests. And Rex, thank you for showing up and being a cheerleader this whole time. And I'm so happy for your show that you're doing with the Los Angeles Tribune. Just be of service to others. What a great message and a great reminder. And I appreciate that. I needed to hear that.
Absolutely. And also, I want to also give a shout out to Ashkan Tabibnia.
Yes.
He's been so supportive as well. And of course, Mo and Jay. And we have Sandy Austin. She's been in the house pretty much all day, I want to say. We've got Michelle back. We've got Ashley still with us. And I'm not sure. I know we've had Diana from Germany, but it's a different time there now. So she might be in bed. But we have touched with this event people from across the globe.
Yeah.
And not just women, but people. And yeah, go.
Thank you, Lena, for helping with all the flyers. And Jay, I know that you both were very instrumental in doing all of that. It beautifully done, beautiful branding. And that's one of the reasons
why so many amazing people have been watching. Thank you for doing that. And Natalie, thanks for making sure that we all receive those. And Mo, thanks for delegating and letting some people do some great stuff. Not that Mo doesn't always do an amazing job with all of that himself.
Absolutely. Lena, what are your final thoughts for this amazing event that you spend time on preparation and then spending 2 full days with us while Kai is out there?
Wow, just 2 powerful days. Like I'm taking them all in. It's actually even helping me. I'm growing from this event, learning from different stories. You know, starting yesterday with Forbes Riley and finishing with Justine, going through all this variety of amazing and powerhouse ladies that they have different stories, and I keep talking about stories and stories because when we stories tell more, you know, and you learn from that, and go back to the point is that the service, the care, and be yourself, work on yourself, invest in yourself. If you have to watch these 2 videos over and over and over, just do it. It's free. It's going to be here in this platform, I'm pretty sure. And you can help yourself. There's nothing better than, you know, at least we realize that we have something to be fixed, we have something to get growing, and pour into yourself. That self-care and that self-love that we're talking about during these 2 days. Powerhouse ladies just tell us what to do, how to rest, meditate, eat healthy, so we can be healthy in all the pillars in life, you know, emotionally, physically, financially. We talk about finance. So I'm just taking all in. I'm pretty sure everybody took a lot of notes. Thankful and grateful, and that's one of the things that I do. Gratitude is a lot, is big on me, and that's what I do every single night. 7 things that I'm grateful about during the day, and I do it every night. Actually, I just I'm about to launch a gratitude journal when I'm implementing this, because I believe when we realize the good and little things that we see during the day, you know, it's better to go through life and harder things in life. I really appreciate Mo, the Los Angeles Tribune, Dr. Natalie, Goldie. My heart goes to all of you guys, and if anybody needs anything, just, you know, you are just one DM away from me.
Thank you so much, ladies. We have about another minute and a half, and I just want to say thank you to both of you.
Thanks.
Because it does take a team, regardless of who does what. It always does take a team, because I could not have left to go to the restroom or get a coffee or get a little snack in between if it hadn't been for the 2 of you. Not to mention the insightful questions you ask, and you two sharing your stories as well. So
Thanks
I want
for
to
having
thank
us.
you.
Yes.
Can't wait for the next time,
Thanks,
because
Mo.
I do want to say this is not the last that the world has seen of the 3 of us and the Women's Quantum Leap Forum organized by the Los Angeles Tribune. We will be back. And if you have not registered, this is the last call to action that I'm going to give, and then I'm going to go and get my girl. But if you have not registered, letleap.com. I'm going to give you until tomorrow, Monday. Okay, Justine is already on Monday, so I'm going to give you until later today or Tuesday. I'm going to give you until Monday midday in the United States to register if you want to receive free gifts from all of the experts. That's your choice. I'm just offering. And then later this week, we are going to send out all of the gifts that are on my Excel sheet already. So we have them ready to go, but I want everybody to be able to get them. We have 30 seconds. Thank you. The one thing that I get from all of this is love yourself, love each other, and give to each other from an open and filled cup. Thank you
Love
so
it.
much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.